Tanto Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Murder on Charles Street by Leighann Dobbs and Harmony Williams. Narrated by Beverly A. Crick. Chapter 1. Wednesday, February 19, 1817. St. James's Square, London. Lady Catherine Irvine wouldn't entrust the health of her beloved pug to simply any man. Fortunately, in the scant months since she had moved into No. 2 Charles Street, Dr. Stuart Gammon had earned her trust. A retired physician, he now spent his days treating the ailments of neighborhood pets and devoutly refusing any suggestion that he return to medicine. The moment Catherine knocked on his garden door, the door by which she habitually entered, he took one look at her haggard face and reached out for the dog in her arms. Emma was listless. Since moving into their new home, she'd taken to barking at every passer-by. But today, despite Catherine's best efforts, the pug hadn't even been interested in barking at the passing hacks. She barely wagged her tail when she saw other dogs trotting past on their leashes. "I'm afraid something is very wrong with her." Dr. Gammon somberly looked into each of Emma's eyes in turn before he stepped back and ushered Catherine into the candlelit room. The old man, with perhaps 60 years in his dish, didn't keep any permanent servants on staff. The only sign of life in the eerily silent townhouse was the flickering candle perched next to the stove, alongside the washed cup and plate he kept at hand. He saw no sense in keeping more than that on hand, given that he was only one person, or so he'd confided to Catherine the first time she'd noticed the habit. As an earl's daughter, Catherine had always lived in a chaotic household that no doubt churned out more dirty dishes than a small army. In her father's house, the kitchen had been the heart of the home, thriving with life. Since leaving that lofty Mayfair residence, Catherine hadn't quite grown accustomed to walking into a kitchen as dark, draughty, and cold as the one Dr. Gammon kept. Since he didn't cook for himself, he rarely occupied the room. Catherine stamped her boots clear of the snow as she entered the lifeless kitchen. The door shut out the howl of the wind, but the winter chill seemed to seep in from every nook and cranny. It chased shadows in its wake, making Catherine feel as if she'd walked into the pages of a Gothic novel. Despite the many murders she had investigated with and without her father's help, Catherine shoved those macabre thoughts aside and focused her attention on the only important detail in the room, the far too meek animal cradled in Dr. Gammon's arms. "Please let this be no more than a silly fright." "How long has she acted like this?" Dr. Gammon asked as he probed the sensitive skin nestled in the fold of Emma's ear. "Since this morning. I'm not certain. I didn't find her doing it, but some of the pages ripped from my notebook are missing. I'm afraid she might have eaten them." Normally, Catherine would be distraught over losing so much information, but she had a good memory, and her dog was far more important than a few scribbled notes for a colleague. She hadn't taken the lead on an investigation since the new year. She'd been far too busy moving into her new home and beginning this next step in her journey of independence. All this would not have been possible had she not solved that first murder to start her career, bringing the pink-ribbon murderer to justice. And although she intended to continue her investigations, she had other things to occupy her mind. Decorating the house, preparing for her stepmother to deliver Catherine a new sibling in a few scant months, bracing herself for her closest friend's upcoming nuptials, and now, Emma. Nothing bad will happen to her. She trusted Dr. Gammon after all. Swallowing against the swell of tears, Catherine met the old man's shrewd gaze. "Is there anything you can do?" Her voice trembled. She clasped her gloved hands in front of herself so tightly they ached. Dr. Gammon, a few inches shorter than her, shifted the small dog into one arm and beckoned Catherine forth with the other. He reclaimed the candlestick, his hand steady despite his age. "Come with me into the parlour, let's see." Breathing out a slow breath of relief, Catherine shook her head to rid herself of the insistent worries that plagued her. She knew Emma wouldn't live forever, but she was a young dog yet. She had lived for the better part of a decade, if not more. Catherine braced herself, holding hope in her heart and the breath in her lungs as she followed her neighbour into the main sitting room. She'd never seen much of the house aside from these 2 rooms. They were cosy rooms, well lived in, and gave off the subtle indications of frequent visitors. The sofa was mottled with faded stains from the paws of the patients he treated. Catherine perched on the edge and waited for him to conduct his examination of her pet. He set Emma down in the middle of an armchair and bent over a sheaf of papers spilling out over the low table between them. He was usually jovial, meeting Catherine with a smile and asking after Harriet, her maid, and the sole other person living at No. 2 Charles Street at the moment. Today, Dr. Gammon pressed his lips together and kept mum. The way he gathered the papers, haphazardly pulling them into a pile and then depositing them out of sight in the corner, made her frown. "Did I interrupt you?" For several awful minutes, she'd been afraid he wasn't home and that nothing could be done for Emma. She hadn't stopped to think that he might have more important matters to which to attend. "No, of course not. I'm an old man alone with my thoughts. Nothing more." Catherine frowned, her investigative instincts resurfacing. "Do those thoughts have anything to do with the papers you put in the corner?" He met her gaze with his usual smile as he lowered himself into the armchair, displacing Emma onto his lap in the process. "You're too astute for your own good, but I promise you it is of no matter. I had the vain thought that I made a mistake with one of my past patients. I was trying to look through my notes to confirm it or set my mind at ease." Dr. Gammon took meticulous notes, even for his non-human patients. In the months since she had moved to the neighbourhood, he must have written 10 pages about Emma. The pug was constantly getting into places where she ought not to be. She had an uncanny knack for taking what wasn't hers, and, half the time, the stolen goods went down her gullet. But even so, she rarely seemed so out of sorts as this. "Would you like another set of eyes to go over the issue?" It might give her something to think about while he finished his examination of her dog. He shook his head, his jowls wobbling. "Don't worry about it. It isn't any concern of yours. Now, what have you eaten this time?" That last part he directed toward the dog, not Catherine. She picked at the wool of her skirt, twisting it between her thumb and forefinger. Wisps of her brown hair, hastily tied back, dropped into her eyes. She dug her fingernails into her cuticles, trying to look anywhere in the room but at Dr. Gammon. The wallpaper was a fashionable green, matching the deep emerald rug and dark panelling of the mantel. A small fire chuckled in the hearth, chasing away the edges of her chills. Scattered books lay about, evidence of his love of knowledge. It was that love, and perhaps the peculiarity of finding him attending to his garden in the middle of winter, that had drawn Catherine to him to begin with. A few weeks ago she'd taken Emma for a walk along the path running parallel to Charles Street, along her garden gate. As she'd reached No. 4, Dr. Gammon's address, the old man had been scraping the ice off the patch of dirt and wilted plants that were his herb garden in the summer. Despite the cold the past couple years, he'd managed to nurse his plants through last year's brisk winter and keep them alive. But he feared the weight of so much snow would do them ill. The winter had already gone on far too long for Catherine's tastes, so she couldn't begrudge him the worry. He felt around Emma's stomach, presumably searching for sore spots. Her dog didn't react to any of them. Catherine's teeth chattered just as much from worry as from the receding cold. When she couldn't take his good-natured mutterings toward her dog any longer, she burst. "Are you certain you shouldn't take on more patients?" His aged fingers stilled on Emma's belly. He didn't look at Catherine, but took a deep breath before continuing his quest.
No, I'm long past my practising days. I do a bit here and there, helping friends."
Catherine gnawed on her lower lip. This wasn't the first time she'd worried that perhaps retirement didn't suit him. Why else would someone be out in the bitter cold, fussing over hibernating plants? If you had more patience, you'd have less time to mull over old problems. I'm certain you're second-guessing yourself. I do it myself from time to time. Catherine was an earl's daughter, and thus had kept it a secret from her neighbours that she had a knack for investigation. To openly admit to a profession would reflect poorly on her family, especially the far less esteemed profession of detective work, as compared to the matchmaking most of society believed to be her strength. Truthfully, Catherine abhorred matchmaking. It wasn't that she disliked love. Her sisters, her dearest friend, even her parents were shining beacons, proving that love matches did exist. But how could Catherine arrange for other people what she didn't want for herself? Investigative work challenged her mind far better. After all, she had been trained in the art ever since she was a child, trotting along at her father's heels during his investigations. If high society learned that her father was a detective, she half expected he would be labelled an eccentric, but not shunned. Like many things, Catherine was held to a completely different standard. "You must be lonely." Dr. Gammon grunted, dismissing the notion out of hand. Catherine pressed her lips together so no other wayward thoughts escaped from between them. She hadn't meant to project her own fears onto him. Her life was very different living in a house with only Harriet than when she had lived in a bustling townhouse in Mayfair. But despite the change, she enjoyed it. She was finally seizing her independence, something she had wanted for half of her life.
"I'm not lonely."
He turned Emma onto all fours on his lap and stroked her gently around the ears. His eyes, solemn in his craggy face, met Catherine's.
"My housekeeper, Mrs. Campbell, comes in every other day. In fact, she was here earlier."
A woman who came into work every other day might make Harriet's life easier. Not to mention, having something edible in the house would be a welcome change. Catherine opened her mouth, but the doctor continued as he stroked her dog.
"And James visited me earlier today. Have you met my son?"
Catherine pressed her lips together and shook her head. The furrows in Dr. Gammon's forehead deepened.
"Well, I'm sure you will before long. He comes by frequently. You must have seen Dr. Sumner."
At the blank look on Catherine's face, Dr. Gammon raised an eyebrow.
"You don't know Dr. Sumner either, do you?"
Catherine shook her head. Dr. Gammon sighed.
"It's of no import. He was my old partner when we practiced medicine together. And he—"
Dr. Gammon's gaze travelled toward the place where he deposited his sheaf of papers. That old patient must have been treated by Dr. Sumner as well.
"It's of no matter. Even if they weren't around, I assure you I have an active, fruitful life."
She wanted to believe him, but the way he seemed preoccupied with those papers disturbed her. "That old mistake you mentioned?" He passed his hand through the air as if raising it from the past.
"Never you worry about that. I'm not ready to sit around crying over old times just yet. I promise you, Lady Catherine, I enjoy my life, and I look forward to what every day brings me."
"I'm gratified to hear it." She bit her lip. "What of Emma? Do you think she'll recover?" Dr. Gammon patted the dog's rump.
"I don't see any reason why not."
The relief that surged through Catherine was palpable. She sank back into the soft cushions of the sofa and took her first deep breath since arriving. "What should I do?" Dr. Gammon chuckled under his breath.
"For one thing, keep your notes on a higher shelf."
He stood, groaning before he set Emma down on the seat he'd just occupied. Without so much as a tail wag, she curled up and tucked her nose under one paw.
"Let me find her a pill. She'll need to purge one way or another, and then she'll be good as new. I should have a small enough pill around here somewhere."
As he shuffled off, Catherine got to her feet and collected her dog. She followed in the physician's wake as he led her through the house to his study, a room not far from the parlour. As he rummaged among the herbs and medicines he kept on hand, Catherine cradled her dog. "About Mrs. Campbell." Dr. Gammon grunted and emerged with a pill smaller than his pinky fingernail. It was a dull metal, the kind of pill meant to pass through. Catherine wondered how much cheese she would have to wrap it in order to convince Emma to eat it. She'd been trying to cajole her dog into eating all day. Nevertheless, she took the pill in her palm without comment.
"Yes, what about her?"
"Do you happen to know if she's looking for more work?" Even uttering the question without first consulting Harriet made her feel disloyal. After all, Harriet had worked so hard to keep them in good spirits and clean clothes since they had moved out on their own. In return, Harriet got her pick of the rooms, including the largest typically belonging to the housekeeper. Catherine didn't want to offend her friend and long-time lady's maid, but she also wouldn't mind a hot meal she didn't want to throw in the cesspool. Not that she would ever tell Harriet to her face that the maid couldn't cook. Catherine had to be more and more creative in order to smuggle food into the house that she was willing to eat. Emma usually ate the food she disliked. Had that been what had made her sick? Dr. Gammon harumphed and shook his head.
"I doubt she's looking for work. Mrs. Campbell has been with me for many years and is getting on in years herself. I'm half afraid she won't be able to come as many times per week as she does."
He shook his head, seeming preoccupied for a moment before he returned that shrewd gaze on her.
"Feed that pill to Emma and bring it back to me once it's passed through. No cost if you do."
Catherine didn't relish the thought of searching through her dog's vomit or stool, but as long as it brought an improvement, she and Harriet were willing to do anything. Emma was dear to them both. "Thank you. I'm sorry to bother you so late." He shook his head and ushered her down the corridor back to the kitchen, where she'd arrived.
"Think nothing of it. And please, do come back and tell me how she's getting on."
"I will," Catherine promised. In the kitchen, she turned to the door, then paused. "You don't think Mrs. Campbell would be willing to cook and bring by meals, do you?" Dr. Gammon laughed.
"Tell you what, my dear, I'll ask her when she's over again in 2 days."
Catherine felt not a hint of guilt over that. "Thank you. And you will rest tonight?" He raised an eyebrow.
"With the way you fuss over Emma, I ought to be the one worrying about you. I'll be fine, I promise you. In fact—"
He reached for a clean plate resting on a rag on the counter.
"I believe I'll help myself to the snack Mrs. Campbell left and then run along to bed. Good night, Lady Catherine. I'm sure Emma will be as right as ninepence come the morning."
Catherine braced herself against the gust of February wind as she opened the door. Tossing her cloak over the dog in her arms to shield them better, she left her neighbour and friend behind. However, the detective in her couldn't help but wonder which mistake in his past was worrying him, and how she could help. Chapter 2. Emma's enthusiastic yips pierced the fog of Catherine's sleep. Groaning, she rolled over in bed and shoved her face under the pillow. Even muffled, her dog's excitement needled into her ears.
"What time is it?"
Emma barked again, and Catherine's sleepless night returned to her in vivid clarity. She'd stayed up with her dog until Emma vomited. Even then, she'd feared the pug wasn't cured. After all that activity, Emma had simply curled up and gone to sleep. With a sinking feeling, Catherine had done the same. But if Emma was barking... Catherine bolted up in bed. She threw off the coverlet, sliding her feet onto the chilly wooden floorboards. She hadn't purchased bed curtains yet, so the only thing separating her from where Emma had climbed onto the trunk beneath the windowsill was the pink rug she had taken from her father's residence. It was the only rug in the house, as Catherine was far too preoccupied to go shopping for furnishings, let alone decorations. Her bare toes curled against the floorboards and soft rug as she raced to her dog. As she approached, Emma peered over her shoulder with a wagging tail. Her eyes were bright, and she seemed in good spirits. Relief quickened Catherine's heartbeat, and she snatched her dog from the windowsill, twirling her around until Emma started to wriggle free. She hugged the dog to her chest. "Oh, you're well again." So well, in fact, that she had returned to announcing the arrival of strangers in the neighbourhood. A month had passed since they'd moved to Charles Street, and Emma had grown accustomed to the residents. The staff of the various houses and frequent visitors she'd learned to ignore. However, Emma continued to announce the presence of strangers and dogs, no matter the time of day. This morning, Catherine didn't mind being roused from a fitful sleep. It was a sign that Emma was healthy once more. Grinning, she turned to the array of trunks housing her clothes due to the lack of a wardrobe. Thoughtfully, Harriet had laid out the day's clothes. Despite the fact that it took her half an hour longer to don the dress and fashion her hair without Harriet's help, Catherine's spirits buoyed as she carried Emma downstairs for breakfast. An enticing smell of cooked oats met her nose. Following it, she reached the Spartan breakfast room. Harriet was already there, laying out 2 place settings for breakfast, as she'd taken to eating her meals with Catherine. In a house with no other servants, there was no need for formality. Tucking her unruly brown hair behind one ear, Harriet smiled at Catherine. "You're awake. I was about to see if you wanted some breakfast." Catherine balanced her dog on the swell of her hip. "Why didn't you wake me sooner? Prue and Lord Annandale arrive within the hour." Harriet shrugged sheepishly. "You were up so late with Emma, I thought you needed the extra sleep." She held out her hands for Emma. "Come here, girl. I have something for you, too." As Harriet fussed with the dog, straightening the ribbon decorating her neck, Catherine took a seat. She couldn't restrain the grin that split her face. "She's completely recovered. I can't believe it." Though why she had doubted Dr. Gammon's expertise, she didn't know. He'd always given her cause to believe him skilled at his work. "Not entirely recovered. I had to take her outside at least 3 times this morning, but she's in far better spirits today than she was yesterday. I'm going to try her with a little fresh meat and see how her stomach handles it." Catherine nodded and peered into her empty bowl. "You mentioned breakfast?" Harriet set the dog in the corner by a dish, where Emma happily lapped up the morsels left for her. Turning back, Harriet hefted a pot with triumph. Skillfully wielding the ladle, she scooped up the contents and deposited them into Catherine's bowl. The porridge was thin and watery, with clumps of unpalatable mess. Truthfully, it looked like something Emma had regurgitated. Beholding it, Catherine lost her appetite. Forcing a smile, she dipped her spoon into the gruel and stirred it around. Cheerfully, Harriet helped herself to the dish and poured a frugal amount of honey over the top. Although Catherine doubted that honey or milk would make the breakfast edible, she helped herself to both. She lifted a spoon halfway to her mouth before she thought better of it and set it into the bowl again. "While I was at Dr. Gammon's house last night, he was boasting about his housekeeper, Mrs. Campbell. It seems she cooks him meals and leaves them in the larder." Without a cringe, Harriet dug her spoon into the dish and tasted the porridge. She nodded, as if she found it a sumptuous meal. She couldn't possibly think her cooking divine, could she? Catherine fought not to pull a face. "It's good that he has someone to help. He is getting on in years." "This house is very large for the 2 of us. Don't you think we ought to employ a housekeeper as well, or perhaps a cook?" Harriet's hair bobbed as she bolted upright in her chair. "What do you mean, hire a cook? You don't enjoy my cooking?" Catherine stumbled over her tongue. No, it isn't that. I only thought perhaps you might need some help, and..." From the mulish cast of Harriet's chin, she wasn't willing to hear a single word. Catherine's spirits plummeted. Harriet was her constant friend. She didn't want to offend her, even if her cooking was horrid. Speaking of Dr. Gammon, I'm worried for him. Although suspicion lingered in her maid's eyes, Harriet resumed eating. In what way? While I was with him last night, he seemed preoccupied. He told me that he was poring over notes from an old patient, afraid he'd made a mistake. I'm worried that he might not have enough to occupy him. It isn't healthy to second-guess yourself. Harriet cocked an eyebrow. You mean like you do? Catherine wrinkled her nose. That's different. I only second-guess myself when we're working an investigation and I haven't yet found the answer. Often that very misery has been what has led us to a solution. Harriet jabbed her spoon in Catherine's direction before dipping it into her porridge once more. Then what makes you think he won't find equal value in perusing his patient files again? Perhaps the way he steadfastly refuses to return to the profession. She stirred her porridge again, trying not to look at the way the lumps revolved in the milky liquid. I want to do something to help him, to ease his mind, but he refused my help when I offered to look over the files with him for inconsistencies. I don't know what to do. Harriet scraped the bottom of her dish and eyed the pot, as if considering helping herself to seconds. Perhaps there isn't anything you can do. Dr. Gammon is a grown man. He will do whatever he pleases. Harriet hadn't been in the retired physician's house last night. She hadn't seen the way the lines in his face had deepened, or how tired he looked. No, something was wrong with Dr. Gammon, and Catherine was determined to discover what ailed him. She owed him far more than he would ever accept for his kindness and helping Emma. Shouldn't you be worrying about the wedding rather than your neighbour? At that, Catherine pushed her bowl away. She leaned back in her chair and stared at the ceiling with a sigh. I suppose I can't muster the same enthusiasm for planning a wedding as I do for good detective work. Harriet chuckled. That's an understatement. Have you thought that perhaps the wedding is why you're so worried? Frowning, Catherine met Harriet's stubborn gaze. Her maid pursed her lips, refusing to look away, despite the white-knuckled grip on her spoon. You're grasping at anything to distract yourself. Well, anything save for decorating the house. Heaven knows we could use a few more things. Pointedly, Harriet gestured to the barren room. Even the table was scarcely large enough to fit their 2 bowls and the pot of porridge. It had been the only table in her father's house that wasn't in use. Almost everything Catherine currently owned had once belonged to the Earl of Dorchester. Perhaps Harriet made a valid point, but if there was anything Catherine abhorred more than planning her dear friend's wedding, it was shopping, regardless of the state of the room. Indeed, of the house. Reluctantly, Catherine said, Perhaps you're right. I should focus more on Prue. She has asked me to help, after all. For a woman who had been bemoaning the lack of an investigation only a few months past, Prue had suddenly devoted herself to the wedding with a fervour. Searching through the newest fashion plates from Paris was agonizing. Catherine had never been one to care overmuch about the state of her clothing, so long as it was clean and in an inoffensive colour. I hope they don't cart McTavish with them today. We haven't enough seed cake in the house to feed them. Why would Harriet bring up Lord Annandale's valet? Come to think of it, their past few encounters had seemed particularly fraught with tension. In fact, Catherine suspected that she had earned her maid's help with her last investigation simply at the promise of showing McTavish who was better. The women had won, of course, but it hadn't seemed to satisfy Harriet. Catherine pressed her lips together to keep from smirking. You'd best learn to get along with him. When we travel to Lord Annandale's holdings in Scotland for the wedding, I have no doubt you'll find yourself spending a lot of time in each other's company. Harriet grimaced as she leaned forward, transferring her dish and spoon onto the mirrored tray she'd used to bring them from the kitchen. Her mouth thinning, she muttered,
If you think I'll be taking orders from that lobcock while we're in Scotland, you're wrong. I'd rather keep the house here." "It won't be as horrible as you think. You're under my purview, not that of Lord Annandale's servants." Harriet sighed. "You don't know the way of it, Lady Catherine. You'll be a guest, but I'm still a servant. I'll have to report to Lord Annandale's housekeeper at the very least." The thought of anyone making Harriet uncomfortable made Catherine queasy. She'd always considered herself more intimate with her lady's maid than her peers, but over this past month of living together, they'd grown closer still. Was there anything Catherine could do to ease her plight? Or would anything she tried only make it worse? They weren't in Scotland yet, and even when they visited, it wouldn't be for long. They had an independent life here in London, after all. Catherine intended to continue it once her friend was happily settled in her new home. Besides, Prue and Lord Annandale would undoubtedly relish a honeymoon alone once their grand wedding had concluded. To lighten the atmosphere and Harriet's dour look, Catherine leaned forward and whispered, "If you dislike McTavish to that depth, feed him porridge today instead of seed cake." Harriet snapped her gaze down to Catherine's untouched dish. "You haven't eaten a bite." Emma, finished licking her plate, tottered closer with the click of her claws on the floorboards, as if she too condemned Catherine for ignoring Harriet's delicious food. Catherine's stomach bucked as she contemplated shoving that gruel into her gullet. She reached for the spoon nevertheless. Just as she would never insinuate that Prue's incessant wedding planning bored her, she would never insult Harriet either. And so soon after Emma's recovery, she didn't dare slip the meal to her dog. As she lifted the spoon to her lips, fighting a grimace, the air split with a distant, blood-curdling scream. Catherine had never reached a crime scene as quickly as she did that morning, save perhaps for Lady Dalhousie's ice ball, when a woman had been killed in front of her eyes. However, in that case, she hadn't had to move. The victim had landed at her feet. Her heart lodged in her throat. She forgot about Emma and Harriet in the rush to bolt 2 doors down. Her house slippers skittered over the crunchy snow. She flung out her arms for balance, not daring to slow down until she nearly toppled into her neighbour, Mrs. Ramsay. Catherine had first met Mrs. Ramsay when investigating the aforementioned murder at the ice ball. In fact, that very investigation had drawn her to No. 2 Charles Street, where she now lived. Mrs. Ramsay, a zealous gossip, always kept her eyes on the street in the pursuit of learning every last secret of those who lived there. She had been a wealth of information in the past. As she slipped, Catherine clasped the woman, at least 10 years her senior, by the upper arms for balance. The cold numbed her fingers and nose. Blades of the wind stabbed her through the thin wool of her dress. Mrs. Ramsay also was not braced for the winter, having thrown a cloak over her wrapper. Her hair was hidden beneath a scarf. "What happened?" Mrs. Ramsay turned toward the growing thicket of neighbours. They encircled No. 4, Dr. Gammon's house. A lead weight in her belly, Catherine didn't wait for her neighbour's answer, but hurried to the scene. She found Mrs. Campbell, a woman with 50 years in her dish and a surprisingly youthful complexion despite her greying hair, on her knees in the snow in front of Dr. Gammon's house. She wailed, tears streaming down her face, likely to freeze there. Catherine's breath fogged in front of her face. She elbowed her way past the busybodies clustered around the scene. Heedless to the cold, she dropped to her knees in front of the housekeeper and forced Mrs. Campbell to look at her. "What's wrong? What happened?" "Dr. Gammon, he's dead." Catherine's blood turned to ice. Her breath froze halfway out of her throat. "Where?" She barely heard her own voice over the thunder of her pulse in her ears. "His study." Catherine abandoned the woman to the charity of the gathering neighbours and bolted inside the house. The front door was ajar, gaping a morbid invitation. Dr. Gammon couldn't be dead.
She'd spoken to him only last night. Mrs. Campbell might be mistaken. He was old. Perhaps he was simply in distress. Catherine might be able to help or to save him. Her snowy shoes slipped on the stairs as she scrambled to the top, where the study was located. Memories haunted her as she careened to a stop in front of the door, her heels bunching up the runner. He must still be alive. Only yesterday he'd found a pill in here for Emma to cure her. Catherine swallowed thickly, pushing the door open. For a moment, she couldn't move. Dr. Gammon, dressed in the same house clothes he'd worn yesterday when she'd visited, slumped peacefully in an armchair next to the unlit hearth. His study was untouched. A tumbler with a ring of amber liquid in the bottom rested on the table next to him. A few crumbs littered his shirt front, along with the dried smudge of marmalade next to his mouth. He must be sleeping. He couldn't be dead. Gathering her courage, she crossed the room in 3 short strides and touched his shoulder. No response. Instead, her fingers met an unnatural stiffness. She touched her hand to his neck, his skin cold and clammy. She couldn't find a heartbeat. Tears gathered in her eyes as she snatched her hand back. No. He was dead. Catherine blinked hard against the sting in her eyes and turned away. Her eyes flitted over the tumbler, the crumbs, and his hands folded in his lap. There was no plate. Why, if he was in the midst of eating his snack, was there no plate? You're fixating. Catherine ignored the small, suspicious voice in her head. Of their own accord, her feet carried her out of the room where her friend had died. Automatically, she roamed the house toward her usual entrance and exit, the kitchen. Everything was the same as when she had left, save for one resounding difference. She found no dishes here either. What had happened to them? If Dr. Gammon had washed them, he would have left them near the door as before. And what of the soiled brandy glass? Her stomach tied itself into convoluted knots. Had someone visited last night? Emma would have barked. Unless she'd been too sick. Then again, she had barked only this morning, but that had been less than an hour ago. For Dr. Gammon to be so stiff, he must have been dead for far longer. Your friend is dead. Catherine struggled to breathe evenly. She had visited dozens of murder scenes, but never of someone she knew so personally. Was this the scene of a murder? No, not dear Dr. Gammon. Who would want him dead? He was such a sweet old man, if a bit eccentric. No, Mrs. Campbell was outside. She must have put away the dishes before finding him. Catherine turned toward Mrs. Campbell's distant wailing, which was mixed with intermittent sobs. She didn't sound coherent, not coherent enough to answer Catherine's questions. But Catherine must find the answers. She hadn't known Dr. Gammon long, but he had become a fixture in her new life. She'd visited with him even when Emma wasn't ailing. To have him so suddenly removed from her life... She stopped short as a figure barred her path into the corridor. The man, whose face and clothes were in shadow, stood nearly as tall as Catherine, and he had a physique that was undoubtedly accustomed to exercise. Catherine's heartbeat quickened, and she groped behind her for the latch to the garden door.
Who are you?
Catherine swallowed hard. Who are you? She didn't recognize his voice.
Constable Gregson. I'm here from Bow Street.
Her numb fingers slipped from the latch to fall to her side. From Bow Street? Is Lyle with you? Lyle Murphy?
No.
He paused, shifting his weight as if he were uncomfortable. His voice had lost some of his edge when he added, I'll ask you again. Who are you and why are you here? She drew herself up but didn't move away from the door. I am Lady Catherine Irvine, a friend and neighbour of Dr. Gammon. I came when I heard Mrs. Campbell's scream.
You did not find the body?
From his clipped words, he didn't give a whit for her family or their title. Catherine swallowed and shook her head.
Then hurry along to your house. We'll send someone later to hear what else you have to say on the matter. Perhaps even Murphy, if it warrants his attention.
Catherine held her breath and his gaze for a moment longer before she capitulated. She didn't want to stand in the way of Bow Street, especially not when they sought the truth, as did she. With the shock, she couldn't think straight. After all, the man she had visited only last night was now dead. Without another word, she squeezed past him into the narrow corridor leading to the front of the house. She exited into the brisk winter air and elbowed her way through the crowd of neighbours now being held back by other constables. As she managed to push into the open air, she gulped for breath. Lord Annandale's carriage stopped in front of her house. The first man to exit was not the Marquis, but Captain Dorian Wayland, a close friend of Lord Annandale's. An obscenely tall man with a military build, Wayland was easy to pick out of any crowd. Although the sight of him usually left her with a sense of annoyance, today an uncharacteristic relief washed through her. Whatever else Wayland was, he was a skilled detective. And, given the spiral of her thoughts, she could use another perspective before she plunged headlong into chaos, or an unexpected murder investigation. Chapter 3. Prudence Berwick, a woman nearly as tall as Catherine and built solidly, made no attempt to hide her curiosity. As she descended from the carriage, she craned her neck to peer between the two gargantuan men flanking her. "What's happening down the street? Is there a fire?" Catherine shook her head. Her teeth chattered, and she couldn't seem to force out a word. Lord Annandale had taken his fiancée's lead and frowned, peering in the direction of the raucous gathering. Wayland, positioned closer to Catherine, noticed her state first.
"You aren't dressed to be out of doors. Catherine, where are your gloves?"
When he gathered her hands in his, cupping them between his leather gloves, she should have pulled away. But the heat of his body seeped through and into her quivering flesh. The tips of her fingers tingled, far from a good omen, and the shells of her ears burned. Prue turned to her then, her frown emphasizing the sharpness of her nose and chin. "Catherine, where is your cloak?" Wayland dropped his hold on her to open the door, throwing his head back and hollering, "Harriet!" Apparently, in the face of near frostbite, he wasn't about to stand on ceremony. Harriet bustled out of the front parlour with Emma wriggling in her arms. The dog barked happily, tail wagging as she strained toward Wayland, who always seemed to be her favourite person in the room. Harriet deposited her unceremoniously into Wayland's arms. "There's a fire in the hearth." She took one look at Catherine, lips thinning, then added, "I'll put on some tea." Her gaze lingered, travelling past Catherine's shoulder to the soon-to-be-married couple, who entered after her and shut the door. After a heartbeat, Harriet turned on her heel and bustled down the corridor toward the kitchen. With his arms full of Emma and the battle to avoid having his chin washed, Wayland didn't have the attention to usher Catherine farther into the house. That pleasure fell to Lord Annandale, the great, jovial, bearded bear of a man who had given his heart to her dearest friend.
"Och, no, lass, go on in and warm yourself before you catch a chill."
Catherine barely felt the cold or the numbness receding as she moved closer to the hearth. As with the rest of the house, the furniture in this room was supremely sparse. In fact, the parlour contained only 3 seats, the pink armchair that had once resided in Catherine's room, and a short Paisley love-seat that had seen finer days. Between them was an oval table with a spindly potted plant. The love-seat was closest to the hearth, which nursed a small crackling flame. But Catherine couldn't sit there. Thus far, Prue and Annandale had always claimed that spot when visiting. This was the first time they had brought Wayland with them. Catherine stood in front of the fire, staring and wrapping her arms around herself as she struggled to stop shaking. It wasn't cold in here. Why am I still trembling? Catherine. Prue's sharp tone captured her attention. When Catherine turned, she found Lord Annandale impotently holding his greatcoat and Prue's pelisse over his arm, watching her with a frown. Prue had moved close enough to claim one end of the love seat, but she hesitated, her attention rapt on Catherine. "What's gotten into you this morning? Are you ill?" Catherine shook her head. "No." Harriet trotted back into the room. Absently, she informed, "The tea will be a moment. I'll take those." She plucked at the garments on Lord Annandale's sleeve, but didn't take her eyes off Catherine. "Who screamed?" All eyes impaled Catherine with a single-mindedness. She swallowed against her dry mouth, but when she answered, her voice emerged as a croak. "Mrs. Campbell." She cleared her throat, gathering her wits. She had frequented far more murder scenes than any other person in the room, save perhaps for Wayland. She ought to be inured to the sight. In fact, if she hoped to find the answers, she must be impartial, emotionless. She must not think of Dr. Gammon as her friend in this moment, but as the victim of a suspicious death, perhaps even a murder. When she drew herself up, taking a deep breath, her shivers abated. From a position in Wayland's arms, Emma cocked her head and whined. Catherine spared a slim smile for her dog, all the reassurance she could manage. She announced, "Dr. Gammon is dead." Harriet's brown eyes widened. She crossed herself. "How? Is it murder?" Looking down at her tightly clasped hands, Catherine bit her lower lip. "It must be. While I visited last night for Emma's sake, he confessed that he was worried, though he wouldn't confess the details. Now he's dead." She shook her head, locks of her hair falling into her face from her ill-made braid. "That is awfully conspicuous timing." "Have I missed something?" Lord Annandale asked. "Who is this Dr. Gammon?" Catherine raised her gaze to the Marquis. Over the past several months she'd known him, Lord Annandale had developed a taste for investigating along with his wife-to-be. He nurtured a deep curiosity, not to mention a devilish competitive streak. "He's my neighbour 2 doors down. A retired physician, he no longer treats human patients, but he treats animals like Emma." Prue's lips parted, and she glanced at the dog, who happily showed Wayland her belly. "Did something happen to Emma?" Catherine managed a wan smile. "She ate something she ought to have avoided. Dr. Gammon fixed her right up. She's as good as new this morning." Her voice threatened to break on her friend's name. She pressed her lips together instead. She must hold herself together. "I think I've seen him," Prue said slowly. "Wasn't he quite old?" Catherine nodded. "In his 60s at my guess." Lord Annandale raised his eyebrows. "A man that old might have cocked up his toes of natural means. It happens, lass." As gentle as his voice happened to be, Catherine averted her gaze, her mouth settling in a mulish line. Her gaze fell upon Wayland, who stood next to the pink armchair. He gestured toward it with his chin. She turned away from him, too. "When I entered and found the body, he was in his study with the remnants of a glass of brandy next to him and crumbs on his shirt and face. But there was no plate. Where was the plate?" Prue's eyes turned limpid, her mouth softening as she reached out for Catherine's hand. "He might have put it away, Catherine. I know where he leaves his dishes. They weren't there." "Then it might be that this Mrs. Campbell, that's his servant, yes?" She glanced to Harriet for confirmation. Harriet nodded. "Then perhaps Mrs. Campbell washed it and put it away before alerting everyone to his demise." Catherine snatched her hand away. "She was screaming her bloody head off. She wouldn't wait until after she washed the dish in order to fall apart." Lord Annandale strode forward, to lay his hand on Prue's shoulder, granting her his full support. They struck quite the pair, both tall and broad, though Annandale had a good deal more red in his unfashionable beard than Prue had in her brown hair. Both were dressed plainly, in functional clothes not meant to impress.
Och now, it might well be that this Mrs. Campbell washed the dish before she found him.
Catherine sat heavily in the pink armchair, still vacant. A quick glance at Wayland found that he had lowered Emma to the floor and was now playing with her, coaxing her into chasing his pocket watch in circles. He didn't appear to be paying the least bit of attention to the conversation. With the oval table between them, Prue lowered herself onto the end of the love seat closest to the fire. Her fiancé squeezed onto the space next to her, stretching his arm over the back and crossing his legs at the ankle.
"I know you're restless. It's the middle of winter, and I don't think I've seen so much snow in my entire life, not even when the Thames froze over. Not to mention you've been closeted in this house for over a month, settling in."
Prue shook her head, chagrined.
"I understand why you want this to be a matter worthy of investigation, but wishes alone will not make it so. Chances are Dr. Gammon moved peacefully to the next life. Whatever the case, please leave it for the runners to decide."
When Catherine opened her mouth to protest, Prue waved her hand in dismissal.
I know, they don't like to be called runners. Promise me you'll leave the matter for Lyle and his ilk. It's for them to determine."
Never before had Prue suggested they avoid an investigation. Ever since their initial meeting, while simultaneously searching for the pink ribbon murderer, they had been of like mind. But now, would marrying Lord Annandale so change her perspective? Catherine turned in her seat to look at Wayland, who smirked as he played with Emma. Surely he would support her cause. What of... The faint whistle pierced the air from deeper in the house.
"That will be the tea. I'll return the moment."
Harriet bustled out of the room. Prue laid a hand on Lord Annandale's knee and offered a bright smile.
"We came to you today because we have an important matter to ask."
Her gaze slid to Wayland. "To ask of you both." Once more she beseeched Catherine with her gaze.
"May we discuss investigations later?" "A man has been murdered."
Catherine bit her lower lip, sensing that her friend was practically bursting to ask her something, and that matters of murder were not foremost on her mind. Thoughts of an investigation could wait. Beaming, Prue met her fiancé's gaze before they both turned their attentions to the other people in the room. Lord Annandale puffed out his chest, his grin spreading across his face.
"Wayland, I want you to be my best man."
Prue laughed, the sound tumbling out of her mouth with music. She tucked a wayward strand of hair behind her ear and added with as equally infectious a smile, "And, Catherine, I want you to be my best bridesmaid." Catherine's mouth dropped open.
"You would?"
"My best bridesmaid." Prue coloured up and fiddled with the drape of her skirt.
"If he's to have a best man, I must have one too. And I can't think of anyone I would want to play as important a role in my wedding as you, Catherine."
Lord Annandale glanced at his wife-to-be with a smirk.
"You ken, a best man dates back to when we kidnapped the bride."
He winked.
"Back then, the groom needed his best fighting man around to do it."
Catherine gaped at the pair incredulously.
"What would you have me do? Fight off Wayland with his sword?"
The tension building in the room dissipated as everyone laughed. Emma, abandoned as Wayland straightened to his full height, tottered over to the happy couple and begged for attention. Her eyes dancing, Prue assured, "You won't have to wrestle with Wayland. All I want is for you to help in a more official capacity." The mischief in her eyes dulled to an intent, serious expression.
"Catherine, you're very important to me. Since Mary—"
A shadow fell across her gaze, but she swallowed audibly and continued.
"Mary isn't here, but you are, and you've become as dear to me."
I'm going to need your help, Catherine. After all, this isn't precisely how I expected to be married." At that, Annandale arched an eyebrow.
"Isn't this, lass?"
Prue gave a delicate little humph. "I'll have you know my mother has had her heart set on a hasty wedding in the middle of her drawing-room by special licence. You know, the kind of whirlwind, scandalous wedding that is the talk of the town." He laughed heartily.
"Sorry to disappoint you, lass, but I'm the laird of the manor. I can nae have my wedding anywhere except for Annandale Castle. Once you meet the lot of them, you'll see."
Prue offered Catherine a hopeful smile. "A wedding that includes the entire town and castle requires a lot of organisation. I cannot let my mother have any part of that. Can you imagine?" The last choice Mrs. Berwick had foisted upon her daughter had been buttons so large, floral, and hideous that Prue had worn them simply to try to fend off Lord Annandale's attentions. It hadn't worked in the least. "So, Catherine, will you be my best bridesmaid?" Catherine swallowed thickly. Did Prue truly consider her the equal of the late bosom friend she'd known since birth? They'd grown close these past months, since Catherine's 25th birthday in September. Sometimes she considered Prue akin to one of her sisters. Catherine blinked away tears. "Of course, I'm happy to help. You know that." Lord Annandale unfolded himself from the love-seat to face his friend with a quizzical expression.
"And you, old friend?" A broad grin split Wayland's face as he pumped Annandale's forearm. "My acceptance was never in question. Whatever you need."
Leaning forward, he added in a loud whisper,
"Are you certain you won't need my kidnapping expertise?"
Catherine glared at him, but it was probably watery. Judging from his devious smile, it had no effect at all. Harriet arrived a moment later with the tea tray and several slices of seed cake. As they passed them around, the conversation devolved into other wedding minutiae. Catherine tried to be attentive, but the longer the wedding discussion prevailed, the more her mind wandered. By the time Harriet left to fetch further victuals for tea several hours later, Catherine had abandoned the conversation in favour of sneaking looks at the window to watch those passing by. Every time Emma jumped up and yipped, Catherine held her breath and hoped that Lyle was about to knock on her door. She wasn't as lucky, nor did mulling over the scene she'd found at Dr. Gammon's house bring her any peace. In fact, it only made her reject the thought of further food, despite how little she'd eaten today. "Are you sure you don't want something more? You've barely touched your seed cake." Catherine returned to the present with a frown. Had Harriet baked the seed cake herself? Prue laid her hand over her stomach, turning a bit green. She waved her hand. "Oh, I couldn't. We came from the townhouse where Lorna was making scones. Yes, scones. A dreadful amount." Her gaze darkened, quickening along with her words. "We're trying different flavours to see which one we should have at the wedding breakfast. You know, maybe we should bring some here so Catherine can give her opinion on the flavour." Lord Annandale shrugged and helped himself to the last corner of his seed cake. He took an extraordinarily long time to chew, nodding as he did so. Brightly, Prue met Catherine's gaze with a wooden smile. "There you go. We'll bring over a few scones. But now I think we ought to leave. After all, I still have to relay these plans to my mother before tonight's event. You're still coming to Lady Dalhousie's musicale tonight, aren't you, Catherine?" Catherine grimaced. The last thing she wanted to do was find herself in the company of the most notorious gossip in London, while still reeling from the death of a friend. "Lady Dalhousie's niece is performing. This is the first event she's had since her fateful ice ball. Be sure to wear something flattering, not—" Prue wrinkled her nose as she waved a hand toward Catherine's attire this morning. "Nothing grey or, heaven forbid, green. It doesn't suit your complexion." Catherine managed a thin smile, but this time she didn't bother arguing. It wasn't as though anything she said would change Prue's mind anyway. she stood to escort her guests out of the house. Wrapped in the pelisse Harriet produced, Prue sailed out the door first, followed closely by her future husband as he escorted her along the shovelled path toward the waiting carriage. The last to leave, Wayland stuffed his hands in the pockets of his greatcoat and turned to face her in the threshold. His breath misted in front of his face as fingers of the winter chill crept inside.
"I know it isn't your first choice of entertainment, but think of it this way. If anyone will know the secret your Dr. Gammon was hiding, it will be Lady Dalhousie."
Donning his topper, he nodded to Catherine and followed in his friend's wake. As Catherine watched him go, her hand still on the latch of the open door, a tingle of enthusiasm swept through her. Apparently, Wayland hadn't been as indifferent to the investigation as he appeared. If he thought the matter was worth investigating, that must mean her instincts were correct. There was murder afoot, and she would get to the bottom of it as soon as possible, starting with what she would glean at Lady Dalhousie's music-hall. Wayland was certainly correct about that. If there was any secret to be had, the old gossip would know it. Chapter 4. As Catherine shut the door, she noticed a familiar lanky figure striding down the street. He had the collar of his greatcoat turned up against his neck, his ginger locks brushing against the top. Heads down, he didn't glance in her direction as he made his way to No. 4 Charles Street. The door swung open again as Catherine stepped out after him. The sole of her slipper slid across the slick step. Belatedly, she recalled that she still wore her house clothes. Another moment wouldn't hinder her, would it? Hoping not to repeat her earlier brush with frostbite, she staggered back into the house only long enough to exchange her shoes for a pair of boots and pull on her cloak and gloves. Emma danced around her shins, shamelessly begging to come along. By the time Catherine staggered outside with her pug trailing on a leash behind her, Catherine had lost sight of her friend. Tarnation! She bit her tongue to keep from cursing aloud as she walked briskly to Dr. Gammon's house. Although the swarm of neighbours had dissipated, several professionals roamed the grounds, stamping down the crisp white snow. Lyle was among them, conversing with a much shorter man with a swarthier complexion. Catherine bit her tongue to keep from calling his name as she hastened toward him. For all that they were fast friends, he was here in an official capacity. Had he not been, he surely would have called on her. Pausing outside the ring the men of Bow Street had cleared, Catherine drummed her fingers on her thigh as she waited for Lyle to look up from his conversation. Emma strained at the end of her lead as she vigorously sniffed at a corner of the snow. Catherine's breath fogged in front of her face as she shifted her weight from foot to foot. When Lyle at last noticed her, she raised her hand in greeting, a half-smile turning up her lips. He met it with a quizzical tilt of his head. Wasn't he happy to see her? She beckoned him closer. He exchanged a few short, whispered words with his companion before loping toward her. Emma bounced on her back legs, her tail wagging vigorously to greet him. He ignored the dog, planting himself squarely between them and the door to the house, a house to which Catherine desperately needed to gain access.
"Catherine, why are you here?"
Lyle divided his attention between Catherine and her dog, who pawed ineffectually at his shin. "You didn't stop in to say hello?" Having successfully won Lyle's attention, Emma rubbed her nose on his leg. She didn't seem the least bit bothered by the cold. Catherine, on the other hand, wished she had found a scarf or hat before leaving the house.
"I'm working."
"So am I," Catherine said. She stamped her feet to stave off the tingle in her toes. "Oh, I'd like to be. Dr. Gammon lives 2 doors down from me. You can't expect me to ignore a neighbour's sudden and suspicious death." "He was a friend." Her voice softened with the truth of her last sentence. She drew in a long breath to quell the wave of moroseness threatening to crash over her again. Lyle's pale eyebrows knit together, and his frown deepened.
"I'm sorry."
"So am I," Have they found anything conclusive? He hesitated.
You aren't consulting with Bow Street. I know I've helped you in the past, but...
She grasped his arm, tugging him an inch closer so their eyes were on the same level. Lyle, there's more. I'm certain Dr. Gammon was murdered. I was with him only last night, and he was in perfect health. This makes no sense. Emma whined, as if supporting Catherine's claim. His face an impassive mask, Lyle looked at each of them in turn before he peered over his shoulder. With a sigh, he turned back.
I haven't investigated the scene myself, you understand, but Hampson there has, and he didn't find signs of foul play. The windows and doors are intact, and the physician seems to have died peacefully in his sleep. There's no indication of a theft or struggle. This time your suspicions may be unfounded.
Catherine had thought that Lyle would take her suspicions more seriously. She and Lyle had known each other ever since her first meeting with the Royal Society for Investigative Techniques. He had been her faithful friend ever since, at times seeking her help and at times giving it. Lyle. She met his blue eyes again, holding them and willing him to remember their shared history. He pinched the bridge of his nose.
I trust you, and I'll take your suggestion under consideration, due to our shared history. Your insights have been valuable in the past, but if the victim was your friend, you may be too close to this.
All I ask is that you walk in there with an open mind. Or better yet, let me walk with you. When I was here last night, he told me that he had misgivings about an old patient. He was poring over his notes, but I didn't see the contents. He left the papers in the parlour. Will you let me fetch them? The grooves framing Lyle's mouth deepened.
If they pertain to a murder...
If he died peacefully, it won't hurt the investigation. Lyle gritted his teeth audibly. He glanced over his shoulder, looking at his compatriots, before he turned back to her.
Quickly, and you'll have to leave out the back.
She nodded. That won't be a problem. I usually come and go by the garden door in any case. He beckoned her forward with his hand, at the same time turning on his heel and striding toward the front door. With a yip, Emma hurried after him. Lyle approached the door, now shut, with a confidence Catherine tried to mirror. The tension in her shoulders eased once she was inside, with the door shut behind her. Lyle waved his long-fingered hand.
Lead on.
She didn't waste time talking, but bustled into the parlour, where she had sat with Emma last night. Her gaze fell on the spotless table before she strode to the corner where Dr. Gammon had deposited the sheaf of papers. She stopped short when she'd walked far enough around his armchair to see that the corner was empty. The papers were gone. Mouth agape, Catherine turned to Lyle. He raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. Maybe he moved them to the study. Without waiting for an answer or for permission, she barged farther into the house, climbing the stairs toward the room where she had found Dr. Gammon's body. Outside the gaping door, she hesitated. Her breath hitched as she braced herself for what she would find within. When she stepped inside, she searched the room. No one. In the hours spent with Prue and her fiancé discussing wedding details, the constables must have removed the body. Thank heavens. Catherine gulped for breath and set about searching the room for the loose papers she had seen downstairs the night before. Not seeming worried that she would disrupt the scene, Lyle conducted his own investigation. She ignored his mutterings, growing more frustrated with every drawer and bookshelf that yielded her no results.
He was sitting here?
Lyle repeated his question before she looked up. Since arriving in the room, she had avoided looking at the leather chair, half afraid that her friend, or maybe his ghost, would appear in it. Perhaps it was irrational, but she felt far better when focused on learning what had happened to him than when facing the fact she would never speak with him again. She forced herself to look. It was only a chair, an empty one at that. The brandy glass, on the other hand, had been left. The liquid had dried along the bottom edge. Yes, I found that tumbler next to him and crumbs on his shirt. No sign of a plate. Not anywhere in the house. Lyle hummed tunelessly under his breath as he bent to examine the chair. When he didn't continue his line of questioning, Catherine returned to her search, an uneasiness building in her stomach. One last drawer. If the papers weren't in here. The drawer emitted a hideous screech as she opened it.
"Who in the blazes are you?"
Catherine jumped at the unfamiliar, harsh male voice. She stood from the desk chair to meet the eyes of a stranger. Or is he? The shape of his face and the set of his nose looked familiar. If she squinted and imagined him with a few more wrinkles. James Gammon? His eyebrows plummeted over his eyes in a hawkish expression.
"I demand to know. I am an officer of Bow Street."
Lyle never managed that authoritative tone outside of his work. Catherine was always impressed at the results. This man, however, never lifted his gaze from her. His imperiousness matched that of the Prince Regent, whom Catherine had had the misfortune to meet once or twice. With a curl of his lip, 2 words dripped from Mr. Gammon's lips.
"And her?"
His tone spoke volumes of his opinion regarding women in the workplace. Catherine had encountered his ilk before, far more times than she'd care to. "I'm a neighbour. I was a friend of your father's."
His nostrils flared. "Leave at once. I don't need my father's neighbours intruding on his privacy, or helping themselves to his things."
Catherine gasped. "Oh, I would never." He pointed to the corner of the room. Frowning, Catherine followed his gaze. Her attention caught on a winding, abandoned lead. Stomach sinking, she followed it to her golden-haired dog, who used the bulk of her body to shield the item she currently chewed on. Cursing under her breath, she dodged around the desk and cut off Emma's escape. Her pet huddled around her prize, hunching her head low. Catherine used her fingers to pry loose the wooden handle. She dared not contemplate what of from between Emma's teeth. "Haven't you learned your lesson about consuming things that don't belong to you?"
"Get out!"
Mr. Gammon turned his frigid gaze to Lyle, who took the censure in stride. Matching the man for frostiness, Lyle informed.
"I'll escort her."
Catherine unfolded her frame, Emma cradled between her arms to keep her out of mischief. Despite not finding the papers she had come to retrieve, she retreated from the room. The back of her neck prickled until she reached the door, Lyle at her heels. He didn't leave her there, but followed her all the way to her townhouse. Bitterly, she said, "I didn't need your escort home. I wasn't going to try to sneak in again. At least, not while Mr. Gammon is still there."
"He has a point, and one you should take heed of, if indeed the victim was murdered."
Catherine rounded on her friend. Emma wriggled in her arms, but she held the dog tightly. "You called him a victim. You think I'm right?" Lyle hesitated.
"After all our years together, I've learned to trust your sense, but I need further proof, and I won't find it if you rile the victim's son to the point that I can't question him. Please, stay at home for the time being."
Her breath fogged the air between them as she struggled with the request. Catherine was a detective. She searched for evidence. She didn't sit home and wait. "Will you visit later to tell me what you've learned?" Lyle nodded. Not ideal, but at least she wasn't being cut out of the investigation altogether. "Then I'll stay home. For now." The door swung open to reveal Harriet, colour flushing her cheeks. "There you are. When you disappeared with the others, I thought you'd accompanied them back to Lord Annandale's residence. And in that dress, too." Catherine stifled a sigh. "I took Emma for a walk to number 4 to learn more about the investigation, but it seems I've been ejected from the premises for now." Harriet danced from foot to foot. "Is there something I can do? A cup of tea?" Catherine started to nod, then paused. "Actually, I think there will be something you can do for me. I promise to stay indoors if you will ask along the street. Perhaps someone noticed something strange. And ask if Dr. Gammon had any other servants coming in. We should question them as well.
Now?
Harriet cocked an eyebrow. Don't you have an event to prepare for? Her gaze dipped to Catherine's clothes, which Harriet had chosen this morning. Catherine held her tongue. I can ready myself. Harriet snorted. Scowling, Catherine thrust the dog into her maid's arms. Very well. First help me dress, then ask questions. Does that sound acceptable? Lyle shoved his hands into the pockets of his greatcoat.
Waiting would be a splendid idea, if you don't mind. I have a few matters to consider at the crime scene, but I'll accompany you once I'm finished. It's getting dark, and I need to ask some of those same questions for our records. What do you say we ask them together?
Harriet looked from Catherine to Lyle and back again as she shifted Emma's weight onto one hip.
I suppose we might. Very well, Lady Catherine. Let's ready you for the music-hall.
Chapter 5. Harriet tugged on Emma's leash to keep the dog in line next to her and Lyle. With his shoulders hunched near to his ears, Lyle hadn't said a word to her since she'd exited the townhouse, despite the fact that they'd called on half the houses along Charles Street. This wasn't out of character for the inventor, whose focus often wandered to problems no one else could see. However, he usually didn't volunteer to keep her company.
You didn't have to walk with me if you've other matters to attend. I could have inquired on Lady Catherine's behalf on my own, Harriet said.
Snow crunched beneath his boot as he sidestepped a slick of ice. Under the darkening sky, the light spilling from the lanterns hung in front of every house cast eerie shadows over his face. He frowned.
I'm not accompanying you for Catherine's sake.
He turned his face away, his cheeks pink from the cold.
Like I said, I have questions of my own to ask. In that case, I can ask them for you.
Harriet didn't know why she'd volunteered for yet more work. Ever since she and Lady Catherine had moved out of the Earl of Dorchester's residence, she had run the household on her own. Although her employer was a good sort, the kind of woman Harriet even fancied a friend, she was not likely to sully her hands by running her own household. That left Harriet as cook, housekeeper, parlour-maid, laundry-maid, and ladies'-maid. Thinking of her lengthy list of duties was enough to give her a headache. And now she was to be a detective as well. She gritted her teeth, trying to bar her thoughts from her face. She was feeling uncharitable due to the late hour and the frigid weather. A month ago she would have jumped at the chance to vary her domestic chores with a more interesting pursuit. Now, however, it was all she could do to finish all her chores before collapsing into bed. And with Emma sick these past few days,
I wouldn't impose on you in that way.
Through lowered lashes, Harriet glanced sideways at Lyle. He led her along the street, pausing at the end of the walkway leading up to the next door. Harriet offered him a wan smile and stepped past him. She knocked sharply. The sooner she asked her questions and retreated from the night air, the better. They stood and stamped on the doorstep for at least 5 minutes, but no one opened the door. With a disgusted sigh, Harriet turned away and continued on to the next house. Lyle lengthened his stride to catch up.
Are you in a hurry?
When he reached her side, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and curled his shoulders forward as if warding away the winter weather.
Only to get out of this blasted cold.
He cocked one eyebrow at her.
Then Catherine is not waiting for you?
If Lady Catherine had been at her leisure, she could have asked the questions herself. Heavens knew she had given Harriet a lengthy list to ask while donning her evening wear. Harriet shook her head.
I settled Lady Catherine into the carriage with Miss Berwick and Lord Annandale half an hour ago. They're on their way to Lady Dalhousie's music-hall, and I couldn't be happier for it.
Lyle's frown deepened. He avoided her gaze as they approached the next house in the line, hopefully the last. Surely no one farther from number 4 would have seen anything useful.
You don't enjoy it when Catherine's friends pay a visit? Or perhaps are you less excited for the company they bring?
Harriet stopped in her tracks, her arm jerked by Emma as the pug trotted on. Harriet dug in her heels and held the little dog at bay. She scowled at Lyle. "What is that supposed to mean?"
"Nothing. You're right. Let's hurry and get out of this cold."
When he loped onward, Harriet hastened her step to keep up. "Are you asking after McTavish?" Harriet could barely force the name through her lips. His very name conjured the flirtatious look in his eye and the casual manner with which he treated all women. He was a serial womanizer, even wont to twice turn his attentions on Catherine. Harriet most certainly did not enjoy when he turned his indiscriminate attentions on her.
"He seems like an ungrateful guest."
"Well, you needn't worry. Lord Annandale rarely brings his valet to the new house. I only have to contend with him if Lady Catherine calls on Lord Annandale." While paused in front of the next walkway, Lyle glanced at her, almost shyly.
"And is that the way you prefer him?"
"I prefer never to see him at all," Harriet assured him. She stepped around Lyle, marched up to the door and rapped loudly. This time Emma heard the patter of footsteps within. Her ears perked forward, and she yipped. The door opened to show the girl on the cusp of womanhood. She had a demure, forgettable face that her shrewd gaze belied. She narrowed her eyes as she beheld Harriet and Emma. "I recognise that dog. You work for the Earl's daughter, don't you?" "Yes, I hope you'll forgive me for bothering you so late, but—" The girl dismissed Harriet out of hand summarily. She turned that keen gaze on Lyle, staring at him for so long that the colour in his cheeks deepened. "And who are you?" He gave her a little nod that ended resembling a half-bow. The colour seeped farther into his complexion.
"My name is Murphy, Lyle Murphy. I work for Bow Street, and I have a few questions if you have a moment."
Throughout his mumbled explanation, he looked anywhere but at the pretty young woman. No one would accuse Lyle of being a womanizer. Unlike some, Harriet knew. "Oh," the young woman glanced over her shoulder, her hesitation clear. "Will it take long?"
"Only as long as you have to give. I'm afraid the matter is paramount."
The girl accepted Lyle's explanation and stepped back. "Then come in, but you mustn't tarry. I'd offer you a cup of tea, but I'm afraid I haven't got the time. My mistress is in the bath and will be calling for me at any moment." Lyle glanced at Harriet and raised his eyebrow. She nodded subtly, reining Emma closer to prevent the pug's penchant for stealing. Not that there were many items in the scullery, where the side door opened, to steal.
"We're here regarding Dr. Gammon. Have you seen anything, or anyone, suspicious in the past day or two?"
The girl made an uncertain sound in the back of her throat. Harriet braced herself, ready to receive the same answer they had been given at the other two houses whose occupants had deigned to answer their knock. No one, thus far, had noticed anything out of the ordinary on Charles Street of late. What with Lady Catherine's recent arrival, the street was in a stir every time a new visitor came to call at her house. "No one in particular," the girl said. It wasn't precisely the answer they had gotten at the past couple houses. Lyle exchanged a meaningful look with Harriet before he prodded further.
"Then you've seen people coming and going at number 4?
The girl tucked a strand of her loose hair behind her ear. "Well, yes, but that's hardly unusual. The doctor always had visitors." Lyle fished a small notebook out of his pocket and flipped through the pages.
"Visitors such as his son?"
The girl shrugged. "Not only. All sorts of people visited, hoping to secure his services." Harriet nodded. "Yes, he treated animals." The girl looked at her, confused. "Not only animals. Anyone sick, really. At least if you could garner an invitation through a friend. Why, we thought my mistress would die from pneumonia a few weeks ago before he gave us a remedy. All she had to do was sip a bit of this medicine, and she's right as rain now." Lyle opened his mouth, but a faint call from further in the house had the young woman ushering them out into the cold once more. The wind bit against Harriet's nose. As the door shut in their faces, she longed to be nearer those warm kitchens once more, or even her own. She pressed her lips together and returned to the street. Once they were out of eye-shot of the house, she rounded on Lyle. "Is that what Catherine's looking for? If so many people were coming and going—" Lyle's frown spoke volumes. "It isn't out of place for a physician to treat patients." Harriet's shoulders dropped. Emma took advantage of her slack hold on the leash to tug Harriet closer to her particularly interesting smell in the snow. Harriet wrapped leash around her fist 2 more times for extra leverage. "Harriet, did I offend you in some way?" She turned back to Lyle, who looked sheepish. "Of course not." "You look—" Apparently, he couldn't think of something flattering to say because he rubbed the tip of his nose instead. "It isn't your fault we haven't found anything." Softly, he added, "There may not be anything to find." "Catherine thinks there is." Harriet's words rang on the street. She pinched the bridge of her nose. "Forgive me, I didn't mean to raise my voice. It's been such a grueling month doing everything on my own. All I wanted was to make Catherine proud." To her shame, Harriet felt tears stinging her eyes. Lyle's soft footsteps crunched against the crusts of snow bordering the street as he approached. Gently, he squeezed her shoulder. She didn't look at him, but focused on Emma, who was perhaps the only one merry to find herself in this blasted weather. "It isn't your fault," he said again, this time with more conviction. "Just because Catherine wants this to be a murder doesn't mean that it is one. Dr. Gammon was old and might have died from natural causes. I'm looking into the matter as much out of courtesy to Catherine as anything else. But she has been restless. She might be concocting suspicions where there are none." Harriet took a deep breath. "Do you think— I suppose it's always possible for someone to be wrong, but Catherine—" Lyle shrugged one shoulder, offering her a comforting smile. "We won't know who is correct until we investigate further. If we find nothing and you'd rather not tell her, I'll tell her myself. You don't have to be afraid of letting her down, Harriet. Right now, you're the one holding her up." Harriet smiled back. Tired. She was holding Catherine up, whether her employer realized it or not. It was gratifying for someone else to notice all the hard work she'd put into this house over the past month. She was weary to the bone. If all her energy went into holding Catherine up, who was going to support her? "You'll get through this on your own." Maybe, just this once, it would be best if Catherine was wrong about this being a murder. Either way, Lyle was right. Only time would tell. Chapter 6. Catherine huddled beneath the fir next to Wayland as the carriage drew to a stop. Not because she craved his nearness, but because it was so sodding cold. And she didn't care to exit the carriage until they stopped as close as possible to Lady Dalhousie's door. "I hope you'll give me a moment alone with Lady Dalhousie when we arrive. I'd like to ask her about Dr. Gammon and see what she knows of him," Catherine said. Prue drew in an audible breath on the precipice of sighing. Lord Annandale clasped her hand, silencing her. "You'll nae find any argument from me. The more you talk to her, the less I do." Wayland chuckled. "Ha, that's what you get for wagering against the skills of the women." Raising her eyebrow, Catherine turned her head to smirk at him. "Have you forgotten that you also participated in that wager?" He shrugged. "My punishment lasted for one evening. Annandale is the fool who wagered the indefinite time between 12th night and his wedding." Catherine and Prue exchanged a smile at that. During the course of their last investigation, there had been a wager between them to see who were the best detectives, the women or the men. Annandale was still paying for their loss. "In my defence, I didn't think it would take so long." The carriage lurched forward another inch as Prue tilted her head up to look askance at her fiancé. 'Tis you who insist on a Scotland wedding. We must wait for the snow to melt or we'd never arrive. Lord Annandale lifted her hand and laid it against his chest, over his heart. Oh, class, I'm still the luckiest man alive. You're well worth the wheat. Catherine bit back a smile and readjusted the fur on her lap, trying to give them a moment of privacy. Though if you're that eager to marry me, we can always bring the wedding date closer. Perhaps then I will nae have to deal with Lady Dalhousie at all. Prue laughed and shook her head. The carriage stopped again. This time it jostled on its springs as the driver descended. A moment later, Catherine caught the scrape of the steps lowered into place. She cast off the fur and sidled closer to the edge of the seat. It brought her flush against Wayland's leg. Even in an expensive coach like Annandale's, there wasn't enough room for two large men like the Lord and Wayland to fit comfortably. Although Catherine appreciated the offer to escort her to events, she did sometimes wish that Lord Annandale would leave Wayland to his own devices, rather than constantly thrusting them together. The carriage door opened to reveal the dark night and a wash of cold air that pierced her dress and pelisse. Wayland exited first, squeezing through the door and reaching his hand back to usher first Catherine, then Prue out of the carriage. When they both stood on the walk in front of Lady Dalhousie's Mayfair townhouse, Lord Annandale exited and tipped his hat to the driver. He escorted Prue up the walk to the lantern-lit door, which opened at his approach. Catherine followed on Wayland's arm. Inside, they relinquished their outerwear to a footman before greeting the hostess. Although she had a ballroom to be envied, Lady Dalhousie had set herself up in the unremarkable foyer, ready to greet and exchange a word with every man and woman to enter. No doubt she didn't care for a lick of gossip to pass her by. Catherine positioned herself at the end of the line of her friends, waiting for the inevitable moment when her friends would excuse themselves and she could ask Lady Dalhousie some questions alone. Lord Annandale did his part and led Prue down the corridor. Wayland, on the other hand, stubbornly remained at her side. She glared at him. Although he held her gaze, he made no move to excuse himself. When she made a shooing motion with her hand, he shook his head, subtly. What sort of escort would I be if I abandon you in the foyer? The words, spoken low enough to carry no farther than Catherine's ears, made her bristle. I am perfectly capable of escorting myself. Despite the clipped edge to her words, he said nothing more. Instead, he greeted Lady Dalhousie with a warm smile. Catherine resigned herself to Wayland's company. Was he simply being a gentleman, or did he hope to glean information about the investigation? Examining his motives was exhausting. Frankly, after she had bested him in the last investigation and proved to them both who was the superior detective, she had hoped she would not have to contend with these childish antics. Not that he had ever used the information he learned to his own ends. After all, he and Lyle had escorted the pink ribbon murderer to Bow Street, and despite his family's title, he had insisted upon having no hand in the capture. And in the other investigations, during which he had loomed by her side, he had been nothing but helpful. That was, save perhaps for the last time, but then they'd each had a wager to win. Had he taken her side in this investigation? For once, rather than suspecting his motives, she longed to accept him as her ally. She didn't know what to think of him anymore. Tonight she resolved to focus solely on the man who deserved her attention, the late Dr. Stuart Gammon. Her confusing association with Wayland could wait. Lady Catherine, so good of you to come. I promise all of the festivities will be indoors tonight. In fact, I closed up the ballroom entirely and have situated us in the pink parlour. I'm sure we'll have a splendid evening. Despite her assurances, Lady Dalhousie nervously plucked at the infamous necklace around her throat, a delicate fall of aquamarines and diamonds that she never removed. Usually, in times when she had no other gossip to impart, she could be relied upon to disclose the increasingly fanciful tale of the necklace's origin. Catherine suspected that the truth of its procurement was rather mundane. Tonight, however, Catherine hoped to preempt that story. If Lady Dalhousie hadn't insisted upon changing it in some small detail every time she told it, Catherine might have been able to recite it by rote. "I'm certain the evening will be remarkably tame. I look forward to hearing your niece. I'm told she is a delight." Twin roses bloomed across Lady Dalhousie's cheeks, and she beamed. She tucked a stray wisp of white hair beneath her bright turban. "She is that, I assure you. A true virtuoso." Before the old woman exalted her niece's virtues, Catherine reached out to touch her arm. "Actually, if you've a moment, I hope to ask you a question before the entertainment begins." The lady, sensing gossip in the air, narrowed her eyes. She leaned forward, flicking her gaze between Catherine and Wayland. "And what question would this be?" "Have you heard of a Dr. Gammon? He treated many of the peerage." Lady Dalhousie returned to fiddling with her necklace. "Yes, I've heard the name, though I haven't sought his services myself. If you're thinking of going to him with an ailment, perhaps I might recommend my physician instead. I assure you, Dr. That won't be necessary." Catherine's heart beat quicker as she spoke over her hostess. If she didn't interrupt her now, Catherine might find herself standing by the front door for the entire evening. Not to mention, she didn't want the old gossip to spread rumours that Catherine was ailing. She could only imagine the reactions her father and stepmother would have if they heard such whispers. "Why would you warn me away from his services?" After all, Dr. Gammon had been nothing but kind and knowledgeable during their association. Raising her thin eyebrows, Lady Dalhousie closed the distance between them until she had to tilt her head up so as not to speak to Catherine's bosom. "You see, a year or two ago there was some question regarding the death of Lord Westing. He had his problems, as do we all, but his end was seen by some to be premature. Dr. Gammon, along with a fellow named Dr. Sumner, both treated his ailments. Could that be the mistake that had consumed Dr. Gammon before his death?" Catherine swallowed and tried to keep her voice even as she asked, "And you think Dr. Gammon killed him?" The woman's eyes widened. "A physician? No, dear me. I simply mean to say that perhaps he wasn't as skilled in his trade as most people think. Besides, I hear he's retired and doesn't take new patients." Catherine nodded slowly, digesting that information, which offered Lady Dalhousie the perfect excuse to add, "Though in Lord Westing's case it's good riddance, if you ask me. What a lecherous, mean old man! I wouldn't suffer him near a member of my family, I tell you." She sighed ruefully, shaking her head as she put a respectful distance between them again. But his daughter doted on him. She was remarkably angry about his death. She told everyone who would listen that it was premature. Married shortly after, I believe. In fact, I don't think I've heard from her in quite some time." Catherine opened her mouth, but the old woman spoke overtop her. "Why is it that you're asking after Dr. Gammon? If not for yourself?" Her gaze drifted toward Wayland. Catherine bit the inside of her cheek to keep from laughing. "No reason." Wayland added, likely to preserve his reputation, "He was found dead in his study this morning. You haven't heard?" Lady Dalhousie's eyes gleamed with a predatory light. She turned her full attention upon Wayland and peppered him with questions. Although Catherine had been Dr. Gammon's neighbour and had indeed seen the body before Bow Street carted it away, she left Wayland in the hostess's clutches and slipped farther into the house. She was so absorbed in her thoughts by the time she found the large parlour with the pianoforte that Lady Dalhousie's niece was set to play upon that she'd halfway forgotten she was at an event. She returned to the present abruptly when a short, round woman with auburn hair and a suspicious expression stepped into her path. "Lady Catherine, I'm surprised to see you alone." Catherine mustered a smile. "Mrs. Fairchild, it's nice to see you. I attend most of these events alone." The woman's knuckles cracked as she clasped her hands in front of her stomach. Her face betrayed none of her annoyance. "I'm afraid we'll have to disagree. I usually see you with a debutante, or, at times, a spinster." Catherine spread her hands. "Not tonight." Truthfully, if she had her way, she would never take up matchmaking again. Not the least because Mrs. Fairchild made for the most irritating rival she had ever encountered, including the men who believed women were unfit for detective work. No matter how Catherine tried to dissuade her, Mrs. Fairchild constantly presumed more meddling and scheming on Catherine's part than existed in the whole of Napoleon's army. From the very beginning, Catherine had aimed to use her matchmaking clients as an excuse to gain her entry to the events she needed to investigate, and attended to them only as secondary matters. "I believe we have the Greylock-Glandor wedding to thank you for?" Catherine opened her mouth to protest, but sighed instead. "In a roundabout way, I suppose so. If you ask me, she settled too low. She had a duke in her grasp, for heaven's sake." "She's happier now." Catherine bit the tip of her tongue and fought to keep her smile in place. She tried to step around the smaller woman, but Mrs. Fairchild refused to let her pass. "And who are you matching tonight?" "No one." It felt juiced good to say. Mrs. Fairchild scowled. "I do hope you're not angling to represent Lady Dalhousie's niece." Had that been what Lady Dalhousie had been about to say before Catherine had asked after Dr. Gammon? She suppressed a shudder. Her neighbour had just died, and the very last thing she needed was to facilitate a romance. No, for once there would be no romance in her life at all. Aside from Prue and Lord Annandale, that was. "I will have that match, I assure you," Mrs. Fairchild said. "You're welcome to it." As Mrs. Fairchild glanced over Catherine's shoulder, Catherine used the distraction to step around the woman and into the room proper. The light play of music and chatter washed over her as she took her bearings. Lord Annandale was frightfully easy to find in the crowd, and she started toward him at once. Her shoulders remained tense, an ominous feeling she couldn't seem to shake enveloping her. When Catherine reached the soon-to-be-married pair by the mantel, Prue asked, "Did she have anything interesting to impart?" "Who, Mrs. Fairchild?" "No, Lady Dalhousie." Prue shook her head, impatient. "What would I care for what Mrs. Fairchild had to say?" Catherine glanced around, half certain the rival matchmaker was still hanging on her every word. Instead, the only person of note stepping into earshot was Wayland. Somehow he'd managed to liberate himself from Lady Dalhousie's company. A man of many talents he was. He lifted a sardonic brow, a speaking look that promised more words in the future. Catherine turned her back on him. "I did learn something from our hostess, but perhaps this isn't the best place to impart it." The voices and music which had soothed her upon first entering the room now reached a pinnacle that drilled into her temples. She rubbed one and caught Lord Annandale's eye. "You know, perhaps I'm not feeling up to staying this evening after all." "You can't leave now," Prue protested. That Catherine knew altogether too well. She grimaced and shook her head. "I'll stay for the first song and then make my excuses. Do you mind terribly if I take the carriage and send it back to you?" Wayland touched her elbow gently. "What's wrong?" She pressed her lips together and shook her head. "Nothing, it's been a long day." He caught her eye, his expression dubious for a moment before he nodded curtly. "Then tell me when you're ready and I'll have the carriage called round for you. Annandale can occupy the hostess for you." "Och, no." Wayland grinned, turning his hands palm up in surrender. "It was part of your wager, was it not?" As the conversation turned to innocent teasing between friends, relief loosened Catherine's shoulder muscles somewhat. However, the aura of foreboding clinging to her remained, tugging at her concentration and deepening her headache. A man she had known and liked had been killed today, and if Lady Dalhousie's information was correct, she might have been handed a vital clue. Could Lord Westing's daughter have killed Dr. Gammon for revenge? If so, the murders were not through. There was still one more person who had been involved in the treatment of Lord Westing's ailments. Where would I find Dr. Sumner? Chapter 7. Catherine tapped the hard crust of toast against her plate in a rhythmic echoing of her thoughts. Since returning home last night, she had gone to bed early to nurse her growing headache, but still hadn't been able to shake thoughts of Dr. Gammon's murder. Despite Harriet's claim to not have found any additional suspects, she was more certain than ever that her neighbour had not died peacefully in his sleep. No, Dr. Gammon had been murdered, and Catherine was determined to find the culprit. But what could the motive be? With a sigh, she scooped eggs onto her fork and slipped the tasteless mess into her mouth. She swallowed quickly, wishing for the salt, but not wanting to offend Harriet when she looked so tired. Her maid must have been up puzzling over this investigation last night, too. Catherine set her fork down on her plate with a clatter. "He cannot have killed anyone." Harriet looked up from her breakfast. She chewed, swallowed, and washed down the mouthful with a sip of tea. "Who now?" "Dr. Gammon." A wrinkle formed between Harriet's eyebrows. "Lady Catherine, are you feeling quite the thing? Dr. Gammon is dead. He cannot have killed anyone." "I know that. I meant prior to his death. Lady Dalhousie disclosed a rumour to me last night." Harriet wrinkled her nose and returned to her breakfast. "Lady Dalhousie will say anything if it means she remains the centre of attention. Or have you forgotten Bath? She might have concocted a story for your benefit." Catherine tilted her head, considering this as she chased a kipper around her plate. "She might have done, I suppose. We'll have to confirm the information. But she seemed adamant that I should not turn to Dr. Gammon for medical advice." "Oh, why is this?" Catherine, her head too sore upon returning to the house, hadn't felt well enough to discuss the information she'd learned last night. In a better frame of mind now, she answered, "Lady Dalhousie informed me that Dr. Gammon might be connected with Lord Westing's death a couple years ago. He and a man named Dr. Sumner were treating Lord Westing for I don't know what precisely. However, apparently the daughter caused quite the stir regarding her father's premature death." Harriet took another bite of egg and warded away Emma, who started sniffing at her shin. "I don't think Lord Westing's death was intentional if Dr. Gammon was involved." Slowly, Catherine shook her head. "You're right. But I have wondered if the worries he expressed concerned this case in particular. Do you think Lord Westing's daughter might have killed Dr. Gammon for revenge?" Harriet shrugged. It was all the opinion she cared to give. With a plaintive whine, Emma pawed at Harriet's skirt once more. Harriet scowled and wiped her mouth with her napkin. "Who taught you such abysmal manners? This is our breakfast. You won't be having a bite of it." Catherine ducked her head to hide her flaming cheeks. Emma had learned that particular bad habit since moving to their new home. Catherine had made a habit of slipping the dog food off her plate to make it seem as though she ate more of what Harriet served. Palming the burnt crust, she offered it under the table. Emma, far less discerning than Catherine, took the morsel with glee and ate it beneath the table. Catherine coughed loudly to cover the resultant crunching. Harriet seemed too absorbed in her own meal to notice. Or, so Catherine thought before Harriet suggested, "Do you think Dr. Sumner might have killed Lord Westing?" Catherine opened her mouth, then shut it again. She'd feared that Dr. Gammon's partner might be another possible victim, but Harriet's idea made her reconsider. I don't know. I've never met Dr. Sumner, so I can't take his measure. I'd like to think that Dr. Gammon would not have worked with a man so vile as to do such a thing, but... Harriet gave a half-hearted shrug. Dr. Sumner might simply have made a mistake in the treatment, one he'd prefer to keep quiet. And Dr. Gammon puzzled it out. But if it had been a genuine mistake, would it cause Dr. Sumner to kill his former partner? That seemed rather drastic. With a sigh, Catherine slumped in her chair and pushed her plate away. For once she lamented the lack of decoration in the breakfast room, for it gave her nothing to look at to distract herself. Then those are two suspects at the moment. Let's see if they fit the clues. Dr. Gammon was not stabbed, shot, or visibly strangled, so he must have been poisoned. Do you think someone came back that night and slipped some poison into a shared drink or meal? Harriet cocked one eyebrow. Emma didn't make a peep. You know how she likes to announce whenever we have visitors on the street. Catherine pulled her face. You're right. Although Emma was ill that night, perhaps she simply didn't feel well enough to bark. You said no one else on the street happened to have seen anything out of place? Harriet looked down at her plate, defeated. I'm afraid not. Did you ask Mrs. Ramsay? She's always at her window and might have seen something. Pressing her lips together, Harriet shook her head. She didn't answer the door when Lila and I called. Catherine pushed herself to her feet. Then I'll call on her now. She knows everything that happens in this neighbourhood. As Catherine turned away, Harriet heaved a small, unhappy sigh. I'm sorry, I should have waited longer. Catherine waved her hand, dismissing the notion. Don't worry over it. She might have been out last night for all we know. I hope that she is at home now. 10 minutes later, Catherine knocked at Mrs. Ramsay's door, Emma at her side. Since recovering from her ailments, Emma had taken every opportunity to exit the house. Catherine couldn't blame her, considering there wasn't much of interest inside it. However, with the cold, Catherine would have remained inside if she'd had her druthers. The older woman, her hair arrayed in artful curls, opened the door with a bright smile. Today she wore a muted taupe dress that would have looked at home in any season. She glanced at the dog, then back at Catherine once more. My lady, this is a surprise. Catherine waved her hand. Call me Catherine, please. Are you busy? I hope you might have time for a cup of tea. I just put on a pot. Come into the parlour. Catherine shut the door behind her, stamping her feet before entering the house proper. Like her, Mrs. Ramsay didn't keep many servants, only a small slip of a girl Catherine saw so infrequently that she sometimes wondered if she'd imagined her. She followed Mrs. Ramsay through her modestly decorated house into the parlour. Catherine had been here once or twice before, and the muted blue of the room always seemed to put her at ease. True to her word, Mrs. Ramsay had laid out a platter of seed cake and the tea service. However, she only had one cup. She rectified that within moments. When Catherine sat with the cup of tea warming her palms soothingly, she felt the tension ease from her shoulders. For a moment, the previous day caught up with her, and she wanted nothing more than to shut her eyes. But she was not at home, and she couldn't afford to sink back into the overstuffed armchair. She perched on the edge, keeping an eye on Emma, lest she get up to no good. Quite the stir we've had over the past couple of days, haven't we? Mrs. Ramsay asked as she twirled her spoon around her teacup. She tapped the utensil delicately on the edge of the cup and set it down before lifting the brew to her lips. The porcelain scarcely kissed her mouth before she lowered it again. Were you able to make heads or tails of what business all those men had at Dr. Gammon's house? Catherine shrugged, non-committally. In a way, Dr. Gammon was found dead in his study. Yes, I've heard. Then I'm afraid you know as much as I do. As far as I know, Bow Street is still investigating. It must have happened during the night. I don't suppose you saw anyone lurking about? Pursing her lips, Mrs. Ramsay gave Catherine a speaking look. You mean aside from you? I saw you slipping out of Dr. Gammon's garden late that night. You have a very distinctive figure. Catherine smiled ruefully. There weren't many women as tall as she, to be certain. I promise you he was still alive when I left. I would never harm Dr. Gammon. Of course not. Mrs. Ramsay pressed her palm over her bosom. You don't mean to suggest that he... Catherine raised her hands. As Emma took the newfound freedom in stride and lunged for the seed cake on the table, Catherine fumbled for the leash and pulled her up short. I don't mean to imply anything. I only want to know what happened. Then you saw no one? No carriage? Mrs. Ramsay shook her head, the curls by her cheeks dancing. There was certainly no carriage, and no one I noticed on the back path either, aside from yourself. I've been up these past 2 evenings for half the night. My gout has inflamed again, and inflicts too much pain to let me sleep. I spend most of my nights in this parlour. She nodded toward the window facing the street. I would have noticed if someone passed. Catherine sighed. She covered the sound with a hearty gulp of her tea, lukewarm. As she set it and its saucer on the table, she fought not to make a face. You're right. Perhaps my imagination is running away with me. With a harumph, Mrs. Ramsay helped herself to a bite of seed cake. She dusted off her fingers over the plate and said, This isn't the first time you've asked me some pointed questions. Why was it that you were investigating Lord Conyers? The older woman's eyes gleamed with mischief that made Catherine's mouth dry. I thought you were a matchmaker, but surely you weren't trying to match Dr. Gammon, a man with grown children. No, of course not. I was only there because Emma wasn't feeling quite the thing. Is that so? And now? Catherine's heart hammered painfully in the base of her throat. Even though she didn't need the ruse of her matchmaking to open doors for her in this investigation, she didn't want to have them locked up tight should someone learn she was a detective. Detectives, such as those at Bow Street, were looked down upon for their profession, and for a woman like her to engage in what was seen as a man's duty. She didn't live with her father any longer, but her reputation might still have repercussions. Out of the corner of her eye a carriage rolled past. Emma gave a half-hearted bark before presumably recognizing the vehicle and moving on to more interesting pursuits. Catherine got to her feet, gathering the leash and tugging her dog toward the door. Speaking of carriages, I believe that looks like my friend Miss Berwick. I'm so sorry to cut this visit short, but I really must go before she bangs down the door. I cannot keep the future Marchioness of Annandale waiting, can I? Mrs. Ramsay stood as well, more unsteady on her feet as she followed with a slight limp. No, of course not, but if you have more information to impart, I do hope to return later. The very last thing Catherine needed to add to this investigation was more rumours. Better she keep her mouth shut until she knew precisely what had gone on at No. 4 Charles Street. And that she undoubtedly would find out. Chapter 8. In her hurry to depart from Mrs. Ramsay's house, Catherine underestimated Emma's enthusiasm. Although the dog was small, she pulled with a weight equal to 3 of her size, towing Catherine behind her as she yipped for the attention of the new arrivals. As during her last visit, Prue was not the only person waiting on Catherine's doorstep. She had brought along not only Lord Annandale, but also his manservant and Wayland. As they neared the doors, Catherine's toes caught on a dip in the snow, and she toppled forward into the hard crust. Emma charged forward, dancing around Wayland's shins in a shameless bid for attention. Although Catherine tried not to take it personally, it rankled her that her beloved dog had abandoned her and left her face first in the snow. Spitting out snow, she pushed herself onto all fours. "Och, no, lass, here you are." McTavish's booming voice in her ear provided little warning before his large hands closed beneath her arms and levered her to her feet. Her face flaming, she pulled free of his hold and patted herself down. "Goodness, Catherine, are you hurt?" Prue asked. "I'm in the pink of health, I assure you." The very last thing Catherine wanted to do was draw more attention to her faults. Thankfully, Harriet opened the door, cutting the conversation short. The guests streamed inside, with Catherine taking up the rear. As she stepped alongside Wayland, he held out her eager dog, whom she collected and held close, despite Emma's protests. Leaning down, he softly said in her ear, "And here I thought your days of examining my shoes were over." Catherine glared at him before stepping past him and into the house. She had arranged to measure his shoes once for an investigation. He had been a suspect. If he hadn't insisted on following her so closely, her perusal of his shoes would have ended there. Harriet nursed a dark look as she retrieved the outerwear of each guest in turn, ending with Catherine. Taking in Catherine's wet garments, she exclaimed, "Lady Catherine, what have you done to your dress?" To say nothing of what Catherine had done to her person. Her knees still smarted from the contact with the hard snow. "Nothing, Unceremoniously, Harriet shoved the outerwear into McTavish's arms and grasped Catherine's elbow. "Let's get you out of that dress at once and into something less damp." "I'll be quite all right," Catherine tugged away. She wished her friends would stop staring at her so. Despite her reputation, she wasn't usually so clumsy. In this case, the fault lay entirely with Emma. "I'll sit by the fire in the parlour and be dry in no time." Dubiously, Harriet narrowed her eyes. "Are you certain?" "Yes, now please stop asking." Coming to her rescue, Wayland cleared his throat. "Perhaps tea would be in order?" Harriet nodded, reclaiming the cloaks from McTavish's arms. He seemed reluctant to give them up. "What sort of man would I be if I let a fine wee lass like yourself carry all this?" "The usual sort." McTavish tisked under his breath and turned to follow her, despite her obvious rebuttal. She paused at the entry to the narrow corridor door leading toward the kitchen and shuffled the outerwear onto her hip. With a cocked eyebrow, she jerked her chin toward the parlour. "Why don't you wait in there?"
"And leave ye to do all the work on your own."
"Leave me to do my job? Yes." Harriet's voice shared none of the warmth in his. McTavish spread his hands, adjusting a cloth sack beneath his arm.
"Och, now, I'm afraid that will not do."
Harriet narrowed her eyes. "I don't need your help." He winked at her, flashing his infamous grin.
"Are you sure? I'm certain there are many ways I can be of use to you."
"Not in the least." She turned on her heel, retreating down the corridor, but he followed.
"As it so happens, I'll have to entreat you for the use of your kitchen. Lorna sent me with scones for Lady Catherine to try."
"Scones?" Harriet stopped short, drawing herself up and turning to face him. The expression on her face could have withered the paint on the walls. Undaunted, McTavish reminded,
"For the wedding breakfast."
Scones. Catherine's mouth watered and her stomach gurgled. This morning, as with most of her meals, she had only picked at the unpalatable food Harriet had served. The seed cake and scones she had eaten at Lord Annandale's house in the past had been buttery and soft, melting away on her tongue. She stared after the pair with longing.
"I'll start a fire."
Thus shaken from her daydream of gorging herself on scones, Catherine turned to the source of the voice. She caught no more than Wayland's coat-tails as he disappeared into the customary room overlooking the street. Belatedly, she realized she was the last still standing in the entryway. As she scampered into the parlour, she eyed the available chair. Once again, everyone had engaged in another confusing round of dividing 3 seats among 4 people. This time, Prue had left the area nearest the unlit hearth for Catherine. She had claimed the armchair, and the burly Lord Annandale perched on one arm next to her. Her protest of Wayland's familiarity melting from her lips, Catherine pressed her hand to her mouth to withhold a giggle. They looked a sight. Catherine certainly needed to purchase more chairs. "You can use the love seat. It's much better suited to you and Lord Annandale." Prue frowned. "But your dress?" Catherine shrugged. "I'll stand by the fire instead."
"I won't hear of it."
As Wayland knelt in front of the grate, the tinderbox in his hand, his voice was gruff. "I beg your pardon?" He turned his face to meet her gaze.
"What sort of gentleman would I be if I allowed a lady to stand while I sat?"
"Truthfully, we're comfortable here." The grimace on Lord Annandale's face belied Prue's words. "You're my guests. Sit in the love seat." "No!" Catherine raised her gaze to the ceiling and bit back a sigh. She had never met a woman more obstinate than Prue, and in this case it was her fiancé, not Catherine, who suffered the most.
"There,"
Wayland said, sliding the tinderbox onto the mantel once more as the burgeoning flame in the hearth swelled. With a satisfied look, he turned and rested his hands on his hips.
"Didn't you ask us here to discuss the investigation?"
He gestured at the seat nearest the fire. Catherine gritted her teeth, but took the spot he'd indicated. Once she did, Wayland rounded the back of the love seat and claimed the seat next to her. For Prue and Lord Annandale to sit so close was of no matter, seeing as they would shortly be married. But the very last person Catherine wanted to be pressed against from knee to shoulder was Wayland. He was... She didn't have the energy this morning to speculate on what he was, so she turned her attention to where it should be, the murder. Lady Dalhousie was forthcoming on one issue regarding Dr. Gammon's murder. Indignant, Prue exchanged a glance with her fiancé. Surely Lady Dalhousie didn't believe it to be murder? Catherine bit into her lower lip. She tried to put space between her and Wayland, but it was impossible on this small sofa. She didn't say as much in so many words, but she did provide me with a suspect. Lord Annandale's expression softened, the corners of his mouth disappearing into his beard. "A suspect for what case, lass? Your Dr. Gammon might have died in his sleep. What has Lyle said?" Catherine gritted her teeth. "He said nothing one way or another. I haven't spoken to him since attending the musicale." The Scottish lord exchanged another glance with the woman by his side. "That doesn't prove that there is no murder. He's still looking into the matter, and I'm certain it must have been poison." None of her friends appeared to be paying her the least bit of attention. Even Wayland, who had been her staunchest ally in this case, focused his attention on the dog. Catherine continued. "You didn't know him. I visited with him the night before, and he had a matter weighing hard on his mind. I believe Lady Dalhousie has shed light on that matter. This is a vital clue and one we must pursue." Wayland patted his knee, chuckling when Emma's first attempt to jump onto his lap resulted in her tumbling back to the floor with a thump. Shaking herself off, she reached him on the second try and rolled onto her back to show him her belly. He scratched it dutifully.
"I don't know if there's any way to know for certain what had been weighing on the doctor's mind, Catherine. He is dead, after all, and unless he confided with someone—"
"He told me he was concerned about an old patient. No, he didn't discuss the details, but when we spoke with Lady Dalhousie last night, who did she immediately bring up? Lord Westing and his premature death. Dr. Gammon treated him. Don't you think it's likely that had been the patient weighing on his mind?" Silence reigned in the room, punctuated only by the light sound of the scratches on Emma's belly. The guests shifted in their seats, uncomfortable. None of her friends looked Catherine in the eye. They still didn't think it was murder. The silence was broken only as Harriet and McTavish returned to the room. The latter stopped in the doorway, carrying a dainty silver tea service between his large hands.
Och now, what are we discussing that has you lot looking so grim?
Catherine's stomach gurgled at the smell of the warm scones Harriet carried in a basket. Enough of them towered precariously atop the mound to feed an army. She set them down on the table, leaving enough space for the tea service. As McTavish continued his task, Harriet set about passing out the plates. Catherine answered, "Dr. Gammon's death." "His murder." She glared across the table at Prue, who glared back. As McTavish offered the contents of the basket to each person in the room in turn, Catherine helped herself to 3. Each appeared to be a different flavour, judging by the flecks of colour baked into them. Meanwhile, Harriet filled the teacups. She worked seamlessly with McTavish in silence, each of them serving the group without resorting to coordinating themselves with speech. Catherine bit her tongue, unwilling to point out the congruency between the pair, considering Harriet's dislike of the man. "Oh, yes," Harriet said, without looking up from her work. "What did Mrs. Ramsay have to say? Did she see anyone suspicious?" Catherine sighed. "She did not. She told me she didn't see any carriages stop the night before last." As she added sugar lumps to the tea, Harriet said, "Emma didn't bark that night. I was up with her, as you know." Emma was lethargic from her illness. Perhaps someone arrived on foot rather than by carriage. Having offered his spoils to the entire room, McTavish returned to her side and offered her the basket once more. Catherine had yet to take a bite, despite the scrumptious smell of berries, spice, and even chocolate wafting from the warm baked goods. She shook her head. "Och no, you need to keep up your womanly figure. Have another," McTavish said with a wink. Wayland stopped scratching Emma's belly and coughed into his fist. Although McTavish's forwardness had initially caused Catherine some alarm, she'd since grown accustomed to his character. He was harmless. She helped herself to another scone, the most expedient means of convincing him to retreat. He did, helping himself to 2 of the remaining treats before stepping back. As Harriet finished doling out the tea, McTavish held out one of his 2 prizes for her. She accepted it with reluctance and took up position next to him. Catherine tore off the end of the scone and put it in her mouth. It had a light, citrusy taste that made her sigh in happiness. After she swallowed, she informed the group, "This is a valid clue to a valid investigation. If Lord Westing's death was premature, his daughter might have killed the physician responsible out of revenge for her father." Wayland half turned to raise his eyebrow at her. "If so, why would she wait so long? Lord Westing died over a year ago." Catherine opened her mouth and shut it several times. To buy herself time to think, she shoved another piece of the scone into her mouth. Perhaps it's because of Dr. Gammon's worries. Perhaps new evidence came to light and Lord Westing's daughter confronted him. Or he was taking notes. They contain all the evidence, even if I didn't read them. He might have found something in his records, felt guilty, and approached her in order to make amends. In the silence that followed her statement, nearly everyone suddenly seemed consumed by tasting the scones Prue had brought. Wayland, however, spent the bulk of his energy keeping his scone away from Emma, who was still on his lap. Although no one contradicted her theory, no one endorsed it either. Catherine chewed angrily, practicing her next attempt at persuading them that she was, in fact, correct. Of those in the room, the 2 professional detectives, she and Wayland, were the 2 who thought the matter bore investigation. The others could stuff their heads beneath their pillows and ignore the facts for all she cared. A light knock at the door drew the room's attention. Harriet hastened to answer it. She was halfway across the room as she said, "I'll get that." At the sound of the door opening, Emma perked to full attention. She yipped with enthusiasm as she lurched off Wayland's lap. She hit the ground hard, her little feet scrabbling for purchase on the wood as she followed Harriet out to greet the newcomer. A moment later, Lyle stepped into the room. He stopped short. eyeing those gathered as he fiddled with the cuff of his shirt.
"I didn't realise you had guests."
"It's perfectly all right. Come." She started to rise, only for Wayland to press firmly on her shoulder, settling her back into the seat.
"Sit. I'll stretch my legs."
The moment he rose, cool air filled the void once heated by his body. Catherine found she missed the contact, though she tried not to show it as she beckoned Lyle closer. Her friend glanced dubiously at the love-seat, but perched on the edge. McTavish hefted the basket and offered it to Lyle. "Scone?" Harriet turned for the door once more, Lyle's greatcoat in her arms. "I'll fetch another cup." Lyle raised his hands, fending both of them off.
"No need. I'm only here for a moment before I return to Bow Street. I have another case awaiting me, but I wanted to provide Catherine with some closure."
Her stomach sank. The soft, citrusy taste of the scone that had so delighted her a moment before suddenly felt soggy. She swallowed hard and placed the remainder on the pile on her plate balancing in her lap. "Then Bow Street is not opening an investigation?" She braced herself for the answer. Lyle's grimace spoke volumes. He shook his head.
"I'm afraid not. We found no sign of foul play, no signs of a struggle, and no motive. Dr. Gammon's son has not risen the cry that his father has been murdered, so the magistrate is content to let it lie. I'm sorry, Catherine."
The edge of the plate and saucer bit into her palm as she struggled to contain her disappointment. They were wrong. The breadth of Bow Street was wrong. Tentatively, Harriet asked, "Is that all?" She sounded disappointed too. When Lyle hesitated, a seed of hope rooted in Catherine's chest. She studied his face, holding tight to the edge of her plate. "Lyle?" He sighed and slumped against the chair. Offering a wan smile to Wayland, who stood sentinel next to him, he confessed,
"I searched further. I didn't find enough proof for Bow Street to act, you understand, but...
But? Lyle met her gaze.
I examined the body on your suggestion that the victim might have been poisoned. I noticed the slight smell of almonds, which might have been unusual."
Under his breath, Lord Annandale muttered, "Unless you've been eating almonds." Lyle continued over top of him.
"So I searched the archives and I discovered an old poison that has the smell of almonds. In the 1730s, a pair of women drank too much cherry laurel water. At that point, it was used as medicine as well as flavouring in brandy, and died. This led to a lengthy study on the benefits of the water, and by 1740 it was determined to be a poison. The crushed cherry laurel leaves smell similar to almonds. It's only a theory, but..."
Still juggling the greatcoat in one arm and Emma in the other, Harriet took a few tentative steps closer. "The medicine was a water? You don't think—" He met her gaze with a smile.
"I do."
"Harriet?" Her maid blushed. "I didn't think it of any use at the time, or I would have told you, but when Lyle and I were asking around yesterday, we discovered that Dr. Gammon has been prescribing a medicinal water as a cure for pneumonia."
Lyle added, "And if it's the same water, from what I've read, it acts as a sedative and blood coagulant. It's safe in small amounts. It's possible Dr. Gammon took a little too much and simply fell asleep and never woke again."
Silence descended again as everyone digested this information. At last, Prue shook her head as if dismissing the notion. "If you're certain it's poison, why isn't Bow Street investigating?"
"I told you," he snapped. "We haven't enough proof. The smell of almonds and the missing plate is not enough to open a murder investigation. And even if it were, we don't know that Dr. Gammon didn't ingest it on purpose. Maybe too much of it by accident. In either case, it's not enough for an investigation. Not like the slit throat of the woman whose death I will be investigating after I'm done here."
Prue's eyes widened, and she gasped. Harriet, looking like she might regurgitate her scone, took a few shuffling steps back as Emma licked the underside of her chin. McTavish cursed. "What sort of gallus tripe are you exposing the women folk to? We're in mixed company." Lyle gave him a puzzled look.
"If you mean Catherine, I assure you she is—"
McTavish waved one hand toward Harriet, who still looked pale. She regained her colour with alacrity and narrowed her eyes on him. "I'm not some weak-willed milksop who will fall to pieces at the mere mention of violence." McTavish spluttered. I didn't mean to see you were, lass, but you have to admit, it's nae the sort of thing fit for mixed company." Harriet glowered at him. "Oh, and what sort of thing is fit for mixed company? Rainbows and wedding dresses?" As McTavish struggled to regain possession of his tongue and dignity, Prue raised her voice. "If Dr. Gammon was poisoned on purpose, then why? Is there a reason someone would want to kill him?" Catherine relaxed. At long last, her friend seemed to be supporting her in this endeavour. She leaned forward. "As I said, it might have been Lord Westing's daughter. If Dr. Gammon was responsible, purposefully or not, for her father's death, she might have wanted revenge." Wayland brushed the crumbs off his fingers and said, "To that, I repeat, why now? A lot of time has passed." Lord Annandale added, "And did you nie see there was no sign of a carriage? I would think a baron's daughter would nie be out without her carriage." "She might have parked it a couple of streets away and walked the rest of the way by foot. We should ask on other streets, broaden our search area." At Emma's insistence, Harriet lowered the dog to the floor once more. After straightening the dog's pink bow, she asked, "Don't you say that Dr. Gammon had other visitors that day?" Catherine nodded. "Yes, his son James and Dr. Sumner. Do you think either of them would have wanted him dead?" Slowly, Catherine nodded. "If this murder was connected to Lord Westing's death, I'd assumed that Dr. Sumner might be in danger of becoming the next victim. But you're right, Harriet. Perhaps it wasn't Dr. Gammon who made the mistake, but Dr. Sumner. If Dr. Gammon had confronted him about what he learned, perhaps Dr. Sumner had some motive to silence him. Whether the blunder was intentional or not, I imagine causing the death of a baron would not be good for one's reputation." Wayland frowned.
"So he could have returned on foot that evening so as not to be seen?"
Catherine nodded. Lord Annandale, on the other hand, shook his head.
"You dinna know if this had anything to do with Lord Westing's death. You should nae fixate upon it. Are there other suspects or motives?"
Catherine picked at the scone in her lap as she thought further. "Mr. Gammon acted odd when he found me in his father's study yesterday. Perhaps this is about money. His inheritance." Prue nodded. "We need to discover if Dr. Gammon's son has any debts." Lord Annandale shifted on his uncomfortable seat to look at her.
"What do you suggest, love?"
Prue beamed at him. "Catherine, Harriet and I will find out about Lord Westing's daughter. I know we cannot ask her directly. That would be far too suspicious, as none of us has been introduced. But, Harriet, do you happen to know anyone in the household?" Harriet hesitated, then shook her head. "I don't, but it might not be too hard to find an introduction at the market or on laundry day." Catherine smiled. "It's settled. We'll introduce ourselves to one of the servants." She raised her eyebrows at Lord Annandale. "And you?"
Prue's fiancé looked pensive. "If James Gammon has any debts, they're like as not accrued at one of the gambling halls. I'll make my rounds tonight." "I'll accompany you," McTavish volunteered. "Men's tongues wag more with a friendly drink, and you haven't the tolerance I do. No offence meant, my lord." Lord Annandale did not look impressed, but with his future wife in the room, he saved his reprimand.
Instead, he turned to Wayland. "And you?" To Catherine's surprise, Wayland declined helping Lord Annandale with his task. "I'll sit that one out and look into Dr. Sumner instead. I still have some connections from my days in the military and know altogether too many veterans in need of treatment for their injuries. Someone ought to have heard of him and can secure me an introduction." Wearily, Lyle stood and held out his hand for his greatcoat. "It sounds like you have things well in hand, then. Be sure to keep me apprised if this proves worth taking to the courts, if only to make the final rest." Catherine smiled sweetly at him. "We always do." Chapter 9. "Catherine, what do you think?" Catherine paused her perusal of the servants milling in the market to glance at her friend out of the corner of her eye. Prue scowled like a thundercloud. "Were you wool-gathering?" "I was searching for our quarry." Catherine had an excellent memory, and one of the few things she'd been taught by her mother before her unfortunate demise had been to recognize the crests and colours of everyone of import in London. Because of Papa's penchant for investigating, Catherine had been raised in this bustling city rather than in their sprawling country estate. Truthfully, she was so much like her father that if she ever found herself outside of the city, she might perish for lack of work to do. "I haven't been able to spot Lord Westing's livery thus far." Wrinkling her nose, Prue cut off the explanation. "Not that. I'm sure Harriet will point it out. I was asking your opinion about the gift." Catherine bit the inside of her cheek. Her excellent memory only applied when she was actually paying attention to the conversation. "The gift?" Prue heaved a sigh. "The gift for the housekeeper at Castle Annandale." "You're bringing her a gift?" Prue glared at a passing food cart and the proprietor, who loudly hawked his penny pies. The delicious smell of roast meat met Catherine's nose, and she nearly made a detour to purchase some. However, in so doing, she would have to cross Harriet, who hovered at that elbow. What if she took offence? Hopefully she couldn't hear Catherine's gurgling stomach. "Why are you bringing a gift to the staff?" Harriet coughed into her fist. Turning, Catherine held up her hands, palm outward in surrender. "I didn't mean offence." Prue answered over top. "Mrs. MacDonnell has been the housekeeper there since my Annandale was small. The same with most of the servants. I want them to like me. You know they hold a grudge against Englishwomen." Harriet coughed into her fist louder. Torn between her two friends, Catherine answered absently, "As do most Englishmen about Scotsmen." This time Prue's sigh was softer. "I know people say he's uncivilized, but I simply don't see it. He is unconventional, but then again, so am I. I'm not certain a conventional man would have me, or I would want him if he did." Catherine paused squarely in front of the vendor and turned to Harriet, paying attention to Prue with only half an ear. "Forgive me, I truly didn't mean any offence. Let me make it up to you. Would you like a penny pie?" Harriet craned her neck to peer over Catherine's shoulder. Then she narrowed her eyes. "I have a roast planned for this evening. It will spoil your appetite." Catherine hoped it would. "Catherine, are you listening to me?" Pulled in two directions, Catherine battled a scream. She held up both her hands, silencing her friends as she reclaimed a moment of peace. Harriet lifted her hand and pointed. "I wasn't coughing because I took offence. I was coughing because I saw the livery. I was trying to be subtler than this." "You did?" Catherine followed the line of her finger until she spotted the brown and red-attired footman strolling next to a maid. The maid held her arm close to her stomach, a list clutched in her other fist. The footman carried a tottering pile of boxes and sacks. "We have to catch them before they slip away." Harriet caught hold of her sleeve as she bustled forward. "Don't act too eager, or they'll get suspicious. In fact, I think it would be best if I were to talk to one of them alone. Perhaps they will tell me something they would not tell you." Prue gave the pair a considering glance. Catherine and I will question the young woman then. Can you handle the footman?" Harriet laughed. "Give me a moment to separate them." Catherine nodded, prepared to do just that, when a shrill voice pierced the air. "Lady Catherine, is that you?" In her haste to reach the maid and footman, she'd crossed into the mouth of an alley. The long, narrow stretch of cobblestone between the two buildings ran parallel from this market square to a more genteel street. And who happened to pass the mouth of the alley on the far side at the same time as her? Lady Dalhousie. "Oh no, we haven't got time for this." Oblivious to her reluctance, Lady Dalhousie steered a young woman into the alley and hurried to meet Catherine. "I'll talk to the maid before she walks too far." Catherine turned, swiping for Prue's sleeve, but she fell short. As her friend and maid hastened away together toward their targets, Catherine was left standing on the open street, undefended from Lady Dalhousie's calculating approach. If Lady Dalhousie learned she was asking questions of Lord Westing's servants, she would no doubt spread the information to all and sundry. No, Catherine had to be rid of her before she learned of her true purpose in the market. Foolishly, Catherine had considered herself safe here, among servants rather than peers, and hadn't donned a disguise, merely a cloak to ward away the chill. Lady Dalhousie's breath puffed in front of her face in quick bursts. Her cheeks were ruby with the cold. The colour extended down her neck, which had been left open to display her infamous necklace. She clamped onto Catherine's arm. "Lady Catherine, my dear, how curious to see you out and about. I thought you had taken ill." That had been the excuse she had given to leave Lady Dalhousie's musicale the evening before, and she'd left with such stealth that she'd not even bidden the hostess goodbye. She had been far too fearful of getting caught in the old woman's chattering web. "I wasn't feeling quite the thing yesterday, but I am much recovered today." Lady Dalhousie clucked under her tongue. "You left so quickly last night, I scarcely had the chance to speak with you." An ill feeling tightened Catherine's stomach as she turned her gaze toward the young woman at Lady Dalhousie's side. Although Catherine guessed the woman was over 5 years Catherine's senior, the woman embodied maidenhood. She was thin and long-fingered, dressed in a pale blue pelisse that rose to her chin. A scarf covered most of her face, leaving only the young woman's eyes on display. However, they so resembled Lady Dalhousie's that there could be no mistake. Catherine's stomach twisted in on itself. "Would this be your niece, Lady Dalhousie?" The old gossip swung her hands briskly through the air. At least she was no longer attempting to choke off the blood flow to Catherine's fingers. "Yes, this is Genevieve. Hers was the delightful talent you heard last evening, if you stayed long enough for her to play." Catherine gave her a pained but polite smile. "I'm afraid my headache came on rather suddenly, but I was able to hear most of the first song. You're very talented, Miss—" The young woman tugged down her scarf to reveal a pert nose and chin. "Miss Ball, Genevieve Ball." "Well, Miss Ball, I understand why your aunt has been singing your praises for so long." To Catherine's surprise, the young woman blushed scarlet at the compliment. Her smile dwarfed her face and seemed to light the grey day. "Thank you, Lady Catherine. I'm gratified that you found such joy in my playing, despite your headache." "If not for the crush of people, I'm certain I would have stayed longer," Catherine answered. The young woman seemed pleased. Catherine braced herself, half expecting that one or the other would launch into a sordid tale exalting all of the suitors Miss Ball collected from her performances. Lady Dalhousie loved nothing more than to spread a good rumour, especially one to boost her standing, and her pretty niece seemed to be ample fodder for that. However, the old woman restrained herself. She leaned closer, lowering her voice. "I'm happy to have encountered you today, if I'm honest. You see, I was hoping to find a moment last night to secure your services." Catherine's attention wandered briefly across the market square, easily picking out Prue's tall form as she stood with the maid and footman. Despite Harriet's claims, they hadn't yet separated the two. Good, they might not have asked the questions yet, and Catherine might have a chance of rejoining them. If only she was able to convince Lady Dalhousie to speak to her another time. The woman's words registered. "My what?" Lady Dalhousie narrowed her eyes. "Your services as a matchmaker." Catherine's stomach, already tied in knots, plummeted into her shoes. Tarnation! Mrs. Fairchild's prediction had been spot on. If Catherine took this job, her rival would never let her hear the end of it. Not to mention she hadn't the time, what with solving an investigation and helping Prue with her wedding plans. "Oh, I don't know." Lady Dalhousie batted away her protests. "I know you employ a man for the particulars, so I won't trouble you with those. If you'll just send me his direction, I'll be happy to work out payment. But it is imperative that my niece find a husband while she is here with me in London." Catherine turned her gaze to the young woman, who blushed even deeper, if that were possible, and tugged up her scarf to cover her face. "I don't know if—" Lady Dalhousie's voice carried as she added, "Not any man, mind you. My Genevieve will marry no one save the man who is worthy of her. I trust you will be able to find such a man." Catherine didn't have time for this. No time to find Miss Ball a husband, however convivial she seemed, and no time to continue blathering on with Lady Dalhousie. She had an investigation to conduct. With Prue's attention distracted by the upcoming wedding, she didn't trust her friend to ask the right questions. In fact, she wouldn't put it past Prue to rush the interview and uncover no information whatsoever about Lord Westing or his daughter. "Lady Dalhousie, I'm not certain that I'm the best woman for the job. Have you asked Mrs. Fairchild? She has married her clients to dukes and princes. I'm certain she would be more than willing to pair your niece with a fine, upstanding gentleman." "No." Lady Dalhousie sniffed and adjusted the collar of her cloak. "I don't trust Mrs. Fairchild's judgment when compared to yours. Besides, don't you owe me for all the help I've given in the past?" Her tone alluded that she suspected Catherine's true aim in asking questions whenever a crime arose, and that it had nothing to do with a love of gossip, as Catherine pretended. Catherine opened her mouth to argue further, but shut it again. Yes, Lady Dalhousie had been of some help the previous evening when Catherine had asked after her investigation, but the old woman had also actively hindered the burglary investigation in Bath. Nevertheless, arguing would waste time, and with Lady Dalhousie's suspicions aroused, Catherine didn't want to risk alienating her. On a whim, Lady Dalhousie could spread rumours detrimental to Catherine's career. That same career was now in jeopardy if she didn't extricate herself to further the investigation herself. Harriet had separated the footman from the group, who followed her like a lost puppy as she guided him out of earshot. At this rate, Prue would ask the questions without her, and Catherine couldn't have that. In a wistful voice, Miss Ball added, "I know Mrs. Fairchild has a reputation, but I'm not looking for the sort of advantageous match she cares to arrange. I want a love match, Lady Catherine. Nothing less will do." Catherine had heard women use that tone of longing before, her sisters for one, and she had seen them both married within months. Miss Ball was much older than most women who chose to marry, and Catherine saw no hesitation in her declaration. Miss Ball knew precisely what she wanted, even if, for most, it was no more than fantasy. Love was certainly a fantasy for all of Mrs. Fairchild's clients. However, every woman Catherine had ever matched had been in love as well. Reluctantly, Catherine warned, "Matters of the heart are rarely quick and never easy." With the scarf still pulled up over her nose, Miss Ball shook her head. Her eyes widened. "I don't mind waiting. I'll wait until I'm 40 if I must. I want the love your friends, Lord and Lady Annandale, have. I could tell from the moment they walked into the room that they were smitten with each other. I want a man to look at me like that." Catherine couldn't say no. not the least because she didn't have the time to tarry. "I haven't the time to discuss the matter now, but perhaps we can meet later on today. Have you accepted any invitations this afternoon?" Lady Dalhousie stood straighter. "Yes, of course. Our social calendar is full." As her niece groped for her sleeve with eyes wide with alarm, the old lady added, "But I'll see that an invitation is sent to you as well. We will speak with you later, and don't forget to send your man's direction to me." Catherine nearly broke into a trot to reach her friend's side. As she approached, the wisps of conversation drifted through the cacophony of the marketplace. Prue's voice carried. "He had a daughter, did he not? I imagine she must have been angry about his death." Catherine reached the pair just as the maid, a small young thing, not yet Catherine's age, scoffed. "That she was. I can't fathom why, though. Lord Westing was a beast." She paused, scowling at Catherine. "Who are you? Run along now." Perhaps Catherine was so accustomed to being recognized as her father's daughter that she hadn't conceived of anything but welcome. Her lips flapped as she tried to regain the use of her tongue. No one in all her life had spoken to her in as dismissive a tone, and this from a maidservant. Prue waved her hands. "She's with me. Ignore her. She can keep a secret." Catherine glared at her friend. If Prue had not abandoned her to Lady Dalhousie's wagging tongue, she would have been privy to the entire conversation. As she turned her attention back to the maid, she asked, "Why would you call Lord Westing a beast?" The paper in the maid's hand crinkled as she clenched it. She scuffed the toe of her boot against ice crystals on the cobblestones. "I don't see how it's any of your business. I wouldn't speak out against my masters." Tarnation! If only Catherine had been here from the start of the conversation. She leaned closer, touching the arm nearest to her. The other, which the girl held to her side, was wrapped tight with linen cloth. As Catherine leaned closer, even the crisp winter air and the savoury smells of cooking food couldn't banish the lingering odour. The maidservant smelled like old leaves. Catherine tried to breathe through her mouth so as to inhale as little of it as possible. "Speak freely. This won't go any farther than you and I. That I promise." The woman still glanced at her warily until Prue chimed in. "Peggy, this is Catherine. She means what she says. We're only curious. And if Lord Westing is dead, is he no longer your master?" Peggy hummed under her breath and scuffed the ground again. "I'm not saying as you heard this from me, but suppose Lord Westing used to abuse the staff. None of us liked him. So I'd say when he died, his daughter was the only one who mourned him." Catherine retracted her hand. "How so?" She was afraid to press too hard, lest the maid decide she didn't trust her over Prue. However, the young woman barely met her eyes before answering the question in a mumble. "The lady suspected foul play." Kindly, Prue asked, "Do you think she had reason to?" Peggy's head shot up, her eyes wide. "No, of course not. Dr. Gammon would not have done anything to hurt anyone, especially not a patient. He's too kind. In fact, he's the reason my wrist isn't paining me more." Catherine dropped her gaze to the bandaged arm. Leaning forward surreptitiously, she sniffed. Yes, that must be where the smell was emanating from. Was the poor girl's hand rotting off? Catherine shuddered. "What happened? Did someone hurt you?" Prue asked. On the heels of Prue's concern, Catherine probed. "It couldn't have been caused by the late Lord Westing. He's been dead a year." Peggy glared at her. "Yes, it is from Lord Westing's hand. Nigh on 2 years ago he yanked my arm so hard it broke. It healed up fine, but now the wrist slides off the joint if I carry too heavy a load." She scuffed the cobblestone, now bare of snow. "So you hurt it again recently?" Prue looked sympathetic. "You poor dear. Should you be out doing the shopping?" Peggy shrugged one shoulder. "Jared came with me to carry the lot. I only handle the money, and it doesn't hurt so bad. I shouldn't have carried so many logs for the fire, but I went to Dr. Gammon with it, and he fixed me right as rain." Catherine exchanged a glance with Prue. You could afford to hire Dr. Gammon? Physicians' fees, even one who turned away most patients, were notoriously high. Had Harriet taken ill, Catherine would pay for the expense herself, since any treatment would cost Harriet a year's wages or more. I did. Mary, she works with me at Westinghouse, is the niece of a woman who works for Dr. Gammon as his housekeeper. So whenever we're ill or injured, Mary calls on her aunt and he'll treat us free of charge, especially now that he has no other patients that demand his time. He fit the wrist back into place, and Mary's aunt made a poultice that helps with the pain. Catherine frowned as she thought. His housekeeper, do you mean Mrs. Campbell? Peggy nodded. Yes, that's the woman. A kinder soul you'll never see, and loyal too. She takes care of her own. Whenever Dr. Gammon had spoken of his housekeeper, he hadn't mentioned that he had taught her about medicine. Why would Mrs. Campbell make you a poultice, and not Dr. Gammon? The maid wrinkled her nose. I don't care for the sort of tinctures he prescribes. Laudanum makes me sleepy, and I can't afford it. At least with this, she hefted her wrist, I can still work with my good hand, and it numbs the pain. What is it made from? Catherine asked. She wouldn't want to slather something with so noxious a stench on her own skin, but perhaps if Emma were injured, she could treat the dog herself. After all, she no longer had Dr. Gammon's help. A fresh wave of grief crested over her, but she took a deep breath and pushed it aside. Seemingly oblivious to aught except the cobbles at her feet, the maid shrugged. I can't say. Herbs and the like, I suppose. Perhaps Catherine would have to ask Mrs. Campbell herself for the secret. In fact, if she were to speak with Mrs. Campbell, she might as well ask about her niece and her position in Lord Westing's house. Before she found herself too consumed in future plans, Catherine asked about her other suspect. Focusing on the mystery gave her purpose. Didn't Dr. Gammon work with a partner? Peggy nodded. He did, a fellow by the name of Dr. Sumner. Lord Westing imbibed too much, and would call one or the other at all hours when his stomach or chest ailed him. If you ask me, it was his lavish lifestyle that did him in. Dr. Sumner is nice enough, though not as kind as Dr. Gammon. Dr. Gammon, she paused, drawing in a breath. He truly cared about us working folk, you know. We don't see that sort of treatment often. Prue asked, And Lord Westing's daughter, she didn't share your good opinion of the doctors? The maid shrugged. Who am I to know the lady's mind? She wailed at them at first, but that didn't bring her father back from the dead now, did it? Catherine asked. She hasn't confronted them recently? Peggy gave her an odd look. I wouldn't know, but I don't guess so. Where was Lady Westing the night before last? Do you know if she went out after dark? The line of confusion between the maid's eyebrows deepened. I'm afraid I have no idea where Lord Westing's daughter was. And she's Mrs. Eden now, not Lady Westing. If the maid couldn't confirm the whereabouts of Lord Westing's daughter on the night of the murder, perhaps she had killed Dr. Gammon. Catherine might already have found the clue she needed to solve the case. Then she was out that night? Peggy shook her head. No, you misunderstand. I don't know where she was because Mrs. Eden isn't in London. She isn't? Prue asked. Peggy shook her head. She lives east of town in the country house her father entailed to her. Catherine's primary suspect didn't even live in London. That wasn't to say she hadn't driven all the way in from her country estate, but that made it rather more likely that someone would have seen her. If she isn't in London, why is your poor footman so laden down with packages? Peggy shrugged her good shoulder. The title went to a cousin. Lord Westing IV is in residence at the house now, and I must say he's a far better employer than his predecessor. Harriet tried to keep her emotions off her face as Jared, the young footman, peacocked for her. In a show of strength, he shifted every package onto one hand in a tottering tower of parcels. Rather slender of frame, he didn't have the bulging muscles or thick shoulders to impress. Not to mention, if his attention continued to stray to her figure, those packages would topple on her head. She didn't have time for his flirting. "My, that is a tall order of packages. For Lord Westing, you said? Tell me, is he anything like the late Lord Westing?" With the change of topic, the young man gave up balancing the stack and distributed them evenly in both arms. He shook his head. "This one's far less indolent, but you know your lord, he has high ambitions." "High ambitions, you say?" Jared nodded. A thick lock of his hair fell onto his forehead, obscuring one eye. He kept the rest tied back from his face. "Yes, he's courting a young heiress and impressing her family with a dinner party tomorrow." He shook his head, his expression betraying his censure. "Those lordly types, always trying to impress others with food." Harriet bit back a laugh, but her amusement leaked into her voice. "You mean to tell me that you wouldn't be impressed with the food?" His grin widened. "I suppose you have me there, but why so much of it? There'll be 6 people at dinner, and I have enough to feed 20. It's lucky I accompanied Peggy to run these errands. With her lame wrist, she'd never be able to carry half of this on her own." His eyes warmed again, and he winked. "Of course, a poultry load like this gives me no trouble at all." Harriet did not need another show of strength, especially not from a man who looked like a matchstick when compared to most of the men who visited No. 2 Charles Street. For the first time since departing, she wished she had brought Emma with her, if only for the distraction. But with so many people around, Catherine had been afraid the pug would get trampled. This marketplace was far more crowded than the usual promenades where Catherine and Harriet took the dog. "I heard a whisper that Lord Westing's death was not natural, that the physicians may have been at fault. You don't suppose the new Lord Westing is so ambitious he might pay the physicians to mistreat their patient?" The footman spat on the ground. "Ugh, I don't trust any of those leeches as far as I can throw 'em. But Lord Westing, he never expected to inherit. He took a position as a clergyman and lost touch with the family. I heard he nearly fainted away with the news when it came that he'd inherited." "Fainted away, like a delicately bred young lady?" He laughed. "I wouldn't put it past him. He lived a sheltered life. You've trouble with yours?" With his chin, he indicated the knot of women a mere 10 feet away. Harriet glanced sideways at Lady Catherine, then shook her head. "She isn't so bad, nearly self-sufficient." The footman laughed again. "What's that like?" Harriet shared a smile with him. "More tiresome than you think." He grinned. When he leaned closer, Harriet recalled that she had a task to accomplish. She wasn't here to commiserate with a fellow servant, an activity that she'd sorely missed this past month with only her and Lady Catherine in the house. Granted, she enjoyed having a spacious room and bed to herself and free run of the house, but the endless wave of chores threatened to bury her. She never could seem to finish everything she needed to do in the day. If she wanted to have any chance of a moment or two to put her feet up, she should end this interview as soon as possible. "So you'd say your Lord Westing is a good sort?" The young man shrugged. "Oh, he dreams of grandeur, but he always remembers the people in his employ and tries not to overtask us. Like with Peggy, after she injured herself again, Lord Westing insisted that I accompany her on errands." Harriet stole another glance toward her employer. Had she finished with the conversation yet? She didn't realize how close the footman had come until he whispered in her ear, "If you ever have errands too big for you to carry, I'll be happy to lend you a hand too." Harriet jumped. "Oh dear, I think my mistress is through. She'll need me." Harriet stumbled back, shaking out her skirts as she turned away. Jared called out, "The offer stands." Shaking her head, she rejoined Catherine and prayed that her employer wouldn't ask her to explain that bit of conversation. Harriet had absolutely no time for romance, what with running Catherine's household and investigating at the same time. And when it came to flirtations, this footman simply didn't have McTavish's charm. he left her feeling awkward rather than warm. But that was McTavish's worst quality. He thought he could finagle whatever he wanted with little more than a smile and a chuck on the chin. Some way, Harriet must find a way to gain the upper hand. Otherwise, her stay in Scotland, on his home ground, would be unbearable. Chapter 10. In her favourite chair in the front parlour, Catherine struggled to contain a wriggling Emma. Although she and Harriet hadn't been gone for 2 hours, Emma acted as though they had left for a decade. Ever since Catherine had returned, the little dog had yipped and run circles around her until Catherine had obeyed the demand. The moment she'd sat in the chair to give her pet some proper attention, Emma had catapulted onto her lap. Proper attention, in Emma's mind, meant belly scratches. She wriggled like a worm on Catherine's lap, a furry little creature determined to leave as much hair on Catherine's skirt as possible. At a knock on the door, Emma launched herself through the air and landed hard on all 4 feet. Her nails scrabbled for purchase on the wood, and she barked as she approached the door. Harriet reached it second. "Emma, out of the way, scamp. I can't open it if you're going to run out onto the street." Harriet grunted. A moment later, she proclaimed, "There, now how do you like the view?" She must have lifted the dog into her arms. The door opened, Emma's vigorous barks drowning out the brief exchange. Catherine had just risen when the door shut again, and Harriet carried the dog into the room on her hip. "Who is that?" Harriet extended a hand, offering a crisp envelope with a wax seal. "A missive from Lady Dalhousie. She said she expects to meet you tonight at this address." Catherine sighed. She'd hoped that Lady Dalhousie would forget their arrangement. Reluctantly, she took the envelope from Harriet's hand and went hunting for a penknife. Curious, Harriet followed her out of the room and up the stairs. "Where will you be that Lady Dalhousie will meet you?" Upon reaching the study, Catherine glared at her as she crossed the battered writing desk. Catherine had managed to claim the one she'd had in her room at Dorchester House, but with the inclement weather and the struggle to carry it down several flights of steps and out of Mayfair, it hadn't survived unscathed. 1 or 2 of those marks on the legs had been there already from Emma. Like the rest of her house, the sole piece of furniture in the study acted as a stark sentinel against the undecorated space and sparsely filled bookshelf. Catherine rummaged through the desk while Harriet stood over it, Emma in hand. "Do you mean to tell me, or do I have to guess?" Upon finding the penknife, Catherine slipped it into the thick wax and broke the seal. "You would know if you hadn't abandoned me to Lady Dalhousie's clutches earlier today." Harriet raised an eyebrow and settled Emma more firmly in her grasp. The little dog strained to sniff her face, her neck not long enough to reach. "If you don't tell me, I can't ensure that you're ready to go out." Catherine opened the envelope and slipped out a thick card. An invitation to Lord Penhurst's exhibition this evening. He promised a quiet affair, friends only, as he displayed his latest treasures from Egypt. Catherine couldn't very well refuse. From the way the invitation was worded, the host already presumed her attendance. Lady Dalhousie would have made certain of that. With a sigh, Catherine glanced at Harriet. "What should I wear to a private exhibition?" Harriet took the card and frowned as she tapped it against her thigh. Emma snapped at it unsuccessfully. "I'll have a look and find something to suit. But what does this have to do with Lady Dalhousie?" "She's asked me to match her niece, Miss Ball. I was in such a hurry to rejoin you in the interrogation that I said yes. We are discussing the particulars this evening." Harriet sighed, looking crestfallen. "I suppose this means you'll want to look as dowdy as possible." Catherine used her clothes as a shield to ward away unwanted advances from men who saw her as no more than an earl's unmarried daughter. In fact, she used her wardrobe to ward away all men. She hadn't the time for anyone who didn't care to engage her mind. She opened her mouth to answer, but movement at the window caught her eye. This window, like the one in the front parlour below, overlooked the street. A figure in a dress and cloak turned briskly up the walkway 2 doors down. Mrs. Campbell. "I have to go next door. I won't be long." As she rushed out of the room, Harriet called after her, "Catherine!" Her voice was filled with exasperation. Distantly, she added, "Wear your pattens this time so you don't get your hem deep in mud." "The mud is frozen," Catherine muttered under her breath, her words swallowed by the clatter of her steps on the stairs. She exited the house, after donning her pattens, as Harriet had asked, none too soon. She didn't know how long Mrs. Campbell would linger at Dr. Gammon's house. This might be her only chance to speak with the housekeeper, and she dearly needed some answers. Given that Mrs. Campbell was more embroiled in Dr. Gammon's physician work than Catherine had thought, she could be a very handy woman to know. Not to mention, Catherine still needed to look for the notes Dr. Gammon had left behind. His son had interrupted her the last time, and she didn't want to gain access to an old friend's house by criminal means. However, those notes might prove pivotal in her investigation. She couldn't admit defeat. And if the patient he had been worried over was Lord Westing, Mrs. Campbell might know more. With a niece in the household and close ties to the doctor who had administered the treatment, she should know more about the business than Catherine had initially thought. As Catherine knocked on the door, she held her breath, hoping Mrs. Campbell was the only person inside. If Mr. Gammon found her here again, he would almost certainly cast her out. Perhaps he would also mention something to Bow Street. Although Catherine didn't think they would interfere, she didn't want to be named a suspect in a case they had formerly believed to be an accident. A moment later, Mrs. Campbell opened the door. She looked weary, with lines around her nose and mouth. As she saw Catherine on the step, she frowned. "Aren't you—" "Lady Catherine Irvine. I live 2 doors down and was a friend of Dr. Gammon. You didn't seem in the right state of mind for me to talk to you yesterday. Do you have a moment now? I'd like to make certain you've recovered." The corners of Mrs. Campbell's eyes crinkled. "I'm recovered well enough." "Are you certain? It must have been a great shock to find your employer in the study like that." A shadow crossed the older woman's face, and she drew back, though not enough for Catherine to push into the house next to her. Catherine balled her fists, refusing to admit to the cold. She had more important matters than the physical upon which to dwell, even if her ears burned. "I knew there was a possibility I might find him that way one day. He isn't as young as he once was, but—" She rubbed a hand over her face. "I suppose I wasn't prepared for the reality." Catherine nodded, sullen. She might have been inured to death, having seen it so often that the initial shock had worn away, but the picture of Dr. Gammon in his study chair still haunted her. She suspected it would until she got to the bottom of this investigation. Her friend deserved justice, and she would be the one to deliver it. "Shouldn't you be at home? It might be better if you took some time to recover." Taking a deep breath, the old woman seemed to steel herself. She shook her head. "Mr. Gammon has kept me on while he decides what to do with the estate. Soon I won't be able to live off my poultices alone, so I'll take the work as long as I can." "But today? He died only 2 days ago." Mrs. Campbell made no response. Catherine was spending far too much time commiserating. If the woman truly was so concerned about her position that she would return to a place that caused her pain to enter, perhaps Catherine ought to have a serious talk with Harriet about hiring her on to help the townhouse. Not today, Catherine was far too busy, but the next time the topic arose and she thought Harriet might receive it favorably, she would ask. Catherine didn't want to do her old friend the disservice of hiring someone without consulting her, particularly if that someone might think themselves in a superior position. After all, Catherine doubted Mrs. Campbell would lower herself to working as a parlour-maid when she had been a housekeeper for so long. For now, it didn't matter. Catherine needed more answers, and she wouldn't find them by sympathizing with the old woman. If Mrs. Campbell seemed determined not to let her into the house, she must learn as much as she could on the stoop. Stamping her feet to keep her circulation, Catherine asked, "When did you find him? After you had washed the dishes and put them away?" The corners of Mrs. Campbell's mouth turned down, the lines deepening.
"I didn't wash any dishes. I found him first thing, and the moment I did, I panicked and ran into the street for help."
So someone else had been in the house. But he ate. There were crumbs on his shirt and marmalade at the corners of his mouth.
"What are you nattering on about? There isn't any marmalade in the house."
She looked at Catherine as though Catherine was on her way to Bedlam. "Perhaps not marmalade, then. The filling from a pie or something similar." Mrs. Campbell shook her head.
"Nothing like that. The poor old dear had his brandy and fell asleep. He didn't suffer."
How could Mrs. Campbell possibly know that? It was a platitude, something to which she clung in this time of grief. Catherine didn't want to dash her hopes, though poison was often very painful. "If I'm honest, I'm not certain that Dr. Gammon died of natural causes. I saw him only the night before, and he seemed in perfect health." Mrs. Campbell took a step inside. Catherine pressed the advantage, following until she stood in the mouth of the doorway. It was every bit as cold here as it was on the stoop, but at least she didn't feel so exposed.
"You must be mistaken. He was an old man."
Catherine refused to admit, even to Mrs. Campbell, that she might be wrong. Lyle had mentioned the scent of almonds and the poison that might cause the smell. Catherine must find the truth, one way or another. "At the moment I have only my suspicions, but didn't he seem to you as if something bothered him?" Mrs. Campbell hesitated.
"I suppose he was acting out of sorts, but I couldn't tell you why."
"I think I know why. When I visited that night, he mentioned some notes. It's very important that I look through his notes, so I know what it was that put him so ill at ease." For a moment she thought Mrs. Campbell would deny her outright. Hesitation lingered on the older woman's face for a hair too long before the resistance in her expression faded.
"I'll help in any way I can. I liked Dr. Gammon a great deal. He was perhaps the best man for whom I ever worked. Sometimes he let me help with his herbs and such. However, I cannot let you inside now, my lady."
Catherine narrowed her eyes. "Why not?"
"Mr. Gammon is due to arrive at any moment to catalogue his father's belongings. He won't be happy if he finds you in here. In fact, he's already mentioned to me not to let you in, since he found you searching the study yesterday."
Catherine wrinkled her nose. She wasn't destined to get her answers today, after all. Stifling a sigh, she took a short step back out onto the stoop. "Thank you, in any case." As she turned to leave, Mrs. Campbell called,
"My lady, if you'll wait, come back after Mr. Gammon has left this evening. I'll let you look around, but you must come in through the back door."
Catherine smiled. "I'll return later, then, through the kitchen." As she returned to her house, the day looked suddenly brighter. She might find the answers for which she searched, after all. Chapter 11. Since Lord Penhurst's exhibition began shortly before dinner, Catherine was not likely to return to the townhouse until after the meal. Although Harriet had promised to prepare a generous supper upon her return, Catherine had never been more relieved to find footmen in neat blue and white livery circulating Lord Penhurst's drawing-room with plates of food. Her stomach gurgled, a sound hopefully drowned by the guests chattering in knots. Lord Penhurst's quiet affair contained no less than 12 people already, and Catherine suspected that more were due to arrive before the exhibition began in earnest. After greeting the host, a hefty man in his 40s with thick glasses and close-cropped hair, Catherine escaped into the room. The other guests, scholars, were absorbed with the artifacts on display at intervals around the perimeter of the room, their velvet-covered pedestals standing out from the wood-panelled walls. Catherine navigated the mouth-watering aroma of cumin and coriander as she peered at the offerings on the tray. In keeping to the theme of this evening, Lord Penhurst's cook had created a series of Egyptian-inspired dishes with what looked to be ground beef, lentils, and pastry. Although the foods were foreign to her palate, Catherine helped herself to one. It couldn't be worse than the foods Harriet cooked. In fact, it was delicious. Her eyes fluttered shut as she chewed. The moment she swallowed the mouthful, she chased the footman to the next knot of people and helped herself to another pastry, then another and another. Where is Lady Dalhousie? If Catherine hadn't had time to spare while she waited for dark to fall, and with it the opportunity to enter Dr. Gammon's house, she would have been irritated. She examined a broken shard of painted pottery as she nibbled on another pastry. It was sweet rather than savoury, filled with dates, honey, and almonds. How much blunt would it take to bribe Lord Penhurst's cook away from him? Catherine suspected she would be worth the expense. "If you don't chew, I suspect you'll choke." When Catherine glanced up into Miss Ball's laughing gaze, she smiled sheepishly. She swallowed and fished out a handkerchief to dab at her mouth before addressing the young woman properly. "I find that if I keep my mouth full, no one will ask my opinion of the items Lord Penhurst has on display." Miss Ball giggled, delicately opening a fan to cover the lower half of her face. "I hear there's to be a dinner, too." Thank heavens, Catherine could use a hearty meal. "Where is your aunt?" Miss Ball lowered her fan long enough to scour the gathering. "She must still be speaking with the host. She spent ages choosing just the right dress for this evening." Catherine smiled but said nothing more. Lady Dalhousie was the type to want all attention on her, which had likely been why she'd arrived late. "Let's speak of you. I need to learn more about you to properly match you to a gentleman." Learning more about Miss Ball felt like trying to unravel a knotted string. She spoke very little of herself, detailing the songs she had learned for the piano and other instruments in great length, but leaving her taste in her future husband's disposition to the imagination. As Catherine battled the urge to stopper her ears, lest she hear more about sonatas and preludes, Lady Dalhousie approached on Lord Penhurst's arm. A footman knocked briskly at the door.
"Dinner is served."
Lord Penhurst removed himself from Lady Dalhousie's grasp.
"Excuse me, my lady."
He extended his hand to Catherine instead.
"Lady Catherine, I believe I owe you the honour. How is your father?"
"Very well, thank you." Had he invited no one of higher rank than an earl's daughter? Perhaps Lady Dalhousie's rank no longer signified, since her stepson had taken the title upon her husband's passing, even if he hadn't yet taken a wife to displace her as lady of the house. Lady Dalhousie pulled Catherine back from accepting Lord Penhurst's escort.
"Penhurst, you cannot seat Lady Catherine at the head of the table. She is very partial to my niece, Genevieve. It would not do to separate them. No one else present is of an age with these two younglings." "Well, there is Mr.
Lady Dalhousie batted her eyelashes at the man, who was at least 20 years her junior. Lord Penhurst cleared his throat.
"If you would not take offence."
Catherine heartily hoped that if she were to be seated next to Miss Ball, she would not have to listen to her aunt throughout the entire evening. She smiled grimly. "No offence taken, I promise."
"Then if you'll give me a moment, I'll find you a suitable dinner partner."
Catherine would have happily skipped to the dining room under her own power. Instead, she held herself still until Lord Penhurst returned with a cousin. The moment he did, Catherine urged her escort toward the dining room. For such a small, intimate gathering, the commotion as everyone sought to claim favourable seats in the tidy dining room was chaotic. Catherine let her escort lead her to a chair squarely in the middle of the long table. Seating herself in front of the lavish place-setting, she salivated as she stared at the row of covered dishes arranged in the centre of the table in the French style. One by one, the other ladies sat. Lady Dalhousie was assigned a spot diagonally to Catherine's left. Miss Ball was diagonally to her right. In between them, directly across from Catherine's chair, Dr. Gammon's son took a seat. Catherine gaped, momentarily speechless to find him at the gathering. If he was here, she could have been searching Dr. Gammon's house at that very moment. But wait, shouldn't he be at home in mourning? He wore black from head to foot, but aside from his aloof demeanour, he showed no visible signs of grief. The moment he recognized her, he narrowed his eyes. He focused on his wineglass rather than confront her in company. As the dinner started to get underway, the guests chattered as they helped themselves to the scrumptious dishes uncovered by the staff. Catherine regained her faculties. Mr. Gammon would not be able to leave the table until the host bid everyone to do so. That meant he was entirely at her mercy. If she wanted answers from him, she would find no better time than the present. And now that they were in company, he certainly couldn't act as rude as he had when he found her in his father's study. She had him precisely where she wanted him. As Catherine piled her plate high with food, she struck up a conversation. "Mr. Gammon, I'm quite astonished to see you here tonight. I would have expected you to be at home, given recent events." At his side, Lady Dalhousie wrinkled her nose. She looked from her dinner companion to Catherine and back again, as she trailed her fingers along the glittering necklace at her throat. "Do you know each other?" Mr. Gammon gave a tight smile. "Only in the barest of capacities, I assure you," he mumbled under his breath. He directed the comment to his plate and lifted his fork to occupy himself. Catherine wasn't about to let him wriggle out from under her thumb so easily. "Oh, yes, in fact, I was a friend of his father's. His father, Dr. Gammon, lived only 2 houses away from my own. I'm afraid he died earlier this week." Miss Ball gasped, raising her napkin to her lips. "I'm terribly sorry for your loss, sir." She tilted her head toward Catherine, widening her eyes in a speaking look. It was the first time Catherine had seen her look anything but meek. Mr. Gammon spared Miss Ball the barest of glances before stopping, turning back and lingering over her with a frown. "Thank you, Miss—" Catherine sighed inwardly. She waved her hand at his dinner companions. "To your—" She paused, reorienting herself in her head. "To your left is Lady Dalhousie, and to your right is her niece, Miss Ball. Ladies, this is Mr. James Gammon." Miss Ball cleared her throat. It would have been a delicate noise if not for the urgent look she shot at Catherine. Belatedly, Catherine amended, "Miss Ball is an accomplished musician." She blushed prettily, laying her napkin in her lap as she simpered, "Why, Lady Catherine, you flatter me." Had Catherine ever thought her modest? Perhaps it was all affected, and she was as shameless as her aunt. Mr. Gammon inclined his head toward her, the picture of gentlemanly manners. "If she speaks truly, you must play for me at some time. What instruments do you play?" "The piano. I'm also a fair hand with—" Miss Ball had mistaken Catherine's attention to the gentleman in question. Somehow she had gotten it into her head that Catherine meant to pair the two. Nothing could have been farther from the truth, not when Catherine suspected the man of murdering his father. Although she held Lord Westing's daughter as a more likely suspect, she still had not discounted his son. Pointedly, she said, "I didn't see you in the parlour, Mr. Gammon, or I would have introduced my companions sooner. Truly, I didn't expect to find you here tonight at all. I would have imagined you to be deep in mourning." The look he shot her contained not a sliver of gratitude for the sympathy in her voice. "I'm afraid I was a late arrival. I would have stayed home altogether, for my father's sake, if I hadn't accepted this invitation weeks ago. I could not leave my gracious host with an uneven number of guests." Considering that Catherine had been a very recent addition, they were already at an uneven number of guests. However, she didn't get a word in edgewise, as Miss Ball made a cooing sound more akin to a bird than a woman. "How very brave of you to honour your host in such a way. I must admit it is my pleasure to have you." Her cheeks deepened with colour, and she patted her mouth with her napkin again. Never mind that she had yet to take a bite off her plate. "To have you as my dinner partner, that is." Perhaps for the first time in her entire life, Lady Dalhousie did not contribute to the conversation, but oversaw it with the predatory gleam in her eyes. Catherine tried to steer the conversation back to a place that would do her the most good. As she cut her meat, she adopted a casual mien. Mr. Gammon's father was a very well-liked physician. I believe he was even working with a partner to treat various peers. Lady Dalhousie frowned, no doubt recalling that Catherine had asked after Dr. Gammon only the evening before. Catherine took a bite, chewing and swallowing without tasting her meal. She prayed the old woman would not put together too many pieces of the puzzle. Better to keep her focus on her niece instead, even if she wasted her efforts on a man like Mr. Gammon. Truthfully, Catherine would have expected her to have higher aspirations than the son of a physician. Mr. Gammon nodded. "That is true." With a faint sigh, Miss Ball leaned closer. "What a fascinating profession. And yourself, Mr. Gammon? Or should I be calling you Dr. Gammon as well?" Catherine hadn't considered that the son might take after his father, but certainly matters of such trades were often passed down from generation to generation. Why, then, had Dr. Gammon worked with Dr. Sumner rather than his own son? Unless he hadn't trusted James as much as he pretended. Mr. Gammon gave the woman on his right an affable smile. "I'm afraid my father's education was wasted on me. I never had a head to memorize all the herbs and medicines he used. He was quite disappointed when I chose to become a surgeon to his physician." Lady Dalhousie's eyes gleamed. She leaned forward, laying her hand on Mr. Gammon's sleeve. "A surgeon, you say? You're too modest. That is quite the commendable profession." Catherine fought back a grimace. This was not going according to plan at all. Mr. Gammon continued his game of modesty as he surreptitiously reclaimed his arm. "I'm afraid it was a point of contention between my father and I. I might have a way with a scalpel and be handy if you ever require an amputation, but for any common ailment my father was of far more use." In a dreamy voice, Miss Ball whispered, "You must have saved a great many lives." And perhaps taken one. Breaking into the conversation before they fawned over Mr. Gammon too much, Catherine asked, "Would that be why your father turned to another man in his partnership? I hear he worked closely with Dr. Sumner." Mr. Gammon nodded stiffly. "That is the case." When he said nothing more on the subject, Catherine prodded, "And do you think well of the gentleman?" Mr. Gammon's hesitation spoke volumes. "He and my father had their disagreements from time to time, but on the whole I believe they worked well together. I did not speak very often with the gentleman in question, as he only came by to see my father on business." Lady Dalhousie tisked under her breath. "It is a terrible thing when a man only has a mind for business." Mr. Gammon answered, "Business must have its place, my lady, but I believe it should also be balanced with family and friends." He could not have said a more winsome thing. The faces on the ladies on either side of him brightened. Lady Dalhousie pressed, "And you, Mr. Gammon, do you find a lot of time for your family? For your wife?" He deftly cut his meat as he answered, "I have no wife at present, but when I do, I will certainly make time for her." This conversation had turned so far afield that Catherine felt as though she were sitting in a different country. Somehow she seemed to have been cut out of it altogether. Lord Penhurst's cousin, who had escorted her to the table, leaned closer and commented, "The asparagus is particularly divine, wouldn't you say, Lady Catherine?" "I have yet to try it, but I will, upon your suggestion." "Allow me." He reached for the dish and held it for her as she shovelled half of its contents onto her plate. She wasn't paying the least bit of attention to him, nor the frown he wore when he returned the plate to the table. As she started to slice the vegetable, she cut into the progressing conversation across from her. "You claim Dr. Sumner only visited your father on business, but he told me mere days ago that Dr. Sumner still visited him. Unless you think they still have business?" I believe they worked together not a year ago on Lord Westing's ailments. The late Lord Westing, I mean." With a frown, Lord Penhurst's cousin said,
"Isn't this morose conversation for the dinner table?"
She gritted her teeth. If she had been more familiar with the man, she might have surrendered to the urge to elbow him in the ribs. Couldn't he see that she didn't care to talk to him? Mr. Gammon's face had hardened as well.
"Quite."
He took a bite, chewing vigorously and postponing any further conversation. But Catherine didn't have her answers, and until she did, she would not relent. As she chewed the asparagus, which was indeed delicious, she tried to think of another way to introduce the question she so desperately needed answered. Would Dr. Sumner have killed Dr. Gammon? Did one or the other mistakenly kill Lord Westing? Or was it intentional? Not on Dr. Gammon's part, to be sure, but on that of his partner. And what role did Mr. Gammon play in all of this? As a pall descended on the conversation, the tension mounted. Under his breath, Mr. Gammon said uncharitably, "I believe if you asked the current Lord Westing, he will tell you that it all worked out favourably. And I assure you, if Dr. Sumner was visiting my father, I have no idea why. I only wish that I had visited him more often than I did." Catherine frowned. "But you visited him every week." Mr. Gammon's hands stilled, and he laid down the knife.
"Now that he's no longer with me, you have to forgive me if I now feel that once a week was not nearly enough time."
The grief that she hadn't seen on his face or in his demeanour was thick in his voice. Gently, Miss Ball laid her gloved hand atop his. "I'm sure he was a well-liked man who will be sorely missed." Hearing that shred of grief in Mr. Gammon's voice, Catherine couldn't bring herself to press on. It too closely mirrored the dark emotion she'd been trying to hold at bay ever since finding her friend dead in his study. She applied herself to her meal, ignoring her dinner partner, who seemed to have moved his attention to the woman on his right. If nothing else, Catherine had gotten some answers out of Mr. Gammon tonight. The new Lord Westing, after all, had gained much at his predecessor's death, and if Dr. Gammon and his partner had been at odds previously, Catherine had other suspects to pursue. Chapter 12. Upon eating her fill at dinner, Catherine excused herself early from Lord Penhurst's exhibition and returned home despite Lady Dalhousie's protests. She left Dr. Gammon at the event, secure that he would be well occupied. The moment she entered her house, Emma barked out a greeting from a different room. Catherine followed the noise to the front parlour, where Harriet sat in the armchair, mending the bottom of one of Catherine's dresses. At Catherine's entrance, she glanced up in alarm.
"Lady Catherine, what are you doing home so soon? I haven't prepared anything to eat."
Catherine shook out her cloak, despite the fact that it had not been snowing for once. She laid it over her arm as Harriet set aside her mending and stood. "No need. Lord Penhurst wouldn't allow his guests to go hungry." Harriet didn't appear to be listening as she stuffed her basket full of the cloth, thread, and needles she'd been using. She left it in the parlour as she bustled toward Catherine with her arms outstretched to receive Catherine's cloak. Emma danced after her with an enthusiastic little yap, hurrying to greet Catherine. After divesting herself of her cloak, Catherine knelt to scratch the dog behind the ears. "You'll never believe who I saw there. Dr. Gammon's son. I thought perhaps if he was occupied, I would do best to search the house next door in case he is due to return." Harriet looked dubious. "This late in the evening?" Catherine shrugged as she straightened. "With him I cannot say, and Mrs. Campbell asked me to return after dark. I'd best go now, when I have the opportunity." Looking a little puzzled, Harriet glanced at the cloak in her arms and held it out for Catherine once more. Catherine batted her away. "Not in these clothes. Can you imagine Mrs. Campbell's reaction if I showed up in evening wear? I'll find something plainer to wear." She couldn't be certain, but she thought she heard Harriet mutter under her breath, "All the dresses you wear are plain." 5 minutes later, Catherine had exchanged her evening gown for a favourite walking dress. As she glanced out of her bedroom window, she craned her neck to look at the path below. Along the rear edge of each of the houses in this line was a tidy fence and a narrow walkway. Dusk had long since descended, and the light of the lamps out front of every door didn't stretch to the back. However, as Catherine cupped her hands to the cold glass to see through it, movement caught her eye. The movement was along the path somewhere in the vicinity of Dr. Gammon's house. Did her eyes deceive her? Her instincts clamoured, as Emma, in one of the lower floors, gave a hearty bark before falling silent. Catherine squinted, but the figure she thought she had seen melded into the shadows as if it had never been there. Who would be walking the path at this hour? Has Mr. Gammon returned already? No, it couldn't be him. He was safely at Lord Penhurst's exhibition, and, considering that he had attended despite his mourning, Catherine didn't think he would be likely to leave early. Nevertheless, she hastened downstairs toward the rear exit of the house. Harriet met her with a less fancy cloak in the kitchen, along with a plate of victuals she'd put together. Catherine smiled to keep from groaning. What were those colourless, speckled balls? As her maid looked at her expectantly, Catherine plucked one from the pile. The very last thing she wanted to do was put it in her mouth. Lord Penhurst served dinner, and I quite gorged myself, but thank you. If she expected Harriet to remove the tray, she was disappointed. Swallowing hard, Catherine stared at the morsel in her hand as though facing down the gallows. Tentatively, she nibbled at the edge. It tasted like old cheese and some hint of bizarre spice. She swallowed it and smiled, trying not to gag. Delicious! Harriet beamed. There will be more when you return. Perhaps you'll be hungry before bed. Perhaps, Catherine answered, her voice thin as she palmed the rest of the concoction. Where was Emma when she needed her? Fortunately, Catherine had an excuse to leave, and she took it, bent on leaving the remainder of the food out in the garden for a wild animal or stray to eat. She exited into the night air, grateful for the excuse not to have to eat any more of whatever that had been. Trying to ignore the sour taste in her mouth, she hastened through the garden and onto the back path leading behind the townhouses. She reached number 4 in minutes. Upon her second knock, Mrs. Campbell opened the kitchen door a sliver to peer out. Candlelight filtered from the room beyond, but it lent little heat. She had not built a fire. Mrs. Campbell, is this a good time? The older woman pulled the door wider and glanced around the yard before ushering Catherine inside. Mr. Gammon left hours ago, but hurry, make sure no one sees you. I don't want to get into trouble. Of course not. Once inside, Catherine tapped her shoes and chastised herself for once again forgetting to wear pattens. As she tiptoed into the house, she hoped not to leave too many watery footprints along the way. I need to discover where Dr. Gammon kept his papers. Do you happen to know? Mrs. Campbell scooped up a candlestick and ushered Catherine further into the house. I imagine he kept everything of import in the study. Catherine had searched through nearly everything, save for that last drawer. Nevertheless, she nodded. It was as good a place to look as any. Perhaps this time she would find something she had missed previously. Despite the fact that she knew the way, she followed after Mrs. Campbell up the stairs and into the vacant room. When the old woman hesitated at the door, Catherine touched her elbow. It's all right. You don't have to come in. Give me 10 minutes in here, and I'll let you know if I find what I need. The older woman looked grateful as she thrust the candle into Catherine's hand. I'll return in 10 minutes. Truthfully, Catherine preferred to search through the papers without company. She took the candlestick to the desk and laid it atop the gleaming surface as she continued to search the drawers. First, she used her good memory to advantage to make certain none of the papers had been disturbed. Not to her recollection. When she reached the last drawer, the one she hadn't opened before Mr. Gammon had evicted her last time, she gave it a tug. It would not budge. Locked. Cursing under her breath, Catherine sifted through the other drawers until she found the key. She inserted it and, within moments, found a stack of notes in the drawer. Her heart thrummed a rapid beat in the base of her throat. Could these be the papers that had so concerned Dr. Gammon? Reverently, she lifted out the top few pages. As she began to read, she frowned. These weren't notes at all, but an essay written by someone else that appeared to argue the merits of a new medicine. The essay was dated 1815, and she would have put it aside if her wandering gaze hadn't lit across the word cherry laurel. She swallowed hard and brought the paper closer to the halo of light shed by the candle. The essay exalted the healing powers of hydrocyanic acid, a byproduct of the much more volatile cherry laurel water. It argued that the acid should be returned to the pharmacopoeia and distributed to patients to cure a variety of ailments, including pneumonia. In the margins, Dr. Gammon had added several notes of his own, including one that appeared to be a recipe of sorts. It dictated the dilution of cherry laurel leaves in very precise amounts. Catherine returned the page to the drawer with trembling hands. Lyle had named this as the possible poison, and it seemed Dr. Gammon had kept some on hand for medical purposes. The paper itself called the cherry laurel water volatile, a kind way of saying it could do more harm than good. Was this a clue of some kind? The handwriting in the margins matched that of Dr. Gammon's other notes, so he must have made the medicine himself. And it had worked, or so Harriet had found, with their neighbour who had been cured of pneumonia. Somebody had killed Dr. Gammon with his own medicine. Was it possible he'd treated himself with it and taken too much by mistake? No, Dr. Gammon knew exactly how much to give, and also the dangers of taking too much, as evidenced by his notes in the margin. Catherine was more sure than ever that her friend had been murdered. Catherine swallowed hard, pointedly not looking at the vacant chair in the middle of the room, the chair on which she had found Dr. Gammon's corpse. She couldn't look in that direction without picturing him there, as peaceful as if in sleep. The chair itself was a reminder that she would never speak with him again. Impartial. She must remain impartial if she wanted to discover what had happened to him. And to do that, she needed to find the pages that had so upset him. She had to find his notes on Lord Westing's treatment. She fished through the other notes in the stack, but although there were a great many patients named, including Emma, none of them commented on Lord Westing. When Mrs. Campbell cleared her throat in the doorway, Catherine glanced up. "Did you find anything?" With a weary sigh, Catherine shook her head and replaced the notes. "No, I can't find the notes Dr. Gammon mentioned. I'm certain they must have concerned Lord Westing, but his treatment isn't listed in any of these pages." When she closed the drawer, she locked it and replaced the key where she'd found it. Then, giving the desk a cursory glance to make certain she hadn't disturbed anything, she collected the candlestick and returned to Mrs. Campbell in the doorway. "Would I be able to search Dr. Gammon's bedchamber?" Mrs. Campbell hesitated, then nodded. "I don't know what you hope to find there. His son has taken nearly everything from that room." "Including Dr. Gammon's notes?" Mrs. Campbell shook her head. "I didn't see him remove any papers." "Has anyone else been in Dr. Gammon's files?" Again the older woman shook her head. "No, nobody." She turned away. "If you intend to search the bedchamber, come this way, and don't tarry." As Catherine followed her to the bedchamber, she couldn't help but wonder if she was destined not to find the notes she sought. Perhaps the killer had taken them the night they had poisoned Dr. Gammon. Lyle had said that the cherry laurel water would have acted quickly. Perhaps the killer had poisoned his victim, waited for him to die, and then cleaned the dishes and taken the file. Or perhaps she was being fanciful, and Mr. Gammon had taken the papers while Mrs. Campbell hadn't been looking. Nevertheless, Catherine searched through what was left in Dr. Gammon's bedchamber. There was precious little and no notes of any kind. Dejectedly, she surrendered to defeat and left. When the pair reached the bottom of the stairs on the ground floor, Mrs. Campbell ushered her toward the kitchen, back the way she had come.
Mr. Gammon was adamant that no one enter the house. You know Mrs. Ramsay next door? She watches everything on the street. I'm afraid if you go out that way she'll see you and report back to Mr. Gammon.
Mrs. Campbell didn't look at Catherine as she herded her through the house into the kitchen, the candle now in her possession. However, her bearing was stiff, her voice tense.
I'm depending on the money Mr. Gammon has promised me if I take care of the house until everything is settled. I don't want him to renege on our agreement.
I understand. I have no issue with taking the back way to my house. It isn't far. Though perhaps Catherine should have taken a light to better make her way. She had travelled down that path so many times that she knew it by rote, and by the feel of the fence bordering the path. However, a lantern would have made it easier to navigate the clumps of snow. Mrs. Campbell aided her part of the way in that respect by accompanying her into the garden and holding the candle aloft until Catherine reached the gate. Only then, as Catherine slipped out onto the path, did the older woman latch the gate once more and turn away. As she did, the candlelight stretched long fingers over her shoulder and onto the path. Footprints caught Catherine's gaze before the light swam out of view. Footprints? How odd! Who would be out here? During her month's stay, Catherine hadn't noticed anyone else use the path, although she had seen a figure earlier. Had Mr. Gammon returned and followed her? But why, unless he was hiding something? Curious, Catherine stepped toward the footprints she'd seen, hoping that once her eyes adjusted to the dark, she would be able to learn more from them. Her slipper flew out from under her on the slick ground. Catherine yelled, spinning her arms for balance as her feet sloshed against a thin layer of moisture over ice. Had it rained while she was inside? She lost the battle with balance and toppled backward, curling her arms around her head, and she catapulted toward the ground. Her ankle wrenched to the side. Searing pain shot up her calf. She screamed. A door slammed open, but Catherine barely heard over the thunder in her ears. Tears wetted her cheeks as she reached for her throbbing ankle. Nothing but that shooting pain filled her mind.
"Lady Catherine?"
Mrs. Campbell sounded a mile away. The ground trembled from footsteps, but when a shadow fell over her, it was not Mrs. Campbell's figure above her. The silhouette was that of a man. Catherine held her breath, the pain receding as she held still. Had Dr. Gammon's killer returned? For her? The man knelt next to her. In the growing light of the candle emanating from the nearby house, Catherine recognized his profile. She gasped for breath. Wayland? What in the world was he doing out here? Chapter 13. Mrs. Campbell reached Catherine a moment later, as Wayland was trying to urge her into a sitting position. Catherine's entire body groaned in protest of the movement. Her arm and shoulder throbbed from their contact with the ice. The pain was punctuated by the sharp flares that assaulted her ankle whenever she tried to move. Wayland asked, "Can you stand?" She opened her mouth, but at that moment Mrs. Campbell unlatched the gate and dashed out to them.
"Oh, dear me! Lady Catherine, are you hurt? Don't move a muscle. I'll find you a nice poultice to put on your—"
Judging by the way she craned her neck behind the beacon of her candle, she was searching Catherine's body for injury. Catherine waved off the suggestion, leaning more on Wayland than she might have usually. Her right arm, which she had landed upon, didn't want to take her full weight. Despite its weakness, it didn't hurt overmuch, unlike her ankle. "I'm not hurt, simply shaken. You may return inside, Mrs. Campbell." Catherine was lying through her teeth. Even without trying to stand, she could tell that something was wrong with her ankle. However, the very last thing she wanted was a fetid poultice, such as Lord Westing's maid had worn. Not to mention, she didn't believe that smearing a few herbs over a twisted ankle would miraculously cure her.
"Don't be silly. If you're hurt, I can help. Dr. Gammon, he—"
The older woman's voice broke. Catherine swallowed the sudden lump in her throat. "I'm not hurt, truly. Go back inside. I'm certain by the time I reach my house I'll have walked off the stiffness." Mrs. Campbell looked dubious. Wayland, at least, took her at her word. "Let me help you to stand." She noticed he didn't pull away from the way she leaned against him. Rather, he encircled her back with a steadying arm and clasped her opposite elbow, using himself as a lever to help her regain her feet. She pushed herself upright with her good leg, leaning on him for balance. If he knew the extent to which she used him for a crutch, and he must, for she was no light woman, he didn't betray her weakness. She smiled into Mrs. Campbell's face. "You see, no harm done." A dark look descended across Mrs. Campbell's face, one of disbelief. "Are you certain you wish me to leave you in the company of—" It hadn't occurred to Catherine that the older woman hadn't recognized her companion. Over the past 6 months, Wayland had become a constant in Catherine's life. How bizarre that was to think. Prior to her first independent investigation, Wayland had been no more than the name her father used as a curse whenever they crossed paths in a peculiar case. "Don't worry, this is Captain Wayland. He's a—" What was Wayland to her? After the way their lives had become so enmeshed, with his closest friend betrothing himself to Catherine's closest friend, the word colleague no longer seemed to apply. Friend. Wayland's body next to hers felt like a sheathed sword, hard and capable of lethal action. Did he not think of her as a friend? Catherine fought to keep her expression neutral. I'm safe with him. Whatever their relationship to one another, in that she was certain. After a moment's consideration, Mrs. Campbell nodded. "Very well, Lady Catherine, I will cede to your wishes. If you change your mind about that poultice—" "I'll send for you," Catherine lied. Without another word, the housekeeper picked her way back toward the gate, paying careful attention to the ground beneath her feet. If only Catherine had done the same. She grimaced. Wayland leaned down, his whisper caressing the shell of her ear. "Can you walk?" She tried to regain more of her balance. Only one way to know for certain. The moment she tried to take a step, leaning weight on her injured foot, white pain enveloped her. When her vision cleared, she gasped for breath and found herself in Wayland's arms as he took swift steps toward her townhouse. The movement jostled her ankle, sending ripples of pain up her leg with every one of his loping steps. She pressed her lips together. She didn't have the breath to protest his familiarity. At the back door to her townhouse, Wayland pounded on the wood. A flurry of barks emitted from inside. Moments later, Harriet opened the door, breathless. Her eyes widened as she saw who was standing there. "My lady?" A flush darkened her skin as she averted her gaze, stepping back and looking anywhere but at the pair. I have some mending to do." She couldn't seem to decide where to put her hands. His voice short, Wayland explained. "Lady Catherine took a spill. I believe she's twisted her ankle. Didn't you hear the scream? She cannot walk." "Oh." Harriet raised her gaze to Catherine's face, finally registering the pain sure to be etched there. "Oh, come with me. I'll fetch a bandage." Wayland leaned his head closer, his voice almost intimate, as he asked, "Where would you like to sit while I examine your ankle? I have some experience with injuries, and I'd like to check for broken bones." Catherine had to lean back to look him in the eye. "The parlour," she said faintly. He nodded, and with Emma and Harriet trailing after him, he carried her to the front of the house. As he set her on the love-seat next to the chuckling fire in the hearth, he said over his shoulder to Harriet, "The bandage? And it might not be amiss to collect some ice from the garden. It will ease the swelling." As Harriet hurried out of the room, Emma turned in circles, seemingly at odds as to whom she should follow. When she finally made up her mind, she hopped onto the seat next to Catherine and laid her head in Catherine's lap, whining. Catherine patted her idly, hissing in a breath as Wayland lifted her injured leg onto the low table they usually reserved for the tea service. Kneeling at her feet, he carefully folded the hem of her gown up to her calf, not taking his eyes from hers.
"May I remove your slipper?"
The question sounded absurd, given the circumstance. Catherine nodded, but asked, "Why are you here?" As he turned his attention to unfastening her shoe, he answered,
"I was walking the distance from Lord Westing's townhouse to Dr. Gammon's. I wanted to see if it was a short enough distance for someone to have walked that night to kill him."
"I see." He didn't sound convincing, but as he laid his fingers to her ankle bone, she forgot everything but the pain his touch induced.
"Breathe,"
he said, his voice a pillar. She drew in a ragged breath and focused her attention on him once more. If she had something to occupy her mind, the pain lessened somewhat. He carefully probed around the tender spots on her ankle. Although she doubted his excuse was true, after all, Lord Westing's daughter no longer lived at the house where her father had died, Catherine couldn't help but wonder if he had another motive to linger on the path behind her house. Had he been there to watch over her? Catherine wasn't certain if the notion should make her angry or warm her heart. No one seemed to believe her about this investigation. To have him not only trust in her judgment, but also go so far as to ensure that she wasn't investigating alone. Perhaps it was fancy, brought on by her muddled, pain-riddled thoughts. "I saw a figure on the path perhaps half an hour ago. Was that you?" Wayland looked up from his ministrations with a frown.
"No."
He sounded surprised, and no small part concerned. Catherine nibbled at her lower lip. "I suppose it might have been Dr. Gammon's son. He seems to be hiding something, but I thought I had left him at Lord Penhurst's exhibition." Grimly, Wayland folded her skirt over her ankle once more. Only her toes, clad in her stockings, peeked out from the hem.
"I'll look deeper into the son's motives. Your ankle doesn't appear to be broken, but you should keep it elevated for the time being. You could worsen the injury with exercise."
Catherine slumped against the back of the love-seat with an exasperated sigh. That was precisely the verdict she hadn't wanted to hear. How was she to investigate if she couldn't walk? As Wayland unfolded his frame, he asked,
"What were you doing out on the back path alone?"
His voice was as cold as the ice outside. Catherine brushed a strand of brown hair from her face and met his gaze. She hated to feel so small next to him, and almost begged him to sit. "Dr. Gammon's house isn't far. I went to look for his notes on Lord Westing's treatment. After all we've learned, I'm certain Lord Westing's was the case that so concerned Dr. Gammon the other day when I visited. But I couldn't find it. I'm not certain I accomplished anything." Harriet bustled into the room with a roll of bandages in one hand and a bulging cheesecloth in the other. Her cheeks were flushed, along with her nose, as if she had been out in the cold. She held up her prize. "I have the ice." Wayland stretched out his hand.
"Hand it here."
Catherine was about to protest that she could apply the ice herself when the rattle of carriage wheels on cobblestones roused Emma from her lap. The dog barked, lunging from the love-seat and hurrying toward the window. She silenced as she reached it. The carriage must have been one she recognized. But who would be calling so late? Catherine turned in her seat, peering at the mirrored glass that threw back her too pale reflection, juxtaposed over the shadow of a form beyond. Figures separated from the carriage, a man and a woman far enough in pregnancy for the curve of her stomach to begin to show. Catherine bolted upright. "Oh no, it's my father!" She met Wayland's gaze, terrified. She couldn't let her father see her alone, unchaperoned, with a man he abhorred. Her voice a croak, Catherine snapped, "You have to go, now, out the back, before he sees you." Wayland hesitated. If anything, he seemed ready to argue. Catherine bit her tongue, fear choking her. Her father's good opinion meant everything to her. He had raised her ever since she was small and her mother had died. He had taught her everything she knew about detective work. And how had she repaid him? By becoming increasingly more friendly with his rival. The knock echoed ominously through the house. Harriet, uncertain, backed away. "I'll get that. Please, Wayland, go out the back." His expression shuttered. If anything, Catherine thought for a moment that she had wounded him with the request. But despite what she had told Mrs. Campbell, they weren't friends, not in the same way she was friends with Lyle, Prue, or even Lord Annandale. No, Catherine's association with Wayland was far more complicated. And it wasn't something she could explain to her father. Not now. Her pleading must have shone in her eyes, because Wayland laid the cheesecloth-covered ice over her ankle and fled without another word. It wasn't a moment too soon. Chapter 14. Catherine shifted her weight, trying for a more comfortable position before her parents descended upon her. She hated to lie to her parents, but she didn't have a choice. Susanna, her stepmother, might understand her association with a fellow detective, but Papa never would. Why are they visiting now, of all times? Susanna, round with child and bigger than Catherine expected, given her figure a month ago when Catherine had left Dorchester House, stepped into the room and gasped. She turned several shades paler despite the yellow glow of the fire, a fact made more evident by the black curls framing her cheeks. The Earl of Dorchester, still dressed in his great coat, stepped forward and clasped Susanna's arm.
"What is it, my dear?"
Susanna pulled her arm free of her husband and rushed over. "Catherine, what have you done to your leg?" Catherine grimaced. She would have pulled it aside, hidden the injury, if the heavy cheesecloth stuffed with ice had not weighed it down. The pain had ebbed marginally with the cold. As Harriet hovered around Papa, collecting his greatcoat, he frowned. His keen blue-grey eyes surveyed the scene, shrewdly picking out the details. He was, after all, a detective. Catherine held her breath. Could he sense that someone had been here? The faintest of noises deeper in the house drew Emma down the corridor in a mad scramble of claws on wood. Pensive, Papa looked after her.
"What was that? Did someone go out the back door?"
Harriet curtsied, turning her face away as she mumbled, "I must have left one of the shutters open, my lord. Let me attend to it." She disappeared before Catherine's father could say another word. As he turned his gaze onto her, she almost spilled her every secret. She pressed her lips together instead. Thankfully, Susanna seemed not to pay a whit of attention to the sound that had drawn Papa's curiosity. She lowered herself onto the table next to Catherine's ankle. The wood groaned but held. Despite the fact that it wasn't meant as a seat, it was a sturdy table. Susanna brushed her fingers along Catherine's ankle, the sensation more tender than usual. Catherine hissed. Papa turned to her, a brooding look on his face.
"What have you done to yourself?"
"I slipped on a patch of ice and fell. It happened only 10 minutes ago. I'm certain I will heal before too long." Rather than take the armchair, Papa loomed over Catherine and his wife. He examined her ankle.
"What is it you have on your leg?"
"More ice," Catherine mumbled. "Harriet wrapped some in cheesecloth."
"Ah,"
Papa nodded and straightened.
"Should I send for the physician?"
The nearest physician would have been only 2 doors down, if not for the horrible tragedy. Catherine swallowed hard. "There's no need, I'm sure. It's just a twist." He nodded sagely.
"I can see that, but my dear, why did you slip? It isn't like you to be so clumsy, and we haven't had rain or sleet in days, nor has it thawed to create the ice."
Catherine bit the inside of her cheek. Not everything was a mystery. "It's winter, Papa. The ice must have been there already." Susanna plucked at the ice on Catherine's ankle, slipping 2 fingers underneath to feel along her skin. "How long have you left the ice here?" "Only a few moments." "Maybe it is time for a bandage. Your skin is cold, and I don't want you to freeze your foot." Catherine didn't protest as Susanna gingerly removed the ice and probed Catherine's swollen ankle further. "Do you have any bandages?" Catherine gestured at the table and the roll sitting behind Susanna's right hip. She twisted, laying one hand on her round stomach as she searched for it. When she found the bandages, she laughed. "Oh, there it is. You wouldn't imagine the sort of things I lose now that I've gotten a bit bigger." As she lifted the roll, Papa laid his hand on her shoulder.
"My dear, why don't you leave that and sit over here? Harriet can apply the bandages to Catherine's ankle."
Susanna scowled and pulled her shoulder free. "I can do it. I am a mother, you know." His gaze dropped to the swell of her belly. Dryly, he said,
"Yes, that is abundantly clear, my dear."
Susanna had given birth to Catherine's 2 younger sisters, but everyone in the family was hoping that this child would be a boy to carry on the family name. As Susanna lifted the injured appendage to rest it on her lap, Catherine gritted her teeth against a wave of pain. "To what do I owe this pleasure?" Susanna looked surprised as she started to unwind the bandage around Catherine's heel. Her curls bobbed at her temples, threatening to swing into her eyes. "We sent you a letter last week. You told us this was one of the nights you have free. We've all been so busy." Catherine grimaced. She'd forgotten about that letter. If not for her eagerness to check Dr. Gammon's house for clues, she would have remained at Lord Penhurst's exhibition and missed her family's visit. Was she not making enough time for them? Soon their time would be consumed with the new baby. Catherine gestured at the armchair across from her. "You can sit, Papa. You don't have to loom so." He ignored the suggestion and her resulting hiss of pain as Susanna shifted her ankle again. As he peered around the room, Papa's frown deepened, turning his face craggy to match his greying hair.
"You still haven't furnished the townhouse. You've been here a month."
Catherine avoided his astute gaze. "I've been busy, especially lately."
"Would you like Susanna and I to do it for you? It will be no bother. We could have this place furnished inside a week."
"No." Catherine bit her tongue to stifle a yelp as she sat upright. The movement jostled her ankle. Susanna raised her eyebrows but appeared to understand that Catherine hadn't moved on purpose. Her stepmother continued her gentle ministrations, pulling the bandages tight, but not so tight that Catherine lost circulation in her foot. "Thank you for the offer, Papa, but I want to pay my own way. I have the money. I simply have to make time. And I will, I promise." The silence turned thin and plaintive as Susanna finished with the bandage. She pulled Catherine's skirt over her ankle again and gently laid her foot on the table once more. "There you are. That should help with the pain somewhat." Should it? Since the pair had arrived, the shadow of pain had deepened, seeming to hook itself into her bones. If she didn't move, her ankle no longer stabbed with pain, but the dull, vicious ache made it a wretched task to entertain. Papa added,
"Perhaps you should return home while your injury heals. You'll need someone to care for you."
"I will do that, my lord," Harriet had returned, bringing with her a plate of seed cakes and a pot of tea. She eyed the table, but when she didn't find a proper place to put the tea service, she opted for the floor. She herded Emma away with one foot as she fixed the cups and plates. "There you have it," Catherine added, jumping to their defence. "Harriet will care for me. She's done a fine job so far." Papa didn't look convinced. He exchanged a glance with Susanna as he helped her to stand and move to the armchair. Once there, she blew out a breath and rested her hand on her belly. "We do miss you," her stepmother said. Catherine looked away, guilty. "I miss you too, but I have a home of my own, and a small injury like this is not going to make me leave it." "Well, if you ever change your mind, please know that you are welcome in our home any time. You can move back and make it your home too if you'd like." Aside from craving her independence, Catherine would not willingly subject herself to a house that would eventually have a screaming infant. She'd been in residence for that experience already. "I'll keep that in mind, thank you." She accepted a cup of tea but turned away the seed cake that Harriet offered. At Harriet's frown, Catherine whispered, "My ankle. I'm not hungry." Papa's eyebrows knit together.
"Is the pain so terrible? Perhaps you should take a few drops of laudanum and go to bed."
"I will," Catherine promised, without the laudanum. She didn't yet have a well-stocked medicine cabinet, but she didn't dare admit as much to her father. Apparently, having a new son or daughter on the way had turned him into a nursemaid around his existing children. "Where did you slip on the ice?" Susanna asked. "This looks fresh, and I didn't see any ice on your walkway." "I slipped on the path out back. You see, my neighbour, Dr. Gammon, died a few nights past. He was old, so Bow Street is not investigating further. That leaves no one but myself to find the truth. I went over tonight to search for clues." "And did you find any?" Catherine shook her head. "I was there a couple nights previous, shortly before he died, and he told me of an old patient that worried him. He was looking over his notes, and I have to wonder if he found something that might have gotten him killed, but I couldn't find the notes in question." "Do you have suspects?" Catherine nodded. 3 or 4. One may not have been in London at the time in question, but we're searching for the whereabouts of the others on the night of the murder." Papa raised his eyebrows. "We?" Catherine swallowed hard. Tarnation! She hadn't meant to let that slip. "Prue and me, of course." Harriet cleared her throat. Catherine amended, "And Harriet is helping too." Emma jumped up onto the love seat and curled into a ball on Catherine's lap. Catherine stroked her fur, grateful for the pug's presence. It didn't lessen the pain in her ankle, but it soothed her somewhat. Catherine sighed gustily. "How am I going to investigate now? I can't walk." A shadow fell across her, and when she craned her neck back, Papa gave her a fond smile. "An investigator's largest asset is not her legs, but her brain." He tapped gently at her temple. "I have confidence in your abilities. If you have Miss Barwick and Harriet to help, you will certainly solve this mystery without needing to visit the suspects and scenes in person. I'm sure of it." She swallowed back a lump of tears, warmed by her father's confidence in her. After all, he had taken her under his wing and taught her everything she knew about investigation. If he was certain of it, then so was she. "Thank you, Papa." He scooped Emma out of her lap, replacing her on the seat next to Catherine. "Now, to bed with you before that ankle swells beyond all reason. I'll help you upstairs, and Harriet can do the rest." Catherine knew better than to argue. At least he wasn't insisting that she move back to Dorchester House. And in the morning she would turn her mind to solving Dr. Gammon's murder once again. This matter was far from buried. Chapter 15. Catherine squeezed her eyes shut against the waves of pain emanating from her ankle. It had taken all of her strength this morning and a good deal of Harriet's help to get her dressed and down the stairs into the parlour. At the moment her ankle felt as if it were trying to tear itself free. She gritted her teeth, trying to centre herself. After all, if Emma's impatient barks and scrabbling claws on the wood floor were any indication, her friends had arrived at the door. Voices drifted from the vestibule, too muffled for Catherine to make out the words, but the timbre was identifiable. There was Prue's voice, and Lord Annandale's, followed by McTavish with a suggestive tone, and Harriet's crisp answer. And Wayland. Despite the fact she had all but tossed him on his ear last night when her parents arrived, he didn't sound as if he held a grudge. Catherine didn't know if that was for the better. As footsteps approached, she lifted her head and hoped her smile didn't resemble a grimace. She couldn't afford to indulge her pain if she was to solve this murder, and she wasn't about to let one twisted ankle hamper her goal. Prue stepped through the door first, her fiancé in her wake. When she stopped short, he bumped into her. He rested one hand lightly at her waist to steady himself. She didn't appear to notice the casual contact. Her eyebrows knit together, her mouth dropping open as she stared at Catherine. "What's happened to your ankle?" Catherine grimaced. "Is it that obvious? You look as though your foot has grown to the size of Wayland's." Under his breath, Wayland muttered, "Should I be offended?" Catherine sighed. "It's the bandage. I twisted it, that's all." As the pair lingered in the doorway, Wayland neatly sidestepped them and entered the room. Not a hint of irritation from the way she'd treated him betrayed whether or not he thought ill of the altercation. In fact, as he crossed to her, he looked nothing but concerned. When he stood between her and her friends by the door, Emma trotted up and pawed at his boot. He ignored the dog.
"May I have a look at it?"
Catherine didn't know what he, a detective and former military captain, hoped to do to heal her, but she nodded nonetheless. As he kneeled, Prue and Annandale took their customary positions on the love seat. McTavish had disappeared for the moment, likely teasing Harriet, wherever she had run off to. As Wayland lifted her ankle from the stool Harriet had fetched for her, white pain erased her thoughts. She gritted her teeth to keep from making a sound as he gently unwound the bandage. The pain intensified without the compression. When her bare ankle and foot were open to the air, the former being too painful and swollen to don a stocking, he set aside the bandages slowly to probe her flesh. A hiss escaped from between her teeth. He lightened his touch, grazing over the blue and purple bruise near her Achilles tendon. When he gripped the bottom of her foot to turn it, she gasped. "Don't!" He rested her foot on the stool once more.
"For how long did you apply the ice?"
"A few minutes. I went up to bed when my father left." He grunted and straightened.
"Apply more ice. It will help. And how much have you moved this morning?"
Cantankerous from the pain he'd subjected her to, she glared at him. "I didn't sleep in this chair, if that's what you're asking." He raised his eyebrows.
"Especially since I left you in that one."
He pointed at the love seat, where Prue now rested, staring at them with rapt attention. She leaned forward. "You left her here, did you?" Something that looked suspiciously like panic crossed Wayland's face before he looked away, the colour high in his cheeks. He turned his back and knelt to replace the bandage on Catherine's ankle. If not for the suddenness of the motion robbing her of her breath, she might have pointed out that she hadn't yet applied ice to the injury. Then again, given his mortification, perhaps now wasn't the time. In a brusque tone, Wayland informed,
"I was searching for clues, footprints and the like, as to who has been lurking along the rear path near our victim's house when Lady Catherine was hurt."
That hadn't been the story he'd told Catherine. She pressed her lips together. Prue smirked. "And did you find anything?" He glanced at her for only a moment before he stood, putting space between himself and Catherine.
"Nothing suspicious."
Because she couldn't stand the knowing expression on her friend's face, Catherine added, "I was out searching for clues as well. I fell leaving Dr. Gammon's house, where I went to look for the notes about which he had expressed concern when I visited him. I couldn't find those, not in his study or his bedchamber, and they hadn't been in the parlour when I accompanied Lyle the morning he was found. Dr. Gammon's notes on his treatments for Lord Westing seemed to have disappeared." Prue exchanged an uncomfortable glance with Lord Annandale, but didn't comment. At the very least, she had ceased interrogating Wayland. Catherine sighed, staring at her ankle. "I suppose that will be the last piece of evidence I will find. Or not, as the case may be. I'm unable to go out until my ankle heals. By then, the murderer might have left the city, or even the country."
"Lucky for you, lass, we're here to do the searching for you."
McTavish's voice boomed from the entryway, where he carried a tray holding the tea service, along with some leftover scones from the day before. Under Harriet's uncharitable direction, he placed the tray on the table and helped her to fix the tea for the parties present. Eager for the change in topic, Catherine straightened and looked between the men. "What did you find?" The only thing Prue, Harriet and I were able to discover yesterday was the fact that Lord Westing's daughter now lives outside of London. Her place in the house has been usurped by his successor, an ambitious man, I'm told. Harriet canted her head to one side, as if considering this. "Is that what you learned?" "Lord Westing's footman didn't consider his new lord capable of murder. He said his succession to the title came as quite the surprise." At that, Prue frowned. Why would it? If Lord Westing had only a daughter, surely it would be well known that the estate and title would be entailed him. Why hadn't Catherine thought of that? She bit her tongue, the pain in her mouth barely noticeable compared to the rhythmic throb of her ankle. I suppose that there is more to investigate, though I won't be able to do it myself. McTavish flashed her a grin. Och, now, don't worry a wee bonny head. We'll handle this for you. Frankly, Catherine didn't know if he was soothing her or patronising her. Lord Annandale coughed into his fist, drawing everyone's attention. I brought McTavish to the gaming hell, and we found a bit about Dr. Gammon's son. He's a well-liked, charismatic man who everyone seems to remember, and he owes a bit of blunt, but nothing so drastic to warrant killing his father. Prue tapped her chin, pensive. Catherine sighed. Dr. Gammon doesn't have a lot of wealth. The house, yes, but not much outside of it, or he would keep a full staff rather than hiring a housekeeper to work only a few days a week. Still, I suppose the debt is a mite suspicious, particularly with the way Mr. Gammon has been acting. Prue accepted her teacup and took a dainty sip before she added, If money isn't the motivator, then I suspect it must be revenge. Catherine reminded her, Lord Westing's daughter now lives outside of London. She didn't have the opportunity. That we know of, Prue countered. I admit it is far-fetched that she would come into London for only one night. The roads in and out of London are treacherous this time of year in the daylight. They're near impassable in the dark. If she was in London, she must have stayed somewhere until morning. But it wasn't at Lord Westing's house. I admit I've asked some friends who count her among their friends, and they insist she's been out of town since Christmas. She cannot be at fault, then. Catherine ought to feel more satisfied upon ruling out a suspect, but she only felt miserable. Prue hesitated. Perhaps. But if she had money, could she have hired someone to do the deed for her? The group fell silent as they considered the suggestion. Wayland, however, bent and paid a lavish amount of attention to Emma. She growled low as he toyed with her ribbon, tugging it to and fro as she gripped the other end. Lord Annandale broke the near silence. What do you think of the new Lord Westing? Could he have orchestrated this? Catherine exchanged a glance with Harriet. Cautiously, she admitted, We haven't been able to learn anything, save for what the servants told us yesterday. Perhaps we'll learn more upon further investigation. Everyone turned their attention to Wayland. For a moment he was so engrossed in playing with the dog that he didn't notice the shift in focus. When Lord Annandale cleared his throat, Wayland looked up, frowning. Catherine asked pointedly, And you? He glanced at Emma as though looking for an answer. Catherine reminded him. Didn't you say yesterday that you were off to find information about Dr. Sumner? Ah, that. He straightened, leaving Emma to chew on the discarded tuft of ribbon. As he adjusted his cuffs, he answered, I'm afraid I could not find Dr. Sumner to question him. That wasn't the answer Catherine had been expecting. I beg your pardon? Why were you searching for clues at Dr. Gammon's house if you hadn't completed your assigned task? Wayland's mouth thinned. He met her gaze, his expression as bland as his voice. I did my due diligence. If Dr. Sumner is in London, none of my contacts know of it. I will continue to look, of course, but at the moment I had no other recourse unless I intended to spend the evening at home, brooding. Although Catherine had often questioned his intentions, Wayland wasn't the brooding type. Prue cut in, turning the tide of the conversation and the tension gathering in the room. Do you think Dr. Sumner fled town after killing his colleague? Softly, Lord Annandale answered, Could be, lass, but if we're entertaining the idea that Lord Westing's daughter hired an assassin, then I'd argue Dr. Sumner could have done such a thing as well. He could have used his absence from London as an excuse. The longer they spoke, the more the pain in Catherine's ankle mounted. She let out a strangled, frustrated sound. We are no further along today than we were yesterday. If anything, they only had more suspects and more possibilities. Actually, Prue trailed off, taking a sip of her tea. "Didn't you say that the particulars of Lord Westing's treatment were missing from Dr. Gammon's notes? Why would his daughter take the file?" "We've been working on the premise that Dr. Gammon and Dr. Sumner killed her father, either by design or mistake. The evidence would be in that file, would it not? If so, she would want everyone to see it, to know the proof of Dr. Gammon's wrongdoing." Wayland paced as he added,
"And other people had access to the house. What of Dr. Gammon's son? Catherine, you said he's been acting strangely. He might have taken it."
Catherine pointed out, "He only acted toward me in that way after his father was killed. The file might have been taken by the killer while he was there poisoning Dr. Gammon." They each frowned, deep in thought, until McTavish summed up the situation several minutes later.
"So, we've come full circle then. We dinna have more than a handful of suspects that grew more suspicious by the hour."
Catherine sighed deeply and sank back into the armchair, using its bulk to shield her expression from as many people in the room as possible. With her ankle in such a state, she couldn't speak with the suspect on her own. Her father had expressed his confidence in her ability to solve the mystery without leaving her chair, but she hadn't done it yet. Would he lose faith in her if she couldn't prove him right? Not to mention, sending out Prue, Lord Annandale, or even Wayland to search for her was not the same as doing it herself. In the case of Prue and her fiancé, they might be too preoccupied with each other and their upcoming nuptials to notice key pieces of evidence. If only there were a way for her to speak with these people on her own. Unless... Catherine straightened. "I have an idea." The quiet rustle of clothing silenced as the group fixated upon her. She smiled. "We will make my injury work in our favor. We'll make them come to us." With a frown, Prue fiddled with her teacup. The clink of porcelain mirrored the pulse of Catherine's heart, and the throb in her foot. "How so?" "I admit it won't solve everything. I'll still have to deal with Lady Dalhousie."
"Lady Dalhousie?"
Wayland asked, with the raise of his eyebrow. Catherine swallowed yet another sigh. In as even a voice as she could manage, she said, "Lady Dalhousie approached me with the request to match her niece. You know how persuasive she can be. I cannot say no."
"And what does this have to do with the investigation?"
Wearily, Catherine admitted. "It doesn't. And my idea won't help with her at all, either. I warned Lady Dalhousie and her niece, Miss Ball, that if she wished for a love match, it could not be rushed. Even so, I know Lady Dalhousie will not rest until she sees my ankle for herself. She simply won't believe that I'm injured if I write to her of what happened, which means she will certainly come to call and harangue me." Lord Annandale chuckled, a sound that was soon stifled as Prue poked him with her elbow. Prue asked, "What is your idea for the investigation?" Catherine brightened. "Obviously, we cannot invite our suspects here to confess, but we can do the next best thing. If we make certain each of the suspects know that I'm injured and at home, unable to defend myself, and if we spread a rumor that I discovered among Dr. Gammon's notes a titillating piece of evidence of wrongdoing in Lord Westing's case—" Prue interrupted. Perhaps something more vague. For the rumor, we don't know for certain that his death is connected to Lord Westing's death." It was far too much coincidence for her, but Catherine didn't have the wherewithal to argue. "Very well, we'll say I discovered evidence that it sheds suspicion on Dr. Gammon's death. Then all we need to do is make certain that Lord Westing's daughter, Dr. Sumner, and Mr. Gammon hear these rumors. Knowing that I'm helpless, they will come here to try to steal the notes."
"Did you injure your head along with your ankle?" Wayland barked.
He rounded on her, eyes blazing. Catherine shrank back in her seat. She had never seen him so furious.
"It's too dangerous."
His snipped words rang in the air. However, Catherine refused to back down. She didn't want to remain idle for the rest of the investigation. She met his gaze squarely. "It is not too dangerous if you are hiding in wait to apprehend the killer before they can harm me." Lord Annandale cleared his throat. Heat chased onto Catherine's cheeks, and she ducked her head. "All of you, I mean. You'll all wait to intercept the murderer. You'll listen while I coax a confession. Once I do, you may reveal yourselves and subdue him. We'll hand him over to Lisle for a trial." Prue looked dubious. "But if Lord Westing's daughter lives out of town, how could she come—" Catherine wrinkled her nose. "Do we know for certain that she is out of town? Perhaps that's only what she wants everyone to think. She might have spread a rumor of her own to prevent suspicion. Even if she is truly out of town, she might have hired someone to perform the deed. They might hear the rumor and come in her place. And if Dr. Sumner committed the murder, his absence from society could indicate a desire to wait until the murder investigation quiets. He has a successful business in London. He cannot wish to relinquish that entirely." Grudgingly, Lord Annandale nodded. "We can spread the rumour around the men's clubs. That might draw him out." Catherine gazed from one person to another. "Then you'll do it? You'll spread the rumour?" Prue nodded in confirmation. "We'll spread the rumour." Darkly, Wayland added, "And we will be here this evening to see if it bears fruit." Chapter 16. Catherine balanced on her good leg, shutting her eyes and taking several deep breaths until the shadow of pain in her injured ankle subsided. Only once she had regained her composure did she open the door. She craned her neck back, looking up into Wayland's scowl. "What do you think you're doing answering the door?" Catherine glowered back. She wasn't in the best of moods to begin with, confined as she was to the house and her chair. "Harriet is busy." "She'd best be bleeding to let an injured woman perform her tasks." Catherine gritted her teeth. "I have hands and one good leg. I can do for myself." When he opened his mouth, no doubt to argue again, she hobbled back and ushered him into the house. "Why are you here so early? The others won't arrive for another 3 or 4 hours yet." They had agreed to meet after supper. Outside, dusk was just beginning to fall. Wayland shut the door, keeping out the waves of cold air assaulting them both. Catherine adjusted her shawl and hopped on her good leg, using the wall for support. He studied her dubiously. "You are not in the least bit capable of walking around on your own yet." "Don't coddle me. Why are you here?" He raised his eyebrows. "We're going out." Catherine let out an exasperated huff and turned to limp back into the parlour where she had been confined for the entirety of the grueling day. He stopped her. One moment she had both feet on the floor, mostly. In the next, he'd swept her up into his arms. At the shocking change, she gasped for breath and clutched at his shoulders. Although her grip made her knuckles creak, he didn't protest. Nor did he seem in danger of letting her fall. However, his touch was disorienting, to say the least. The last time he had held her this way, the pain in her ankle had rendered her insensible to the intimacy. Now she was entirely too aware of him. Breathlessly, she demanded, "Put me down!" Instead, Wayland lifted his head and shouted, "Harriet!" A moment later, Harriet scurried out the narrow corridor, a wooden spoon in her hand. Her eyebrows were low slashes across her eyes. "Yes?" Her voice was polite, but only just. Wayland didn't appear to notice her harried mood. He stepped toward the staircase. "Catherine needs to change into evening wear. Shall I carry her up to her room?" "No, put me down." Harriet, too, shook her head. "Why does she need to change clothes? Won't those do?" "We're going out," Wayland said, biting off the words. "Where? She cannot stand." "She would like to," Catherine said, pointedly. Wayland still did not put her down. If he didn't soon, she would... Emma barked vigorously, circling Wayland as if trying to find a way to jump into his arms as well. "We're going to the theatre." He quickly craned his neck down to look at Catherine directly. "And before you protest,
I've arranged for Lady Dalhousie and her niece to accompany us as well. You will be able to spread the rumour to her directly, and once she sees the lengths you are going to match her niece despite your injury, she will certainly leave you be until you've healed."
He had a great deal of faith in Lady Dalhousie. Catherine suspected that such a manoeuvre would earn her a day or two of respite at best, but at the moment she desperately craved any respite. Grumpy, Harriet muttered, "I cannot dress her now. I'm in the middle of cooking dinner. It will burn." Wayland held her gaze.
"I will tend it for you."
"Can you cook?"
"I'll manage for 5 minutes."
Harriet held his gaze a moment longer before she lowered her eyes and dipped into a curtsy. "Put her in the parlour. I'll fetch clothes from upstairs." "Is no one going to ask me what I think of this endeavour?" Wayland half turned toward the parlour, paused, and met her gaze with a sardonic raise of his eyebrow.
"Please, Catherine, tell me, would you prefer to sit here all night or come out to the theatre with me?"
Catherine pressed her lips together.
"Well?"
"I'm thinking." He shrugged, jostling her and sending a twinge of pain shooting through her ankle.
"Think all you like. I have all evening."
Catherine scowled at him. "Oh, put me down. I'll go to the theatre." If Catherine had considered how she would travel from the carriage into the theatre box that Wayland had reserved, she might have declined. The heat of humiliation scalded her cheeks as she slouched in the corner of the box, having been carried there in a sedan chair hoisted by 2 footmen. She might as well announce to the world that she was helpless, and she supposed that would work perfectly with her plan. Lady Dalhousie and her niece had arrived on their heels, fussing over Catherine as she was carried up to the box with such vigour that they drew even more eyes toward them. Fortunately, Wayland put his bulk between her and the other 2 women. Even he could not stifle Lady Dalhousie's carrying voice drifting from his far side, but at least Catherine did not have to answer the woman's questions directly. So engrossed was she in her misery that she didn't notice the box to her left filling up with occupants until the play began. When she turned to peer closer at the unfolding entertainment, the livery of a waiting footman caught her eye. She recognized it, and then the man in question. It was Jared, who was in service to Lord Westing. Wayland had arranged a box that abutted Lord Westing's theatre box. When Catherine turned to look at Wayland, his eyes twinkled with amusement.
"You're welcome,"
he whispered. She swallowed hard, but any reply she hoped to make was drowned out by the performance below. Unfortunately, with the performance she could do little to catch Lord Westing's attention. He was a short man with a receding hairline, affable in demeanour and easy with his smiles, particularly when they were directed to the young woman at his side. Catherine didn't recognize the debutante in question, but she must be the heiress the Lord hoped to marry. An older couple acted as chaperones, sitting a few seats apart, but keeping a rapt attention on the pair. The older woman resembled the younger, enough for Catherine to deduce that she and the man were the young lady's parents. Catherine paid attention to the performance with half an ear, the entire time contemplating how to wrest away Lord Westing's attention. After all, she couldn't discover whether or not he had killed Dr. Gammon if she didn't speak with him. He had inherited the Westing title and estate at that point. Unlike Lord Westing's daughter, he should have been in London this week. By the first intermission, Catherine had concocted a devious plan that involved trying to stand and falling across the wall into Lord Westing's box. She had a reputation for clumsiness and wasn't opposed to using it to achieve her goals. Unfortunately, as the players left the stage, Lord Westing stood and offered to fetch refreshments for his companions. "No," Catherine mumbled under her breath. To her right, Wayland echoed, "No? You aren't thirsty?" She blinked, realizing that he had been asking her the same question. She offered him a bland smile. "Yes, go. Try to speak with Lord Westing." His smile widened, and he gave her a half bow.
"As my lady wishes."
She fought the urge to roll her eyes at his theatrics. Fortunately, as he left the box, Lady Dalhousie and Miss Ball decided to stretch their legs. Miss Ball hesitated as she turned toward the scarlet curtain leading away. "You don't mind, do you, Lady Catherine? I don't wish to leave you without company." "Please go. If I were able to stand, I would be circulating as well. I won't be the least bit lonely, I promise." When Miss Ball hesitated, her aunt ushered her away. "We must circulate if you're to meet your future match." "Precisely," Catherine agreed with feeling. "Circulate, and do tell me if anyone meets your approval, for later when I'm healed." Satisfied for the moment, Miss Ball smiled. "I promise." When the two women at last left her in peace, Catherine turned toward Lord Westing's box. He had been sitting in the seat nearest her. With him absent, she had a better view of the pretty young woman who had so captured his attention. The heiress had delicate, coy features, belied by a shrewd look in her eye. She fiddled with the handkerchief on her lap. "Good evening. I don't believe we've met. I'm Lady Catherine Irvine. And you?" The girl sent a furtive glance to her parents, who spoke to each other in hushed tones before she shuffled closer on the edge of her seat. "I'm Abigail Finch. Lovely to meet you. I don't know many people in London. You see, Papa has only brought me here this season." She seemed so shy and uncertain that Catherine couldn't help but smile at her. "The season won't begin in earnest until the snow melts, so I imagine you'll find making friends far easier in a month or two. How do you know Lord Westing?" Colour turned the young woman's cheeks a fetching shade of pink as she confessed. "It feels like such a whirlwind. You see, I've scarcely been in London 2 days. Before then, I was with Lord Westing at a house party halfway out to Bath. I suppose Papa thought a week in the Lord's company was not enough, because Lord Westing convinced him very easily to travel to London." She paused, then, flushing with an even deeper colour, rushed to add, "We aren't staying with him, of course. We let our own house for the season." Catherine wasn't the least bit concerned with Miss Finch's sense of modesty. She frowned, thinking aloud. "A house party at this time of year?" Her eyes wide, the young woman nodded. "Oh, yes, our friends put one on for Valentine's Day every year. It ran a bit longer than anticipated this year. The snow, you see. We had fresh snowfall the day before departure, and we were left mired at the party until the roads were cleared for the carriages." She simpered, sheepish. "I suppose it was fortunate. I don't think Papa planned to venture to London, if not for Lord Westing's insistence. I've wanted to come for years." Catherine dug in the reticule hanging from her wrist and produced a calling card. "If you need an introduction, chances are I'll be able to provide one. I'm not able to leave the house for the next week or two, but if you call after that, I'll be happy to do what I can." "Thank you," Miss Finch exclaimed, her delight shining from her eyes. She hugged the card to her chest, grinning. Had Catherine ever been so eager for a season? She'd been raised in London, no stranger to being paraded in front of peers and the stifling oppression of acting the proper young lady. Certainly her sisters had enjoyed their fame as eligible earls' daughters. Catherine had even helped along their romances. However, she had never precisely been eager to mingle with polite society. She had always preferred a good puzzle at her father's elbow. Perhaps that was why she remained unmarried while her sisters were happily in love. She didn't crave companionship. She craved a challenge to exercise her mind. However, she usually didn't prefer one as personal as the death of a friend. Dr. Gammon had been a solace to her when she'd moved out of her father's house. She would get on without him, but it seemed unfair for him to have to die in such a way when he'd been such a delightful man, willing to help anyone who needed it. Catherine frowned, recalling an earlier piece of the conversation. You said you've only been in town for 2 days?" If so, her arrival would have been the day Dr. Gammon's body had been discovered. If so, Lord Westing could not possibly have killed Dr. Gammon. Miss Finch nodded. "Yes." "And Lord Westing, did he accompany you, or did he go on ahead?" "He accompanied us. Papa made certain of that." She bit her lip, looking nervous. "I usually wouldn't be so forward, but you've been so nice. You see, Papa is hoping for a match, but I'm not so certain. Lord Westing seems a nice enough fellow, but I scarcely know him. I don't want to marry the first man who looks at me, even if he has a title. Do you think I should discourage Lord Westing's suit if I'm not certain of him?" Softening, Catherine reached over the wall that separated them and patted Miss Finch's hand. "Listen to your instinct. Neither your father nor Lord Westing could possibly deny you the desire to get to know him better before you make a decision. I'm certain it will work out all right." Catherine didn't know any such thing. Simply because her parents were liberally minded and didn't mind her pursuing her independence instead of a husband did not mean that all parents treated their daughters in such a way. In fact, Catherine had often found that she was the aberration. Take Prue, for instance. Her mother had made it her business to seek Prue a wealthy husband. The fact that Prue had happened to fall in love with the man her mother had picked for her was a lucky coincidence. But it wasn't Catherine's place to interfere, not unless the Finches hired her as a matchmaker. She certainly didn't want to take on another matchmaking client. She'd learned everything she needed to about Lord Westing, namely his innocence in the murder of Dr. Gammon. Now she could enjoy the remainder of the play without feeling guilty over having accomplished nothing. Wayland's voice returned, muffled at first, but Catherine caught the tail end of the conversation. "Poor dear can't even walk on her own. I'm lucky to have convinced her to leave the house this evening rather than resting her ankle." Catherine scowled. Who was he talking to about her? She twisted in her seat to look at the curtain separating the box from the corridor. Wayland held it open, a glass of champagne in each hand. Lady Dalhousie and Miss Ball entered first, followed by another man. Catherine shut her mouth before she betrayed her surprise. It was Mr. Gammon. As Wayland stepped into the box, Mr. Gammon at his heels, he caught Catherine's gaze and winked. He had spread the rumour directly to one of the suspects. As Wayland crossed to her and offered the glass of champagne, he said, "I hope you don't mind if we bring one more person to sit with us this evening. I found Mr. Gammon in the lobby and invited him to our box. He's been gracious enough to escort Miss Ball." Catherine smiled. "I don't mind at all." She took the champagne and sipped it as Wayland settled himself beside her. Lady Dalhousie took the seat next to him, and Miss Ball lowered herself next to her aunt. Last in the long line of bodies, Mr. Gammon sat next to the young woman and offered the other ladies the flutes of champagne he held. With so many bodies in between them, Catherine would never manage to get a word in edgewise to question him. Oh, well. If Mr. Gammon had killed his father, then the foundation of his arrest had already been laid. He would certainly rise to the bait that Wayland had offered and come to her house to collect the evidence she had purportedly taken. No doubt he would even come tonight, after the theatre. Chapter 17. Catherine gritted her teeth against the waves of mixed pain and cold. She tried not to grimace. "I don't think it's having much effect." Wayland sipped from the brandy in his tumbler and gave her ankle no more than a cursory glance from his position on the love-seat across from her. "Give it a minute." "I'd rather not." Catherine clenched her teeth tighter to keep from giving voice to the childish refrain. Instead, she seethed, her fingers clenched around the glass of port in her hand. It might relax her, if only she sipped. She forced herself to swallow a mouthful of the sweet liquid. "I don't think it's helping at all. I can feel my ankle turning numb." That launched him from his seat with alacrity. He haphazardly left his tumbler on the low table before he crossed to her and snatched the ice off her ankle. He set the dripping cheesecloth on the floor next to the stool and grazed his fingers against her skin. "The swelling has gone down. Your colour looks good." For now. Catherine was in such a cross mood that she didn't trust herself to say anything. Wayland was only trying to help, even if what she wanted most was to be left alone. No, not alone. She needed her friends here if they were to apprehend Dr. Gammon's killer. Why had she decided to go out tonight of all nights? Even being carried to and from the carriage hadn't saved her ankle entirely. Emma sprang to her feet, barking and leaping off the love seat in pursuit of the door. Prue and Lord Annandale must finally have arrived. Evening had fallen hours ago.
"Would you like some more port?" Wayland asked. "Or laudanum?"
Catherine shook her head. "I need my wits about me tonight." He covered her ankle, his hands lingering around the bruised area of her skin. Rather than cause her pain, his light touch chased away the numbness left by the ice. The door opened, evidenced by Emma's claws clicking against the floor as she danced around the visitor's feet. Harriet murmured as she took the overcoats of the new arrivals. Wayland straightened just as Prue entered the room. She stopped short in the door. Her eyes widened as she lifted her hand to her lips. "Catherine, I must say I expected to find you here alone."
Gruffly, Wayland answered, "We went out earlier. It seemed a fool's errand to leave and return again."
Prue raised her eyebrows, but she held the curiosity evidenced in her eyes between her pressed lips. When her fiancé joined her in the room, he greeted Wayland warmly. Lord Annandale, at least, didn't appear to think anything untoward of Wayland's presence. Sweat trickled behind Catherine's ear at the considering look Prue gave her. As the two men pumped arms, Catherine blurted, "We went to the theatre in pursuit of alibis for the investigation. Our box was next to Lord Westing's box, you see." Amused, Prue and Lord Annandale exchanged a glance. Smirking, Prue asked, "And did you find anything?" Catherine raised her chin. She felt altogether too small, sitting in the armchair with everyone looming around her. "I did, in fact. Lord Westing was out of town at the time of Dr. Gammon's death. He could not have killed him." Prue made a small, dismissive noise in the back of her throat. "That's one less person to expect to materialize tonight, then." She didn't sound convinced that anyone would come at all. That much was particularly clear when she crossed to the love seat and took the place recently vacated by Wayland. Her fiancé followed her. Catherine sat up, wincing when she jostled her ankle in the process. "You can't sit here. I must be here alone when the killer arrives. Otherwise you'll only scare him off. Not to mention, a murderer will hardly be likely to confess to the matter in a room full of strangers." "Don't fuss," Prue chided. "We will move to our hiding places whenever someone arrives. You'll have your confession." Catherine would have argued further, but Harriet puttered into the room, bearing a tray of seed cake and a pastry concoction she had made herself. They looked tidy, but Catherine reserved judgment until she'd tasted the result. "I'll return with the tea." As she reached the threshold, she tried to sidestep McTavish's form, his bulk eating up the space. He stepped at the same time, and she nearly collided with him. She stepped to the other side, impeded there as well. With a bow fit to deliver to a queen, he stepped aside to let her pass. She did without comment, her shoulders stiff. Wayland broke the tension.
"If we're to stay in here, I suspect we will require more chairs."
"Try the breakfast room down the corridor door," Catherine advised. "I keep 2 at the table." Wayland and McTavish returned within moments, each carrying a wooden chair from the breakfast room. Wayland set his between Catherine's armchair and the love seat, with the low table in easy reach. He moved his tumbler, remnants of amber liquid in the bottom, nearer to the chair. McTavish, on the other hand, positioned his chair slightly behind the love seat. Included in the gathering, she was also apart from it. He claimed the seat immediately. "Oh!" The small squeak of noise from the threshold was cut off as Harriet pressed her lips together. She glanced from McTavish to Wayland, who stood with his hand on the back of his chair. With Emma trotting on her heels, Harriet crossed to the table and set down the tea service. She busied herself with the cups. Although Harriet didn't speak a word, McTavish explained, "If we're to be here a while, we can't be standing all night." Unfortunately, there weren't enough seats for Harriet. Catherine cleared her throat. "I might have something in the study, though it took 2 men to bring it up." McTavish patted his knee.
"Och, now, let's not go through the bother. Harriet can come sit right here if her feet get tired."
Harriet glared at him. Prue blushed scarlet. She glanced at her husband-to-be, her colour deepening even further before she stared at her lap. "Let me help with that, Harriet." Her mumbled words were so low that they seemed to blur together. Her intention, however, was clear as she bent over the table and helped Harriet fix the cups. Wayland stepped back from the last chair and offered it to Harriet.
"You can sit here."
Warily, Harriet glanced at him from the corner of her eye.
"And where will you sit?"
Wayland shrugged. He lowered himself to the floor next to Catherine's armchair and leaned his shoulder against it.
"I don't mind the floor. It's where Emma prefers me to be in any case."
As the happy dog trotted up to him, he submitted to her begging and scratched her behind the ears.
"See?"
The tension in the room eased. Harriet delivered Wayland's cup to him with a whispered, "Thank you." When she'd doled out the remainder of the tea service, she claimed the chair, holding her teacup on her lap. She didn't look in McTavish's direction once. Wayland cleared his throat.
"So, how are the wedding plans progressing?"
Catherine nearly groaned. Why did he have to bring them up? It was perhaps the one topic she didn't care to discuss, for she'd held enough conversations in the past month on the topic to last her a lifetime. Prue, on the other hand, beamed as she launched into excruciating detail about the problems she had and hadn't solved in the past few days. Of course, she wanted Catherine's opinion on each problem and solution. With her throbbing ankle, Catherine couldn't avoid the conversation this time. She could only engage as best she could while trying to hold her temper and to stay awake. She must have fallen asleep at one point, because when she woke, it was to Prue's groan. Her friend stretched, glancing over her shoulder at the drawn curtains. "What is the time?" McTavish's snore rent the room. Scowling, Harriet nudged him awake with her foot. He blinked, confused at first, before he narrowed his eyes at her and wiped drool from his mouth. Catherine laid her hand on the arm of the chair to adjust her position, only to brush her fingers against locks of hair, surprisingly soft locks of hair. Wayland jerked awake. Emma stirred in his lap. Prue rubbed her eyes and squinted at the window. "I think it must be dawn." Catherine's stomach dropped. Dawn? Had they missed the intrusion of the murderer? Prue nodded and grimaced. She pressed her lips together as she rose, stretching out sore muscles. Annandale did the same. "It's time for us to leave." "You can't," Catherine said at once. Prue pinned her with a frown. "It's morning. No one will arrive now. The best we can hope is that someone will come tomorrow." Catherine pressed her lips together. How could her plan have failed? Seeming to take pity on her, Wayland rumbled, his voice rough from sleep.
"It takes time for rumours to spread."
But he had delivered the rumour into the ears of one of her suspects directly. Unless Mr. Gammon hadn't killed his father. But who did that leave? Prue asked, "Have you told Lady Dalhousie?" "Last night." "There you have it, then. You can't expect her to spread a rumour to all of London in a single night. Give her the day at least." "Then you'll return tonight?" Catherine hated her small voice. Even if Prue didn't return, she would do this on her own. "We'll return tonight," Prue promised. With a soft groan, Wayland unfolded his big frame.
"Where else would we be?"
That night, when Catherine opened the door, she met Wayland's scowl with one of her own.
"What are you doing answering the door?"
Catherine crossed her arms over her chest, even though the movement left her to balance on one leg. "You aren't the first person here tonight. Harriet is busy." He narrowed his eyes, clipping off his words.
"I could have waited."
"Carrying that—" Catherine frowned. "Why did you bring a chair?" Wayland grunted.
"Your floor is unforgiving, and don't change the subject."
Catherine stepped backward, trying to hide her limp from him by putting the door between them. He stepped inside, depositing his treasure on the floor. He shut the door, stripping off his gloves.
"You should be resting your ankle."
Heaving a sigh, Catherine returned to her armchair in the parlour, the same she had occupied last night. Lord Annandale, Prue and McTavish had already arrived and claimed the same seats they had the night before. "My ankle is much improved." Much improved did not mean healed. With every step, pain jarred her. She tried her best to conceal it. Wayland drawled as he followed her. "Oh, yes, your limp makes it perfectly clear that you healed overnight." She glared at him as she sank into her seat. "I said improved, not healed." Fortunately, Emma called attention to herself. Having been kept up late the night before, she had slept the day away with Catherine and remained full of bubbling energy. She raced around the room, interfering with the banal conversations they carried on for the next few hours. After she shamelessly begged attention from everyone, she jumped onto Catherine's lap and settled in for a nap. Catherine fought the urge to do the same. Night had fallen shortly after Wayland had arrived. Despite the company, they had exhausted any possible means of conversation during the long night before. With little to say to one another, the conversation was stretched and thin, pregnant with pauses that made Catherine's eyelids feel heavier. She blinked, shaking her head to wake up. Harriet stifled a yawn with her fist. She stood, stretching. "I'll fetch some more tea, or perhaps coffee. I sense we'll need something strong." Mumbles of assent drifted from the ring of visitors. When Harriet turned and stepped toward the door, she did so alone. The warmth and crackle of the hearth did little to dispel the sleepy atmosphere. Harriet nudged McTavish with her foot. "Aren't you going to help?" He yawned, his jaw cracking. "It's not my household." She kicked him harder. "Ouch!" Harriet shook her head in disgust and bustled away. "I scarcely touched you. You're on duty, even if you aren't in your own home." McTavish stood and winked. "It seems the lady needs me." As he followed her out, he hid another loud yawn behind his hand. Catherine sighed, settling deeper into the armchair and wishing for the freedom to move. She didn't want to rouse Emma, not when it had taken so long to quiet her, but her ankle throbbed and she could use a stretch. On the love-seat opposite, Prue suddenly seemed wide awake. She leaned forward, fiddling with the folds of her skirt. "Wayland, I'm surprised you weren't the first here today." Wayland exchanged a glance with Catherine. Patiently, he explained, "Catherine and I did not go out this evening." "I can see that," Prue countered, her voice syrupy sweet. "Why didn't you invite us to the theatre? We were free yesterday evening." Wayland's expression darkened for a moment before it smoothed to one of ennui. "You and Annandale have so little time alone with each other, I didn't want to impose." Her smile broadened. "Oh, yes, I can see that privacy was foremost in your mind." Catherine's head was too fuzzy from sleep to want to engage in that thorny conversation. Surreptitiously, she nudged Emma with the back of her hand, waking her. The dog leapt to attention with a full round of barks. She scrambled off Catherine's lap, circling the room with such canine vigour that Lord Annandale winced and tried to cover his ears. The conversation dropped. Fortunately, when Harriet and McTavish returned with the coffee, Prue held her tongue. They managed to stay awake for the rest of the night, but it was a battle. By the time hints of grey lightened the windows, they were all ready to fall asleep in their chairs. Prue looked haggard, with deep circles under her eyes. Wearily, she leaned her elbows onto her knees. "Catherine, we cannot do this every night." Prue had been reluctant from the start, but the fact that she was ready to abandon the investigation hurt more than Catherine cared to admit. Catherine swallowed, hard. "It's only been 2 nights. As you said yourself, rumours take time to spread." Prue shook her head. Her lips thinned into a thin slash, emphasizing her sharp chin. "And how many more nights do you intend for us to sit here? Think of your ankle. This cannot be an ideal way for you to heal." "I'm not vexing it." Wayland stood, his height drawing everyone's attention as he loomed over them.
If you don't want to keep watch every night, then don't. The idea still has merit. Why don't we alternate evenings? There's no reason for all four of us to be here. If you'd like to get some sleep, McTavish and I can return tomorrow evening." Under his breath, McTavish muttered, "Speak for yourself." Wayland pretended not to hear. Prue met his gaze, holding it a moment as she raised one eyebrow. "Very well. If you want to continue, you can come tomorrow. We'll keep watch the next day." She turned to Catherine. "I trust that will be acceptable?" Catherine gritted her teeth. That was the pain and exhaustion speaking. She nodded, suddenly eager for her guests to depart so she could go to bed. It wasn't ideal, but Wayland was right. She didn't need so many bodies around as witnesses. 1 or 2 would do. And, even if Prue did not intend to be among that number the next day, at least Catherine would not be facing Dr. Gammon's murderer alone. Wayland had proven himself a staunch ally in this investigation. Chapter 18. Unlike Lady Catherine, Harriet did not have the leisure to sleep long into the afternoon. She had far too many matters to handle, and far too few daylight hours in which to untangle them. Fortunately, a few scones were left from Miss Berwick and Lord Annandale's visit. Harriet fed those to Catherine when she awoke, along with tea and jam. Her chores consumed her throughout the day, and the supper hour had fallen upon her without warning. Fortunately, Mrs. Ramsay hadn't minded parting with 2 plates of hot roast and boiled potatoes in exchange for Harriet's promised return with some salacious gossip. That was a small price to pay, for Catherine had been hungrier than usual. Now that the day had come and gone, Harriet was falling asleep on her feet, and she still had a night's watch to do with the others. She stifled a yawn as she pulled open the door, ushering the guests inside. At least she would not have to keep watch alone. With luck, the 2 men would provide more than enough entertainment, and Lady Catherine wouldn't notice if Harriet happened to fall asleep. The moment Captain Wayland and McTavish entered the townhouse, the latter with his usual swagger, Harriet stripped away their outer gear and mumbled about fetching the tea service. She turned her back to stow their garments and ambled down the corridor in a daze. She didn't realize that she had company until she reached the kitchen and put on the kettle. When she turned, McTavish leaned his shoulder against the doorframe and crossed his arms. The expression in his eyes was serious for once. "Are you avoiding me, lass?" Harriet turned away. "Of course not. Don't be daft." She scurried around the kitchen, finding what was left of the seed cake and slicing it. She had the ingredients to make another, but in the slew of other chores she had devoted herself to today, she hadn't gotten around to it. She hoped Lady Catherine wouldn't complain about the stale cake. "Then why will you nae look at me?" "I'm busy." With the rustle of cloth and a lone footstep, he approached. "That is nae the reason. You're always busy." She turned on him, her hair bobbing in front of her face before she shoved it aside. "I'm running this household on my own, aren't I?" She regretted snapping at him at once. Showing him anything other than indifference would only encourage him. The peculiar look in his eyes made her heart beat faster. Although he was usually flirtatious, this was a serious sort of look. Not dismissive or teasing, or one of the 100 other things he'd offered her since they'd met. At that moment she had his full attention, and that made her heart beat even faster. She turned away. McTavish probably looked at all the maids he got alone in the kitchen that way. "Help me put together this tea service. We should hurry." "They can wait." His voice was thick and a bit rough. In the single candle lighting the room, the quiet in the wake of his voice made it seem as though they were the only 2 people in the house. The whistle of the kettle punctuated the air. Harriet released a breath that she hadn't realized she'd been holding and turned to fetch it off the stove. She poured the hot water into the teapot, added the tea leaves, and stoppered it up to steep. Her back still turned, she told him. "We should return before tongues wag." He laughed, a low chuckle. "Whose tongues?" "Lady Catherine's." She turned, raising her eyebrows at him and clasping her hands in front of her.
It's unseemly for us to be alone together, and she knows it." That statement seemed to startle another laugh from him, this one louder. "When did ye become as uptight as one of those high-born ladies? No one cares if we're in the kitchen together, least of all your lady." Harriet swallowed hard, because she feared he was correct. He stepped closer, closing the distance between them, then reached out and brushed a wayward curl from her cheek. "Are you afraid of me, Harriet?" "No." Something that felt suspiciously like a tingle lingered on her skin where the curl had been. It mirrored the warmth washing through her at the sound of her name. McTavish called every woman by an endearment, lass, dove, or any number of other patronizing words, never by name, until now. Wrapping her arms around her middle, she stepped back. "We have work to do." "It can wait." She lifted her chin. "In that case, whatever it is you're offering, I'm not interested." She almost kept the quaver from her voice. She swallowed as if she hadn't heard it and maintained eye contact. She was afraid if she looked away now, he would only accuse her of being a coward. Perhaps she was, but she had no room in her life for anything but her work, especially not with a man who would flirt with a goat if it wore skirts. "Och, no, I'd be more inclined to believe that if you said it like you mean it." A thump echoed elsewhere in the house. Harriet jerked back. "Did you hear that?" For once he dropped his flirtation, every bit as serious and concerned as her. They held each other's gazes for a moment more before she gathered the tea service and hurried to the front of the house. Catherine had spent far too much time in this chair, in this house, over the past few days. If she had to spend much longer waiting for something to happen rather than actively chasing it herself, she would go mad. Unable to idle a moment more, Catherine stood, using the chair's arms to propel herself onto her good leg. Her ankle twinged, refusing to hold much of her weight as she toured the room, stretching out her muscles and working out the frustration making her restless. Wayland intercepted her, placing his bulk squarely between her and her circuitous route. "What do you think you're doing? You should be resting that ankle." She tried to step around him, but he was far more agile than Catherine in her injured state. He reached out to steady her by the elbow, aid that she didn't need. She shook him off. "Why are you here?" Wayland dropped his hand, flexing it at his side. "I volunteered for this." She crossed her arms over her chest. "Yes, I heard you yesterday. Why?" His eyes caught hers, their depths unreadable. "You've proven your investigative instincts to me more than once. I trust you on this." Catherine's breath caught. It shouldn't have been such an intimate admission. After all, they were both esteemed members of the Royal Society for Investigative Techniques. They'd both worked several murders together. But hearing him speak the words aloud took her breath away. She shouldn't have rushed him out the door the other day when her father arrived. Papa might not like Wayland, but if so, it was only because he didn't really know the man. In fact, the more Catherine got to know him, the more she saw the similarities in Wayland and in her father. They were both good detectives, both kind men who thought of others before themselves. In Bath, Wayland had befriended a veteran soldier and fought against Catherine's investigation in order to prevent the poor man from more pain. It wasn't the only tense moment they had shared in Bath. Catherine swallowed hard as a memory resurfaced of the pair of them hiding in an alley, adrenaline coursing through her as they strained their ears to hear the pursuit of the city watch. She'd convinced herself she had imagined the fleeting moment when she thought he might kiss her. With the way he looked at her now, his eyes dark and warm and his expression earnest, she again thought he might kiss her. Emma yipped loudly. The dog stirred from her sleep and launched herself off the armchair, knocking over the stool in the process. It walloped the floor. Catherine jumped. Wayland did too, pulling back. Emma barked madly as she ran from the window to the front door and back again. What had gotten into her? Despite the reflection on the glass, something beyond tickled Catherine's senses. movement. She gasped. Someone had come to visit her at last. Chapter 19. For an impossibly long moment, Catherine met Wayland's gaze. Panic welled inside her, mounting with every one of Emma's barks. Catherine pressed her hand to her mouth and rushed toward the sound. Her forgetfulness lasted for one step before pain shot up her ankle to her knee. She gasped as she lost her balance and reeled. Her leg wouldn't hold her. She fell. Wayland caught her, holding her beneath her arms to lever her back to her feet. She leaned against him, panting and grimacing as she focused through the renewed haze of pain. Had she injured herself all over again? At this point it didn't matter. She pulled away from him and hobbled close to the window, squinting to look through. Who had arrived? Tarnation! She couldn't hear over Emma's barking. She glanced over her shoulder, motioning at the dog with her hand. In the loudest whisper she dared, she hissed, "Silence her! Quick, before she scares away the suspect!" She didn't wait to see whether or not Wayland obeyed her. Instead, she swung back to the glass and cupped her hands around her eyes to peer through it again. The shadowy figure on her doorstep solidified. It was familiar. Dr. Gammon's son. The knocker resounded through the house, 3 sharp and polite raps. Catherine sucked on her inner cheek. She hadn't expected an intruder arriving to steal Dr. Gammon's notes to knock. She'd thought they would break in and steal the notes so as not to be noticed. This did put a confusing spin on things, but why else would Dr. Gammon's son be here? The trap had been set, and the killer would surely want to come to see what she had as evidence. It had been 2 days already since they'd started the rumors. Catherine was certain this was the killer. She didn't have time to marvel at the peculiarity of it. She limped across the room to fall into the armchair. Wayland carried Emma, rocking her like a newborn babe. Catherine waved her hands at him, shooing him away. "Hide!" He frowned. "I don't want to leave you alone with a murderer." "I'll be fine," she bit out. "Hide in the next room over if you must, but I have no place in here to hide you." The lack of furnishings should have been proof enough of that. Harriet bustled into the room with the tea service, looking confused. "I'll get the door." "Don't leave that here," Catherine snapped. "It will look as though I'm entertaining, and we cannot have the murderer thinking that someone else is here who can protect me." She met Wayland's gaze, not above begging. This might be her last chance to contribute to the investigation at all, what with her ankle. "Please, Wayland, he'll never confess if you're here. You're far too imposing." He hesitated for only a moment before he deposited Emma on the floor and took possession of the tea service. His gaze was hard as he looked at her. "I'll be in the next room, listening in. Speak loudly." She nodded, relief sweeping through her as he left her alone. Harriet turned, looking vaguely irritated as she left the room and crossed to the front door. Catherine held her breath, cocking her ear to listen. The male voice was too low for her to make out any words, but she heard Harriet's answer as clear as a sunny day. "In the parlour. I'll fetch tea." She'd best dawdle. Catherine needed to finagle a confession out of the man. Mr. Gammon stepped into the room, his hat between his hands. His gaze darted around the interior, taking note of Catherine's few possessions. He didn't comment on them. Nevertheless, there was something in the set of his shoulders and the way he didn't meet her gaze that bespoke of his nervousness. Gorge rose in the back of Catherine's throat. She was more and more certain that he was the murderer, afraid she had found him out. Had this truly been a wise decision? Desperate men performed unthinkable actions. Wayland was waiting in the next room. If Catherine shouted, he would barge in without a second thought. And he was a captain, no doubt skilled in overpowering other men. Even with her ankle, she would be safe. From deeper in the house, Emma barked. Catherine missed her dog's steadying presence. She forged on, nevertheless. "Mr. Gammon, how odd to see you here at this hour." He offered her a flighty smile that grazed his lips for only a moment.
I'm terribly sorry for the late hour. My day was filled with surgeries. I couldn't come sooner."
At that, he lapsed into silence. He didn't sit down. "You seem nervous. Is something worrying you?" He turned his hat in his hands, examining it from all angles. Catherine leaned forward, raising her voice and pressing further. "Perhaps some of the notes your father kept?" He shot her a nervous glance and took to pacing. Almost absently, he answered, "My father helped a lot of people. No doubt he kept many notes." That wasn't the confession she'd hoped to hear. She raised her voice a smidge more, hoping that he, too, would speak louder for their audience. "Is that why you reacted so angrily when you found me in your father's house? I have to wonder if there is something you didn't want me to see." Mr. Gammon's eyebrows knitted together, and he sank onto the love-seat, his shoulders slumping. He stared at the hat in his hands as if he had never seen one before.
"My father—"
His voice broke. He cleared his throat and tried again.
"My father was a good man."
The grief he showed was genuine. He certainly wasn't acting like she would have expected a murderer to act, not if he had hoped to strip her of the evidence she had found. Not to mention, he didn't act as cold or cruel toward her as he had when he found her in Dr. Gammon's house. If he'd killed his father, wouldn't he be more aggressive? Perhaps it was all an act, and she needed to prod him along. All men could be pushed to their breaking points, but she wasn't often in the same room long enough to do it herself. "Your father was my friend. I know he had an important matter on his mind, and I fear it might have hastened his death." Mr. Gammon shut his eyes. He swallowed audibly, even from halfway across the room. Why wasn't he demanding the evidence? But he kept his distance. Was he waiting for Harriet to return so he could overpower them at the same time? Perhaps he didn't want Catherine's screams to tip Harriet off, lest she come running in with a weapon. But he didn't look like a man about to resort to violent means in order to steal the evidence against him. He looked defeated. Perhaps he had killed his father by mistake and regretted it. She lowered her voice to a more sympathetic tone, no longer keen on airing his misdeeds to everyone listening. "Sometimes our own selfish needs take precedence over those of a good man. Is that why you made certain I wouldn't search his house?" He shot her the briefest of glances, an ugly emotion twisting his face.
"I could not bear it if my father's reputation was to be sullied now. When I met you, I didn't know of your intentions. Some gossiping neighbours prefer to drag anyone they can through the mud for their own entertainment."
Was he referring to Mrs. Ramsay? She'd been curious, but certainly not as malicious as he made her out to be. Could he be referencing someone Catherine had never met? She frowned. "And that's why you've come tonight, to make certain I don't follow through and discover exactly why your father died?" Mr. Gammon rubbed his temples. He didn't answer. The gesture and laden silence was answer enough in itself. Raising her voice again, Catherine said, "I think it might be best if you confessed." His head shot up like a startled alley cat's.
"Confess to what?"
"Confess to your part in your father's death. Tell me why you killed your father." He stood, his free hand balling and his hat dangling limply at his side.
"I didn't kill my father."
Catherine frowned. "Isn't that why you came here tonight? Because you heard I had his notes, which might compromise his reputation and reveal his killer?" Mr. Gammon turned away.
"No, I came to ask—"
He made a strangled sound and paced the length of the room. Almost choked, he admitted,
"I came to ask after Miss Ball's circumstances."
Catherine opened her mouth, but no sound emerged. She closed it, swallowing to call some moisture into her mouth before she managed, "Miss Ball's circumstances?" He turned to her, his expression conflicted.
"Yes, her circumstances. You are her matchmaker, are you not?"
Slowly, Catherine nodded. If anything, the confirmation seemed to chase more fear into the man. He clutched his hat in a white-knuckled grip.
"I'm aware that I'm grieving the death of my father, and this is no time to seek out a wife, but—"
He rubbed at his temple again.
"And I'm aware that I haven't as much to offer as the sort of man you're likely introducing to a woman of her breeding. I have no great wealth, no title, scarcely any fame, and that only in a small circle from my surgeries."
He looked up, meeting Catherine's gaze with a look that seemed almost pained, but heartfelt.
"But, Lady Catherine, I like her a great deal. She soothes me. That's a quality in a woman that I hadn't thought precious until now. Will you consider my suit of her, despite my circumstances?"
Catherine had only seen a man so earnest once. That had been when Lord Annandale cornered her and asked her to commend him, rather than Wayland, to Prue. It felt like so long ago that it was laughable, but at the time Lord Annandale had had that same smitten expression on his face. Despite his wealth and title, he'd been as uncertain of his reception. Catherine couldn't help but soften when she faced a man so obviously in love. Gently, she suggested, "Perhaps you ought to ask Miss Ball. She's an intelligent woman, capable of forming her own preferences. If you truly feel that way about her, perhaps she returns those feelings." Mr. Gammon started to jam the hat on his head before he realized that he was still in mixed company. He lowered it to his side again, seeming lost.
"Yes, I will ask her, of course. But I suppose, now that you brought it up, I should also talk to you about my father and those notes you have."
A chill crawled down Catherine's spine. Had she just given her blessing to a murderer? His expression hardened.
"Not because I killed my father, but because I must beg you not to make those papers public. If you truly were his friend, you'll protect his reputation."
Catherine frowned. What was he nattering on about? "I don't understand. Someone killed your father over the details in those papers." Mr. Gammon grimaced, looking even more forlorn.
"I believe you have that wrong."
His words rang in the room, then faded slowly before he explained himself.
"Yes, my father was worried, and yes, something in those pages likely caused his death, but I don't think it was by the hand of some nefarious murderer. I want to beg you not to make those papers public so as to keep his reputation unharmed, because, you see—"
He jammed the hat on his head like armor, not looking at her.
"I knew something worried him, but I didn't pry deep enough. Whatever it was, it must have been horrible, because I believe it caused him to kill himself."
Chapter 20. Dr. Gammon cannot have killed himself. Of that, Catherine was absolutely certain. Her friends, gathered once more in her drawing-room, did not seem as convinced. However, they hadn't known Dr. Gammon. She had. Hadn't he been singing life's praises the evening she'd gone to see him? He had been so full of life and veracity, so eager to help. But he'd also insisted that she didn't need to pay him. And Catherine had more than enough money to do so, unlike his other clients. No, he could not have done so. Hesitantly, Prue hazarded, "Perhaps Mr. Gammon was attempting to throw you off his trail. He might be the killer after all, and was trying to allay suspicion." Catherine pressed her lips together and shook her head. After Mr. Gammon had told her his suspicion that his father killed himself, she'd asked dozens of questions of him in order to rule him out. "I asked him where he was the night of his father's death. He told me he was at the Picked Plum. I understand that is some sort of gaming hell?" Lord Annandale nodded. "Aye, 'tis one of the establishments we frequented in search of his debts." "Do they all have such trite names?" Next to her, on the chair he had insisted on leaving at Catherine's house, Wayland chuckled. He jostled Emma on his knee, and he shoved her head under his hand to be petted. Catherine asked, "Did you happen to confirm his whereabouts the night of the murder while you were there?" Lord Annandale hesitated. He glanced toward his fiancée before reluctantly shaking his head. "I'm afraid it didn't occur to me. We were there searching out his motive, not his whereabouts." Catherine bit the inside of her cheek. He should have been doing both. This was why she needed her ankle to heal quickly, so she could do the investigating herself. Lord Annandale's head was simply not in it, not with the wedding drawing ever nearer. Prue interjected, laying a hand on her fiancé's knee. "If need be, he can return and ask the proprietor if anyone saw Mr. Gammon on that night. Then we'll know once and for all whether or not he might have killed his father." Catherine leaned back in her chair, worrying her lower lip as she thought. Between the pain in her ankle and the excitement of the evening, she'd barely slept a wink. It made her faculties fuzzy as she tried to piece together what they knew. "I don't believe Mr. Gammon killed his father. He was worried that his father's reputation will be ruined if this grand secret got out and people thought he'd killed himself. I think his grief was genuine." Standing by the window, looking out, Lyle made a wordless sound. He stood near to the empty chair that McTavish had occupied these past 2 nights, but didn't sit. Lord Annandale had informed her that McTavish was dead on his feet after staying up 2 nights in a row and had been left at home to recover. Harriet looked as though she had risen from the dead in order to wait upon them during this meeting. She snapped, "Will you sit down?" At her voice, Lyle turned from the window. He seemed to return to himself and surveyed the group. "Catherine, I thought you told me you were near to solving the case. That's why you brought me here, to inform me of an imminent arrest?" Her face heated. In truth, she had simply wanted Lyle's input on the matter. However, he was so busy of late that he didn't seem to be present in the room, even when he was standing in front of her. "Haven't you been listening? I'd like your input." She mumbled her words, but he seemed to hear her nevertheless. He dragged McTavish's chair closer to the group and sat, completing the ring around the lit hearth. "I heard that our victim might have killed himself." Catherine ground her teeth. "He did not. He had no motive to do so." Lyle raised his eyebrows. "What of those papers you say he's been worrying over?" So he had been paying some attention after all. Reluctantly, Catherine admitted. Mr. Gammon confirmed that his father was worried over one of his past patients, but I assure you he was not worried enough to kill himself. Wayland hummed in his throat. "So Mr. Gammon simply wanted the notes so as to protect his father's reputation, but why have none of the other suspects come to retrieve the notes?" Catherine tapped the toe of her uninjured foot on the wooden door. "Perhaps they haven't heard the rumour yet." Harriet nodded, scrubbing her face. "If Lord Westing's daughter lives out of town, she would not have heard so soon. Word travels fast, but not that fast, not with the roads so treacherous of late." Spring could not come soon enough for Catherine. Prue asserted, "I still think Mr. Gammon might be lying. You're trusting him altogether too quickly." Lord Annandale shrugged and laid his hand over Prue's, still on his knee. "It might be that Lord Westing's daughter hired someone to perform the chore for her." "And let's not forget about Dr. Sumner," Wayland interjected. He scratched Emma behind the ears, looking at everyone solemnly as he recounted. "If you recall, I wasn't able to find him anywhere in London. He must be eschewing society. And why?" "He might be ill," Prue suggested. Blearily, Harriet mumbled, "A physician?" "Well, they're certain to find themselves sick from time to time." Wayland suggested, "It's possible he left town because he killed Dr. Gammon. And if that's true, we might never find him. I can send out more searchers, but this will take time." Why was he staring at her when he said that, as if he hoped for her approval? She gave him a hesitant nod, unable to meet his gaze. Last night, in her drawing room. She was tired. Surely he hadn't been about to kiss her. She was fabricating that encounter, along with the last. Or perhaps in some deep recess of her mind she wanted him to, and that was what she was seeing, inclinations that did not exist. She pressed her lips together, turning her face away and stilling her foot. Lyle cleared his throat, drawing her attention.
"There is one other possibility to consider."
"What is that?" She leaned forward, eager to glean what Lyle had to say. She'd known she must have been missing something, some subtle clue that would lead her directly to the murderer. Solemnly, her friend answered, "That Dr. Gammon truly did kill himself." The words rang in Catherine's ears. She shook her head, rejecting it. "No, I've already told you that he was very much looking forward to living when I spoke to him that night." Gently, Lyle said,
"People often say that and then take their own lives anyway. You forget I see this sort of thing all the time."
He checked off evidence on his fingers.
"We found no signs of a struggle, no signs of forced entry. Dr. Gammon was worried about something, and now we know that he might have caused Lord Westing's death."
He lifted his hand as proof.
"Perhaps his guilty conscience gnawed on him all night, so much that he could not bear to live any longer."
The silence in the wake of his evidence was stifling. Catherine struggled to keep her breathing even. In a low voice, almost a whisper, Wayland added, "And that might explain why he did the dishes. One last act of cleaning up before he died." Catherine narrowed her eyes at him. Not him, too. He'd been her only ally in this. What happened to his avowal of her investigative instincts? Apparently, he had tossed those aside the moment it was no longer convenient for him. Prue added, "He was a physician. He would have known about poisons and medicines, and that cherry laurel water would have been the least unpleasant way to end his life." Lord Annandale patted her hand.
"And did you need tell me he was seated in his favourite chair with a snifter of brandy? One last drink before he went. He likely wanted it to look like natural causes, so his son would nae be upset and tongues would nae wag."
Catherine swallowed hard. She shook her head. And that was when she inadvertently met Harriet's gaze. The rings around her maid's eyes were even more pronounced as she whispered, "Emma didn't bark that night. She always barks if a stranger walks past the house." Catherine swallowed hard. "The notes," she croaked. "Who took the notes?" Lyle shrugged, unconcerned.
"If it so weighed on him, he might have burned his notes himself, so they would not be found and his son's reputation marred."
Everything they said made sense. Perhaps that was what made Catherine wholly resolute to reject the evidence. They had all wanted to give up this investigation from the beginning. They were only looking for a way out. Mr. Gammon had handed them one on a silver platter. But Catherine had a keen investigator's instinct, and she knew that Dr. Gammon's death was no suicide. "So you want to give up the investigation?" she asked.
"Not at all, lass. I'll look into the picked plum."
Wayland cleared his throat.
"I will send out more runners to search for Dr. Sumner's whereabouts. We aren't giving it up, we're contemplating all the options."
For all his excuses, it felt like giving up to Catherine. In a falsely cheerful voice, Prue asked, "Shall we reconvene tomorrow afternoon? That ought to give us enough time to search." Heads bobbed all around the room in nods before looking at Catherine. Reluctantly, she too nodded, her tongue sticking to the roof of her mouth. "If we have nothing more to discuss, I should go back to bed. I didn't sleep well last night." The tension in the room thickened, but no one argued with her. It hurt every bit as much as the throbbing ankle, preventing her from pursuing this investigation with her whole heart. Her injury arched, weighing down her body and spirit. What if she couldn't solve this case? If her friends were to be believed, there was no killer to catch. Dr. Gammon would have no justice. Chapter 21. Catherine didn't know how Harriet could have undercooked the peas in her split-pea soup and oversalted it, but somehow the maid had managed. Seated in her armchair, where she had a peripheral look at the snowy street outside, Catherine lifted the spoon to her mouth again. She made a face, taking the smallest of sips before lowering it into her dish. Today's soup was enough to chase away her appetite. With Emma trotting at her heels as though Harriet had hidden bacon in her shoe, Harriet bustled into the room. She stopped short, frowning as she took in Catherine's position. "You've hardly eaten. Are you not hungry?" The hurt in her voice made Catherine's stomach twist into knots. If not for those knots and the fact that her stomach had shrunk to the size of one of Harriet's undercooked peas, Catherine might have woofed down the meal in an attempt not to have to taste it. The thought left her nauseated. She tucked the bowl onto her lap and gave Harriet an apologetic look. "I'm sorry. No, it's my ankle. The pain, you know. It's interfering with my appetite." She pressed her lips together, willing her stomach not to growl. Dubiously, Harriet whisked the bowl off Catherine's lap. She narrowed her eyes, assessing Catherine, before laying the back of her hand across her employer's forehead. Dryly, Catherine said, "I've injured my ankle, not my head." Harriet harumphed. "Perhaps I should have taken Mrs. Campbell up on her offer." Catherine tensed. "What offer?" "I went out for a walk with Emma earlier." "No, I'm not talking about going out now. You have to wait." Catherine blinked before she realized that the latter part of that conversation was addressed to the dog dancing around her heels. "We saw Mrs. Campbell," Harriet said as she brought her attention back to the conversation. "I gather she was closing up number 4. She asked about you and offered to fix a special poultice for your ankle." Catherine groaned, laying her head back against the top of the chair. "I can scarcely wash with the pain. The last thing I want is to have a greater stench about me." Harriet tapped her toe. "If you're in this much pain, it might be worthwhile. Lord Westing's maid Peggy seemed to swear by it." "I hate—" Catherine trailed off as she recalled the maid in question. More importantly, as she recalled what the maid had said about another young woman who worked for Lord Westing. And the woman's aunt, Mrs. Campbell. Mrs. Campbell had seemed extraordinarily upset when Catherine mentioned her suspicion that Dr. Gammon had been murdered. The woman was loyal to him, and she had cleaned the entire house, closing it for his son. Perhaps she had uncovered something in the house, or her niece had informed her of a plot unfurling from within Lord Westing's household. Either way, speaking with her might be useful. Heaven knew Catherine wasn't able to make any other sort of progress from her chair. "If you see her again, tell her I accept." As much as Catherine hated the idea of a reeking poultice on her ankle, increasing her misery, it might be worthwhile for the information Mrs. Campbell could impart. Harriet nodded. A knock sounded on the door, and Catherine sat up straighter. That must be Prue. She and Lord Annandale had promised to return today, after all. Harriet frowned at the bowl in her hands before she turned away. "Let me dispose of this and get the door. You stay there." With a sigh, Catherine slumped against the seat cushions once more. When would her sarding ankle heal? Prue had only to knock one more time before Harriet rushed down the corridor, her hands now free, to usher the guests inside. 3 sets of voices thanked Harriet before the door shut. Had Lord Annandale brought McTavish again? The first man to enter the room was not McTavish, but Wayland. He met Catherine's gaze and nodded diffidently. When he searched the room, Harriet had removed the dining-room chairs and set his against the wall, out of the way. He quickly reclaimed the piece of furniture he seemed to have left in her house permanently. Perhaps she should take her father and stepmother's offer to help her furnish the house. Not to save her the expense, since Papa would insist upon paying if she gave him carte blanche, but so that her guests wouldn't have to bring furniture with them whenever they came to visit. Then again, how would Papa feel to know he'd purchased a chair for Wayland? Catherine shifted in her seat uncomfortably. Oblivious to her discomfort, Wayland deposited the chair next to hers. Rather than sit, he waited for the others to enter. Prue and Lord Annandale seemed content to chat with Harriet for the moment. Much to her chagrin, Catherine was likely the topic.
"How is your ankle?"
Wayland asked. He sounded genuinely concerned. Better. He nodded, flexing his hand over the back of the chair.
"You haven't been taxing yourself over much?"
She cocked one eyebrow. We saw each other yesterday. How much taxing could I do in one day? His mouth twitched, but he didn't press the issue as their friends entered the room, still clothed in their outer things. Didn't they intend to stay? Perhaps they had only come to inform her that they had caught Mr. Gammon in a lie, and now intended to fetch Lyle to make the arrest. That would be a pity, though. James Gammon seemed so aggrieved at his father's death. And what of his courtship of Miss Ball? If he was arrested, Catherine would have to take even longer to find her a suitable match, though that assumed she was as interested in him as her barrage of questions had made it seem. There was only one way to know for certain. As Prue and Lord Annandale took their allotted seats on the love seat, Catherine leaned forward. "Did you confirm Mr. Gammon's whereabouts on the eve of the murder?" Lord Annandale seemed taken aback at her decision to begin the conversation with business, but he nodded.
"McTavish and I went out last night. The manager confirms that Mr. Gammon was there Wednesday last."
Catherine sighed under her breath and leaned back, satisfied that she'd been correct. But if Mr. Gammon had not killed his father, who had? Wayland added,
"And I sent my runners to the hotels in town, as well as to Lord Westing's residence, to query the staff. It seems the late Lord's daughter, Mrs. Eden, truly does live out of town. I cannot place her in London at all this month."
Catherine nodded, her stomach sinking. "We have only one suspect, then, Dr. Sumner." Wayland made a disapproving noise in the back of his throat. Turning in her seat, Catherine glared at him. "Did you have something to add?" He cleared his throat and fiddled with his cravat, looking nervous.
"I'm afraid we have none."
"None?"
"No suspects. Dr. Sumner could not have killed his former partner, and I know that for a fact. I managed to track him to his daughter's residence in London."
Catherine's stomach dropping, she sighed. He was out of town? But that didn't make any sense. After all, Dr. Gammon had claimed to have had a visit from Dr. Sumner the day Catherine had visited him. If Dr. Sumner had claimed to be out of the city, it must be a lie.
"I'm afraid he isn't able to get around on his own. He's limited to the use of a sedan chair or a bath chair, neither of which are stealthy enough vehicles with the retainers needed to propel them in order for him to visit without anyone knowing."
Catherine opened her mouth, then shut it. "You're certain?" He looked sympathetic as he nodded.
"I met with him myself. His limited mobility is why he doesn't frequent the men's clubs. He confirmed that he did visit Dr. Gammon on the Wednesday in question, but he denied any knowledge of the secrets Dr. Gammon might have been keeping. Of course, he might have been lying on that account, but he certainly would not have been able to kill his friend without several witnesses to bring him to and from the house."
"And Emma did not bark," Harriet reminded her. Catherine swallowed hard, sinking down in her chair. "Then we have no suspect? None at all?" With her eyes dark and sympathetic, Prue said gently, "I think you know what happened, Catherine. You simply refuse to admit it." "Dr. Gammon did not kill himself. It must have been murder. He said himself how well he enjoyed life." Catherine bit her tongue, rather than air an argument she'd had a half-dozen times in the past 2 days. Briskly, Prue stood and straightened her skirts. The two men stood simultaneously. "I'm afraid we cannot stay. Wedding business, you understand. I'll tell you all about it later, but now we have an appointment to make. Don't fret yourself to death, will you?" As the door shut behind them, Catherine's spirits drooped with disappointment. She was left with no leads or suspects, and her only helpers, save for Harriet, seemed to think there was no case at all. But Catherine was sure they were wrong. An entire lifetime spent honing her investigatory skills at her father's side told her that Dr. Gammon had been murdered. Perhaps the most compelling thing of all was that her father had put his faith in her ability to solve the case, even with her twisted ankle. How in the world was she going to do that without anyone to help her? Chapter 22. Promise me that you will never allow me to marry. Harriet hummed under her breath, a non-committal sound as she tilted her head to better see her needle in the light of the fire. She was mending a tear in Catherine's dress, one that Catherine had unfortunately made this morning when she'd stepped wrong on her weakened ankle and caught the hem. "Are you listening?" Harriet settled the garment on her lap and raised her gaze with a mild expression. "I heard something about your impending wedding." Catherine narrowed her eyes, or lack thereof. Heaven forbid I should ever become like Prue and think that planning a wedding is more important than solving a murder. Catherine shook her head, disappointment and hurt mingling in her belly yet again. Perhaps it was just as well that she hadn't been able to stomach tonight's supper. Prue is usually so eager to investigate. If not for the wedding, I'm certain that she would have supported me. Harriet gave her a sympathetic look. Catherine turned her face away, clenching her jaw and rejecting Harriet's pity. If that was Prue's and even Lord Annandale's excuse, what was Wayland's? She sank her teeth into her lower lip, using the pain to keep a rising tide of dismay at bay. Dr. Gammon was murdered. Of course he was. I'm certain you'll discover the reason in time. Despite her reassuring words, Harriet didn't sound as though she believed them. Had Prue convinced her that this investigation was not worth their time? Catherine yelped as Emma jumped onto her lap, jostling her ankle in the process. The dog bounced off again onto the floor, hackles raised as she growled at thin air. Sighing, Catherine leaned forward, bracing herself against the renewed throb of her injury as she beckoned the dog closer. The ornery animal pranced toward Harriet instead and started to chew on a length of thread. "Stop that, you!" With a much aggrieved sigh, Emma lowered herself onto Harriet's feet for a nap. Catherine informed her, "There is one other possibility that they did not entertain." Harriet set a few more deft stitches, her fingers working quickly through the cloth. Lord Westing's daughter must have had one of her servants perform the deed. Or, if she cannot spare one of her servants from the country house, perhaps she had one of Lord Westing's servants deliver the poison. Catherine brightened, liking her new theory. She sat straighter and expounded on the point. No one will suspect a woman who lives out of town. And not only do the servants know of Lord Westing's untimely death, but they would have known Dr. Gammon as well. That maid, Peggy was her name, she said he treats their ailments at night. So a very loyal servant might have taken it upon themselves to commit murder despite the fact that Dr. Gammon's error had been an accident. Wordlessly, Harriet examined her work and folded the dress neatly. As she stood, Emma grumbled, unwilling to give up her makeshift bed. Harriet paid her no mind. "Why don't I run over to Lord Westing's house and see what I can glean from the servants? The footman I spoke with last time was rather forthcoming, and I imagine he will be if I approach him again." Catherine struggled to her feet. "That's a grand idea. Let's go at once." With a glare, Harriet pointed at the armchair. "You are in no shape to accompany me. Sit and rest your ankle." With a weary sigh, Catherine lowered herself into the seat once more. "Must I?" "You must, but don't fret. Mrs. Campbell will be here shortly with the poultice." Catherine groaned under her breath. That only gained her another look of censure. "You told me to ask Mrs. Campbell to make one." "I know. That doesn't mean I'll enjoy it when she slathers it onto my skin. It will probably take me a week to wash the stench off." "Be that as it may, she's going out of her way to help you heal. You should be grateful." Catherine nodded, but the motion contained no feeling whatsoever.
I'll wait until she arrives. I don't want to leave you alone. Catherine batted her hand. I won't be alone. I'll have Emma with me. I can fetch the door just as well as you. When did you say Mrs. Campbell will arrive? Harriet glanced at the window with a frown. Any minute now. She said shortly after dusk this evening. Although twilight still gathered in wide swaths around the street, night would soon befall them. Then you'd best go quickly, before the servants go to bed. Although Harriet didn't answer directly, she mumbled something about the resiliency of servants on little sleep as she exited the room. Moments later the door shut. Emma, who had trailed Harriet out of the room, trotted back and lowered herself to the floor next to Catherine's chair. Apparently, she didn't care to risk Catherine yelping again should she jump into her lap. Catherine returned to the book in her hand, but the words didn't hold her attention. Her mind turned over the mystery she had not yet been able to solve. Not for certain, in any case. With luck, Harriet would have the last piece to the puzzle. A knock at the door sent Emma into a frenzy of barking. Catherine set aside her book, stood with difficulty, and limped to the front of the house to answer the door. It wasn't far, but it felt like a league away. Mrs. Campbell, bundled against the cold, blinked rapidly as she beheld Catherine in front of her. Lady Catherine! Dear me! It was my impression that you were unable to move around. Catherine grimaced and hobbled back to let the woman into the house. Near enough, I'm afraid. Harriet has gone out, and I didn't want to leave you freezing on the doorstep. Come this way. Mrs. Campbell immediately threw her arm around Catherine's waist and helped her into the parlour. The unasked-for aid chafed at Catherine. Although her ankle was not at its best, she could move around on her own. It wasn't as though she would fall and break a hip. After she settled Catherine into the chair, Mrs. Campbell perched on the edge of the love-seat and set a wicker basket on the table. She drew off its lid to reveal the contents and a nauseating wave of stench. Catherine fought back her roiling stomach as Mrs. Campbell drew out a jar of speckled slime, several white gauze pads, and a roll of bandages. Lift your skirt. Let's have a look at that ankle. As Catherine hitched her skirt above her ankle, her foot resting on the stool, Mrs. Campbell clucked under her breath. She reached into the wicker basket once more and pulled out a bottle. She uncorked it, took a swig that stirred its contents, and handed it over to Catherine. You poor dear. Here, drink this. It will make you feel better. As Catherine accepted the bottle, the older woman kneeled next to her injured foot. Catherine didn't care for the smell wafting from the bottle either. She wrinkled her nose, trying to inhale through her mouth. What is it? A hot caudle, dear. I mixed it up for you before I left the house. Catherine pressed her lips together to keep from betraying her disgust. She'd never taken to the caudles her father's cook had whisked up. That this syrupy gruel smelled vaguely like baking bread turned her stomach every bit as much as the caudles had. When Catherine lifted the bottle to her nose to give it a cautious sniff, Emma whined and danced around the stool. Catherine lowered the bottle to her lap once more. Her dog acted even more bizarrely, shaking her head back and forth as she growled, like she did with a particularly vexing toy. Except today she had no toy. The hair on her back stood up on end, and she jumped up, planting her feet on Catherine's extended leg. Catherine gasped, tightening her hold on the bottle as pain shot up her leg. Oh, dear me, did she hurt you? Best to drink that quickly. Mrs. Campbell wagged her finger at Emma, whom she had met previously. The dog continued to growl and jump around on the floor as if possessed. Catherine managed a thin smile. It must be the smell of the herbs. She isn't accustomed to them, nor am I. Catherine lifted the bottle to her lips to take a polite sip, not intending to drink more than that. Emma growled and launched herself onto Catherine's lap. Her back paws missed, and she scrabbled in mid-air before falling to the ground with a clunk. What a bizarre little dog. Should I remove her? No, I'm certain she'll settle down in a moment when she acclimates to the smell. Could you... Catherine winced. Could you apply that quickly, please?
She braced herself as Mrs. Campbell opened the lid on the jar, letting more of that horrible stench escape into the air. The older woman clucked her tongue as she examined the injured appendage.
"It's still a little swollen, I see."
Catherine didn't want to talk about her ankle. This might be her only chance to discover if Mrs. Campbell knew anything about Lord Westing and his untimely death. Since her niece worked in his household, she might know the name of a servant loyal enough to Lord Westing to kill his physician. "I've been thinking about Dr. Gammon." Mrs. Campbell paused, her fingers halfway inserted into the mouth of the jar to scoop out the thick slime within. She frowned, her tight bun making her look more severe. In fact, still clad in her outerwear, she looked as frosty as the weather outside. Catherine rushed on. "It's come to my attention that Dr. Gammon might have made a mistake when treating Lord Westing. Do you think there's anyone in Lord Westing's household who would have wanted to take revenge?" Mrs. Campbell recoiled, her eyebrows knitting into slashes as she applied the lukewarm poultice to Catherine's ankle. Catherine turned rigid, trying to react to neither the pain of Mrs. Campbell's indelicate touch on her tender inflamed skin, nor the undesirable smell.
"Of course I don't know of anyone. Should you be contemplating such things in your condition? I'd like you to drink up now. You need your strength."
Rather than drink the noxious brew in her hand, Catherine toyed with the bottle, rolling it between her palms. Emma ceased growling to sprint across the room and bark at a passing carriage, barely a shadow in the reflective glass. Someone down her street must have visitors tonight. For some reason, that made Catherine's spirits plummet. These past 2 nights, she had had someone keeping company with her. Several someones, in fact. Now she had only the smelly poultice coating her skin. The moment the carriage passed, Emma gave an extra bark for good measure and trotted back to Catherine's side. When Catherine lifted the bottle to her lips, intending to feign a sip for the sake of politeness, Emma started growling again. Emma barked at everyone, even a passing carriage. However, she hadn't stirred the night of Dr. Gammon's murder. Mrs. Campbell finished slathering the viscous treatment on her ankle and applied the gauze pads, fastening them with bandages so tight that Catherine's toes started to tingle. She grimaced, trying to focus on anything except her discomfort. If Emma hadn't barked the night Dr. Gammon had been murdered, the murderer must have been someone Emma had met. Mrs. Campbell patted Catherine's ankle, jarring her thoughts with a white shaft of pain.
"There you are. Are you done with that yet?"
After a pause long enough for Catherine to regain her faculties, Mrs. Campbell added in a disapproving voice,
"You've scarcely started. Drink up, girl."
What if no one had visited Dr. Gammon after Catherine left? What if the poisoned food had already been in the house? Reflexively, Catherine, with the bottle brushing her lips, froze. If the food was already in the house... Why is Mrs. Campbell so intent on my drinking this caudle? She swallowed hard, briskly lowering it to her lap. She cleared her throat twice before she managed to speak in an even voice. Something I have wondered this week is how the murderer entered Dr. Gammon's residence. He must have let them in, wouldn't you say? The woman nodded briskly, standing at Catherine's feet and clenching her hands in front of her.
"Yes, I would say so, but that might have been anyone. Any number of people visit the good physician."
"Not anyone," Catherine said, drawing out the words. She fixed her gaze on Mrs. Campbell's face, reading her every emotion. It would have had to be someone who Dr. Gammon was comfortable enough to share a snack with. He would never do so with a patient, or at least he never had whenever I brought Emma over for his help. We chatted, yes, but he always administered to her and sent me on my way. But that night he had a snack. She rolled the bottle between her hands once more. Her thoughts whirled in dizzying circles. What if her theories regarding this murder had been wildly off the mark? If the poison had already been in the house, the night Catherine had visited, Dr. Gammon had informed her that Mrs. Campbell had stowed some food in the larder for him. But wait, hadn't he also said that Mrs. Campbell came every other day? If so, why was she there the next morning? Unless she had gone deliberately to discover it and remove the evidence of poison, hence the reason the dishes had been washed and put away. Did I hear Emma growling the morning before Mrs. Campbell ran out screaming? At this point, it didn't matter one way or another. Catherine's instincts were clattering, and they emphasized one particular truth. She was in the house with the murderer. Alone. When she focused on Mrs. Campbell again, the woman's eyes were no longer friendly. Her expression cold and calculating, she stared at the cordial in Catherine's hands. Catherine battled a shiver, wondering what poison was in the drink she had tried to foist off on Catherine. Catherine was taller and broader than the other woman, but she was also hampered by her ankle. Emma was too small to be of any help, and Harriet had left. Catherine swallowed hard. If there was even the smallest possibility that she would die in the next minute, she had to discover if she was correct. You murdered Dr. Gammon, didn't you? Although her voice was a hush, the words broke over Mrs. Campbell's features like a cresting wave. They washed away all semblance of civility, leaving flared nostrils and the curl of her lip. Yes, I did. Catherine couldn't breathe. Even Emma stopped growling at the proclamation. I had to, Mrs. Campbell snapped. And if you weren't so bent on putting your nose where it doesn't belong, no one would have known. But why? He was such a good man. Mrs. Campbell's mouth twisted in disgust. I didn't want to kill Dr. Gammon, but he was old, and he didn't have many years left anyway. If you had stayed home... She shook her head viciously. Especially after I tried to hamper you forcibly with the ice on the back path. Catherine gaped, lost for words. If anything, her silence only egged the other woman on. Yes, I iced it over. That's why I insisted that you come and go out the back. Had Mrs. Campbell been the figure Catherine had seen on the path that evening? It would explain the footprints. Mrs. Campbell would have had to stand in the snow in order to ice over the main walkway, but Catherine hadn't slipped on the way to the house. She'd been leaving when something wet slickened the ice. Mrs. Campbell had left her alone to search for the notes, and that would have been the perfect opportunity to run outside and throw water over the frozen walkway. It wouldn't take long to freeze at these temperatures. Feeling small and helpless, Catherine gripped the bottle. Mrs. Campbell stared at the cordial as though she planned on overpowering Catherine and shoving it down her throat. Emma growled low in her throat, dancing around anxiously but touching neither of them. The tension in the air thickened. Catherine had to know the truth. Why did you kill Dr. Gammon? You haven't given me a reason. The woman took a step forward, brandishing her finger like a weapon. I told you I didn't want to. He didn't know when to stop looking either. He kept poring over those notes he'd taken about Lord Westing, and I knew he would figure out what I'd done to make certain that vile man never abused or forced himself on another maid in his household. Catherine recoiled at the vehemence in the older woman's tone. Was she confessing to the murder of Lord Westing, too? You mean there wasn't a problem with the medicine Dr. Gammon administered to the late Lord Westing? At least she now knew that the two matters were in fact connected. It was some small solace in this terrifying moment. Yes, I took matters into my own hands. That vile lord had been abusing my niece as well as some of the other servants. Somebody had to put a stop to it. So I did. I mixed up poison to put into his seed cake, and I gave the cake to Mary to give to him. I knew he had a weak heart. Dr. Gammon was treating him for that.
I hoped the two physicians would think his heart gave out, and for a time they did.
Until his daughter raised her voice.
Yes, Mrs. Campbell sneered. His daughter, as if she hadn't turned a blind eye to every one of those abuses. She was crying on every corner that it had been murder. Thankfully that matter faded before long, but his death never sat right with Dr. Gammon. It's why he stopped seeing patients. But his early retirement meant that he had more time to spend poring over old matters. I tried other options. I tried to convince him to drop it. I even tried to steal the notes and burn them, but he kept duplicates with his partner. Mrs. Campbell looked solemn, perhaps even regretful. If he continued to look into the matter, I was afraid that he would suspect the truth. And who would pay for it? Mary, since she was the one who served him the cake. No, I had to protect my niece. It's all I've ever tried to do.
The older woman had a wild quality to her eyes, and Catherine feared contradicting her even long enough to ask more questions. But the longer she spoke, the more likely Harriet would return to the house. Would that make Catherine safer, or put Harriet in danger? "Did you leave the poison for Dr. Gammon in his larder?" Seemingly wrung of her energy, Mrs. Campbell sighed.
"I did. Then I came early the next morning to discover the body. Before I ran out to alert the neighbourhood, I cleaned off the dishes so no one could find traces of the concentrated cherry laurel water I added to the marmalade. The rest of it I simply took home and disposed of the previous night. Nobody thought to check."
Catherine swallowed. "And the notes? Dr. Gammon's son didn't take them?" Mrs. Campbell looked at her in askance.
"No, of course not. He knew nothing. I destroyed them, and any others I could find mentioning Lord Westing. I hated to have to go to such lengths, but it had to be done for the greater good."
Catherine didn't think she would ever consider murder to fall in the realm of the greater good. Not even the murder of a man who abused others, like Lord Westing. He was why the law was in place, to mete out punishment. It wasn't for the likes of Catherine or Mrs. Campbell to decide who lived and who died. The housekeeper's gaze sharpened, and she met Catherine's.
"Now I'll have to kill you the same way."
A chill chased down Catherine's spine, and she tried to wrestle her leg off the stool. Mrs. Campbell was quicker, pressing down her knee and digging Catherine's ankle into the stool. Pain enveloped her, and she gasped, struggling to keep conscious as black spots danced across her vision. Emma started barking, which didn't help.
"It's too bad you were so distraught over Dr. Gammon's death, Lady Catherine. Everyone knows you've been going around insinuating that he was murdered, but no one truly believes it."
Mrs. Campbell walked her fingers up Catherine's leg to her thigh, maintaining the pressure. Catherine raised her hand, the bottle squarely in it, but Mrs. Campbell grasped it with her free hand. She had the weight of her body behind her, whereas Catherine was helpless in the chair. The grin on Mrs. Campbell's face was far from remorseful.
"You simply could not handle being unable to solve the case. Oh, yes, I know that you fancy yourself to be a detective. Too bad you didn't discover the truth sooner."
She bore down on Catherine with all her weight. Catherine's ankles screamed. Emma growled and shrieked and tried to jump into Catherine's lap to investigate, but Mrs. Campbell was in the way, wrestling for that sodding caudle. Grunting with effort, Mrs. Campbell said through gritted teeth,
"Now you will drink this caudle if I have to force it between your lips. Don't worry, I will tell everyone how distraught you were over the case, so they'll know exactly why you poisoned yourself."
With a growl, Emma jumped on Mrs. Campbell's back. When she bit down, the layers of outerwear prevented her from doing damage. A tear sounded as Emma wrenched her teeth, but it had no effect on her target. Mrs. Campbell wrestled the bottle from Catherine's hands. As Catherine scrambled to maintain her hold, her fingers slipped over the glass, and warm gruel splashed down the front of her dress. She tried to push away the bottle and stand, but Mrs. Campbell leaned in to press her knee on Catherine's thigh. She pinned Catherine to the chair with an arm across her collarbone. Panicking, Catherine could barely think for all the pain. Emma lost her grip and fell to the floor with a yelp. She bit into Mrs. Campbell's boot instead. Then, thwack! The woman collapsed on Catherine in a boneless heap that rendered her breathless. Panic seized her. She thrashed blindly, trying to throw off her attacker. Liquid trickled on her hip. The caudal. Or was she bleeding? Someone hauled Mrs. Campbell off her and deposited her on the floor in an unceremonious heap. Emma glanced from the unconscious woman to Catherine, hackles still raised and not certain what to do. Prue stood over Mrs. Campbell's body, breathing hard, a fire poker raised to strike again. Catherine locked eyes with her best friend in the world, and a wave of relief washed through her. Prue had saved her. Again. Emma jumped onto her lap, sniffed at the spilled remnants of the caudal, and turned up her nose. The dog was too smart to eat poison, thankfully. Catherine pulled at the sticky front of her dress and feigned bravado. Her knees would not have held her at that moment had she tried to stand. She offered Prue a weak smile. Again? Was that absolutely necessary? Prue looked down at Mrs. Campbell's prone form and raised an eyebrow. Why don't you tell me? Chapter 23. Despite the havoc Mrs. Campbell had wreaked on Catherine's ankle during her attack, a week later Catherine felt well enough to walk independently again. She refused to sit for a day longer while an influx of well-wishers visited her. Perhaps the most well-meaning and yet most irritating was Catherine's own stepmother, Susanna. Since learning of the attack, Susanna had come over daily with soup from the Dorchester kitchens and a book to read to Catherine. Although she appreciated the soup, Catherine was feeling far too much pain to be charitable about the intended entertainment. Not to mention she could read on her own. Her ankle barely gave a twinge as she started the 5th revolution of the perimeter of her drawing room. Wayland hovered at her elbow, his shuffling steps slow to match hers and his fingers brushing against her arm. She shook him off. I can walk on my own, you know. He cocked an eyebrow. Yes, I can see that. This wasn't his first visit, nor the first time he'd followed her around the room. My ankle will never heal if you're forever carrying me around. From his position on the love seat, where he studiously pretended that he wasn't listening, Lord Annandale snorted. Prue leaned closer and twittered something in his ear that made him chortle. Catherine glared at them both before returning her attention to putting one foot in front of the other. When Emma nearly danced in front of her path for the half-dozenth time, Wayland leaned down and scooped the dog off the floor. Harriet, would you mind keeping a hold on her? We don't want Catherine to trip. Catherine inwardly sighed. I have enough coordination to walk around her. But your ankle is still tender. Not that tender. Prue and Annandale giggled again. Catherine gritted her teeth. Frankly, you should count yourself lucky that I haven't decided to exercise outside. When she stepped wrong and her ankle tried to crumple, Wayland caught her by the elbow. She shook him off again. It's not painful, only a tad weak. Don't overtax yourself. She glared at him. I do this every day. I don't need your help. Sit. I will when you do. Perhaps she ought to give this up and return to her seat. Her ankle was starting to ache, but she was stubborn and didn't want to look as though she was still in pain over a week later. After a moment, Wayland said conversationally, You know I have experience with this sort of thing. I've helped soldiers recover from injuries, and I've had to relearn to walk again myself. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, but couldn't read his expression. You've turned your ankle? He raised his eyebrow. Something a good deal more serious, and I have the scar to prove it. Catherine scoffed. There you go, then. I've only twisted my ankle, and it isn't serious in the least. I will survive. Watch where you're walking, Wayland said when she almost collided with the stand containing the illustrious fire poker. The metal rang against the rack, and he steadied her elbow. "Perhaps I would if you'd stop distracting me." He dropped his hand. "Very well. Then tell me more of what happened with Mrs. Campbell." Catherine shook her head. She had already given him, Lord Annandale, and Lyle a fit description of the event shortly after Prue arrived to rescue her. In fact, once Lyle arrived, Mrs. Campbell had been revived, and with no other choice, she had confessed to every last detail she had given Catherine. She was now awaiting trial. Wayland continued to push the issue. "Why is it that you never included her among the suspect list?" Catherine made a face. She didn't like her inadequacies thrown in her face. "I don't know why. Perhaps I should have. After all, she mixed up many of the herbal remedies Dr. Gammon used. She made the poultice for Lord Westing's maid, but I assumed that she had done so in conjunction with Dr. Gammon. I hadn't stopped to consider that perhaps she had a fondness for the staff. Of course I should have, because her niece worked there." That mistake had nearly cost Catherine her life. She swallowed hard. "Perhaps I discounted her because she discovered the body. I assumed she was in shock and grieving. I will admit she was clever, icing over the walkway, thinking that would make me stop investigating." Wayland made a disgusted sound. "Or perhaps she was trying to kill you then, too. If you had hit your head." Catherine glared at him. "Are you a mother hen?" He turned his face away, mumbling something under his breath about having buried too many people he cared about. Across the room, Lord Annandale cleared his throat. "I talked with Dr. Sumner. It turns out that he and Dr. Gammon had been discussing their old cases and had noticed something odd about their treatment of Lord Westing. 'Tis why he was out visiting, you see. Poor chap doesn't go out often. It's nearly impossible for him to get around, seeing as he can only walk a few steps without needing to sit. In any case, he said he knew Dr. Gammon was worried that something amiss had happened with Lord Westing's death, but he admitted that he ne'er thought it had aught to do with Dr. Gammon's death. He just assumed it was his time, as they're both getting on in years." Catherine paused in her tour of the room to rest her ankle as she met Prue's gaze. Prue had believed her after all. That was why she'd returned. She'd wanted to explain that she'd been distracted with wedding plans, but if Catherine felt that Dr. Gammon had been murdered, then that was good enough for her. She'd returned to try to talk the case over with Catherine and to come up with new suspects. Luckily, she'd arrived in time to stop Mrs. Campbell from poisoning Catherine. Though Catherine was sure she could have gotten out of that on her own, Prue bashing the woman over the head had come in handy. The fact that Prue had believed her and had not lost her zest for investigating was bittersweet. Prue would reside in Scotland for the foreseeable future. Who would take her place in these investigations? Wayland? Somehow that wouldn't be the same. Catherine bit her lip, turning her face away from the man at her side as she crossed to the armchair. "At last," he murmured under his breath. She ignored him as she seated herself and lifted her ankle onto the stool. Harriet immediately fetched her a cup of tea, juggling it and Emma in her arms. When she leaned forward to deliver it, the dog took advantage and licked Catherine's cheek eagerly. Wiping it dry on her sleeve, Catherine glanced around Harriet to ask Lord Annandale, "Why did you visit Dr. Sumner? We had already solved the murder." The burly man shrugged. "He was partners with Dr. Gammon, was he nae? It seemed fair to tell him what had occurred with his friend's death. He deserved to know." Catherine thought about that moment before she nodded solemnly. "I informed Mr. Gammon for the same reason." "Oh?" Prue asked, leaning forward with eagerness. "Did he mention anything about his courtship of Miss Ball?" Catherine stared at her, agog. "Since when have you cared at all about Lady Dalhousie's niece? I didn't even know you knew her name." Prue gave her a cheeky smile. "I listen when you speak. And besides, I enjoy a story about true love. It isn't as though one is happening in this house. She trailed off, glancing to Catherine's right, where Wayland sat in the kitchen chair he had brought a week ago. Flatly, Catherine said, "No, there isn't." She had never confessed to Prue about the times she'd fancied that Wayland might kiss her. Now she vowed she never would. She cleared her throat and added, "Miss Ball visited me 2 days ago, along with Lady Dalhousie. They spoke of him, in fact. They wanted my frank opinion on the match. Did you encourage it?" "I told Miss Ball to do what she thought was right. Given that he is still in deep mourning from his father's death, there seems time before she has to make a decision, but she seemed rather smitten to me. She seems to like that he's a surgeon and saves lives." Lord Annandale grunted. "Who wouldn't he?" Catherine swallowed a smirk behind a sip of tea. Lord Annandale stretched, laying his arm along the back of the love-seat. Given how Prue took the opportunity to nestle into his side, Catherine suspected it was a practiced moment. The two were so hampered by convention in public that it was nice to see them treat Catherine's drawing-room as their own special refuge to show affection. The longer they remained in each other's company, the more comfortable and contented they became. With a teasing smile, Lord Annandale said, "I hope you're nae too fond of clunking people over the head. I'm afraid there will nae be much cause for that up in bonny Scotland." Prue wrinkled her nose at the teasing, though her eyes sparkled. "There are no murders up in Annandale Castle?" "None at all, lass. None at all." This concludes Murder on Charles Street by Leighann Dobbs and Harmony Williams, narrated by Beverly A. Crick. Copyright 2020 by Leighann Dobbs Publishing. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Leighann Dobbs and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.